side of the map except for Game 5. And I really feel like, you know, Kiaya had a little bit of a rough series yesterday against Bin. However, it starts in the top lane with these two, and it starts where they're junglers and how their junglers are going to facilitate them.
And you brought up already some of the creative picks like the Neela. I would not be surprised at all if we continue to see that creativity leverage on the top side. New picks brought out there to try to find the edge. And it's rare that we have two top laners coming from regions who historically haven't always been able to compete with the big dogs, really be able to put up some good performances yesterday. You said to yourself, Kai wasn't great throughout, but that first game, the Rumble, looked incredibly dominant. And I'm ready to see what these guys look like going toe-to-toe if they're already doing pretty well against opponents who we have much higher expectations for.
And to reiterate, whichever team loses here today, unfortunately, that's the end of their MSI, right? So there's a lot of pressure. As mentioned, I think both teams very clearly are already feeling great, particularly in the case of Fury, about the performance they've had thus far. I think GAM are also going in, again, I was sitting in the makeup chair and they were just going wild around me. It was really fun. It really was. And I do think that matters because this is a matchup where going in, I find it very hard to judge because I think both G2's form yesterday was considerably worse than expected, and BLG, knowing
that's impressive because honestly,
team,
sometimes TK scares me. He whips those glasses off, he starts shouting stuff about game time. I feel, you know, I feel threatened. I feel scared.
He's so nice.
I feel like I need to. He is really nice, but then I feel like I need to be a part of game time.
Yeah, it's true. You do feel like you got to join the fan base or else. It's kind of, you know, there's a little bit of the hidden threat there. Now, game time.
Implication.
Thank you, Mal. Of course, overall, it feels like a highly contested matchup here on the desk, but let's see how the fans have voted at MasterCard GG on X. They're calling the match for Furia with 51.2% of the vote. I'm going to be honest, this is much, much closer than I expected it to be.
I waffled so much going back and forth on who I was going to pick in this matchup. I think the ways that Furia win are through, again, a lot of those trap plays that you kind of highlighted, Chronicler, in your Telestrator, and the way that GAM wins is kind of similar, right? Like, I think they both go through top side. They end up having better team fights. I think both of these are going to be really, really scrappy.
Just I know that was adorable.
Excited. That
I don't know how that got in there, but that was adorable as heck.
I love when people bring their kids.
Ma da sedim u mraku večeras.
Mal, how are you feeling? Are you slightly leaning Furia?
Mališano mraku, šta?
Also, that might also be because I was there. You know, I was experienced that match.
Danas imam ukupno 3 sata sna, tako da gledamo zajedno, jače nego juče.
I feel bad if I didn't back them up. But to me, this game really vertical. I think I wouldn't be surprised if it goes the distance. I did end up going 3-1, but that's as close of a 3-1 as we're going to get. I do think over the course of yesterday's series, Furia to me looked just a little bit more consistent, but that might also be the level of opponent.
Mare dolazi.
I think it is going to be really close. I won't be surprised if GAM wins. I am slightly favoring Furia. I also think they're going to be, both of these teams are super incentivized to win, right? Like, GAM eliminated Brazil at MSI previously. They're really going to want to win.
The stakes are high, and it's time to get into game one. Casters, take it away.
Ajde. Ko dobije prvu seriju? Ovako, Furia i Gigo, hvala ti, a dole će biti GAM i Mršavi Rok.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of MSI 2025. I am so happy
Imate
to be
glasanje.
back in Canada, here in Vancouver, joined by Vedius for some play-ins lower bracket action for these two teams. It is a simple statement, win or go home.
It certainly is, Azael. It is a lot on the line for both of these teams. Their tournament run, one of them will end today. The other will have an opportunity to face off in a best-of-5 against the loser of our second series of G2 versus BLG. And I will say, it was quite a different experience for both of these teams. For Furia, they had a nail-biter of a series, pushing G2 to the absolute limit and falling short at the final hurdle. Whereas for GAM, while we saw moments of brilliance from them, ultimately, BLG stamped their authority. And it was a very one-sided series.
Yeah. The other thing that we have to consider, though, is GAM had some strong early games, and BLG was looking really good. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they won't have a good shot here against Furia. But it is interesting to see that the desk, both predicting that Furia would take this, because I did feel like coming into the tournament, pre-tournament expectations were that GAM would be kind of power ranked above Furia. So they really have changed a lot of hearts and minds already due to that super close series with G2.
Completely. And we were talking about it coming into this cast. One of the big things that I think really stood out from GAM was just their limited objective control in the early game. We saw it from them throughout their split
Dobar dan. Iako nije dan, ali nema veze.
Ne, close enough. Čekaj da imamo samo...
This level of competition, that can be a massive detriment, because then you kind of always find yourself forced into these fights when you don't necessarily want to be. We'll see how things change up as we immediately jump
Ja sam ti dobro poslao.
Absolutely agree with you. It was interesting because even in the games where they were winning through bot lane, where they were ahead early, they weren't prioritizing those dragons. But as you say, that has been something that GAM has done quite a bit. They do like to play towards Kiaya. This guy, to me, he's really the standout player on the team right now. Levi and him are able to make those miracles happen in the later stages of the game.
Ja nikako da stignem da pecnem rematch.
Ja sam preko 30 sati odigrao već.
Ozbiljna priča, znači sad si doktor.
Da, jesam jako dobar. Šalim se, nisam pas je još uvijek problem i moram na odbrani malo da poradim.
Jel si dalje onako flikuje pas? Ono leti previše...
Da, ako zezneš, znaš kao, kad igraš puno, kao ja sada, navikneš se. Znaš, zato što se navikneš da manje više se pozicioniraš, da se pozicioniraš tako da ga samo gurneš miš na stranu, znaš kao. Da ne moraš da ga pomeraš ono kao nešto da ciljaš, nego samo kao pozicioniraš igrača tako da možeš samo da gurneš onako desno, levo. I onda je mnogo lakše, ali dešavalo mi se evo sad posljednjih 2 dana da se namestim i onda da opet bacim u suprotnu stranu. Ne znam, jednostavno to. Tako je.
Reci mi, jel čuješ ok feed?
Sve to. Paži. Da. Morat ću da uzmem da jedem.
Ja sad jedem na streamu.
Vidim da si skroz u mraku. Čekaj, mogu li ja da se umračim?
Vidi, ja ću možda paliti svetlo kasnije. Sad mi prija da budem u mlaku, imam lampice neke pozadi i to je to.
Ja ću onda, gde mi je onaj, moram Raletov tekst sa toalet papirom da odradim na kameru. Sad se vrati.
Čekaj, šta će ti?
Da jedem.
A ne, nemoj, ne, vidi. Jedi slobodno ti na kameri, osim ako ti ne glupuješ na kameri. On je to zbog cigare radio. Jer na YouTube-u ne sme cigara, jeli? I on je jeo na kameri, ja jedem. To je...
okej. Ja rekao, on je to tako da ne bi kao jeo.
Ne, nego zbog cigare, zašto na YouTube-u ne sme se puši. Ne bi bio flagovan stream i onda mi ne bi flagovali stream. Zašto čujem? Čuješ duplo? Ne, dobre.
Ne, ja čujem okej sve.
Ispod naših imena pišu imena trenera, to je zašto su mi treneri.
Da, moje Archie.
Ti si Archie, ja sam Think Card.
Čekaj, ovo Archie, onaj što je igrao za...
Da. I Think Card igra u NA-u, samo ne znam gdje.
Da, za njega znam, ali ne znam nego... Ja, znam kako se zove tim, ali ne znam. Ne mogu da se setim. Ništa da help svoje jelo, sad se vraćam.
Too, if you do want to play more heavily through side lanes, if you're going to play with some of these semi-globals, then Senna's prio can sometimes raise a fair bit.
Ko dobija ljudi?
We have actually seen a fair bit from Artemis. He's played it a number of times.
Mislim, dosta ljudi kaže Furija, ali ljudi, Furija igrala protiv G2-a, a GAM je mora da igra na BLG. Znači, ja mislim da je ovo 50-50, iskreno. Jer Furija je igrala protiv G2-a, to jest, G2-a koji stvarno je toliko dobar, a GAM igrao na, prenaloženi BLG. Mislim, nije ni blizu koliko je BLG bolji od G2-a. No, mislim, vidjet ćemo večeras. Ali ono.
I do think it would make sense. The rel's going to come through, so that does really fit the bill of what we're talking about, where they are.
Mada mi je Gigo pokupio simpatije. Lepo igra lik. Baš igra insane.
Trying to assassinate some of these targets.
I'm wondering if they're now thinking about a Zyra for the bot lane of GAM.
Mnogo lepo igra. Znači ja nisam znao ko je do danas, do juče. I brate vidi, prelomio je Bibija. Znači ubio ga je na topu.
Ne, baš je igrao dobro juče. Ja gledao sam juče s vama sve. Mislim, gledao sam stream. Da, u stvari da uključim LoL eSport za dropove. Moram da dobijem ikonice sve, da nije fair.
True.
Smolder, obviously very slow early game, but can assist with dive with the ultimate, in the later stages, of course. And so they are going to try to secure themselves some scaling here for IU, so they are going to grab that Smolder. It will be weaker early on, but the scaling obviously very, very powerful. As everyone knows, 225 stacks, you get the execute. But the ultimate can sometimes be overlooked as one of those dive tools. It is quite powerful.
So I will say that, like, looking at this, my immediate thought
baš mi je interesantno da timovi u partiju koju moraju da pobede pikuju težak komp za igranje. Vi ste pričali kao da je dobro, mislim ja se slažem. Samo što, znači ne volim da vidim tipa Ziggs ili Lija. Stvari, više ne volim da vidim Ziggsa samo. Mislim da samo uzmeš normalno gadi carry-a i igre.
Jest.
Mislim da je Ziggs baš ono... Ako nešto krene po zlu da... Ne možeš puno doći.
And both mid laners will likely look to try and roam and impact the map. And that roam presence is going to be crucial in this early game.
Absolutely is. If you get the push, you can make that first move, and sometimes that makes all the difference here.
Pa nisu nam još dodali stream na LoL eSportu. Inače možda gledaš i ovaj stream preko LoL eSporta, fun fact.
G2 fans here waiting for the next series, so we'll see if they can
to je goated.
Da, naš stream?
Da, isto je na LoL eSportu, samo ideš na YouTube pa na srpski.
To nisam znao.
Da, tako da ima dropova i kod nas.
Ima dropova i kod nas?
Da.
Okej.
Kaže Vuk, nisam vidio desnu kameru. Ljudi, ja zato što Levi igra, razumete, i onda ja podržavam njegovog Nocturna i ja sam onda upalio ulti u svojoj sobi. To je takva situacija. Ne znam, obe ove ekipe su mi simpatične, ali mislim da ne vidi, nije ni bitno, ono, BLG je toliko bolji da ne bi ni trebali da budu u play-inu. Koja god druga ekipa se kvalifikuje, svako mislim da nema šanse.
Interesantno je samo da je BLG zapravo bio dosta toplo mlako tokom čitave sezone. Čak i u play-off.
U Kini da.
Da, u Kini su bili dosta toplo mlako. Anyone's Legend je njih relativno lako dobio u finalu. Dropovali su kao jednu partiju, ali ove ostale tri nisu bile toliko blizu. Ono, mislim, ne znam da li si video, Tarzan igrao Zeda.
Da.
Šta je radio sa njim? Kako je lud lik?
This was a 2v3 kill that they were able to
pull off on early game, going so aggressive against the BLG bot lane. Ako je ovo taj BLG, onda ovi slabiji timovi nemaju što da kažu.
Jesi vidio pa vidio se što su Gamu uradili, ono je bilo... Vidi, ono je bilo teško za gledanje i da navijaš za BLG neprijatno ti je zbog Gama.
Da.
A Aju je grifovao previše. Furija je izgubila samo zbog botlane, mislim zbog AD carry-a. Utišat ću ja strane komentatora, nije frk. Evo utišama, ljudi moji, nema frke. Nego slušamo njih, to je poenta. Poenta je da gledamo zajedno stream engleski. Tako da, mogu ja da ih utišam ako su vam glasni.
Kako si ti Sajna, si odmorio? Danas nismo kasovali.
Pa jesam i nisam, mislim, rešavao sam, restovao sam raspored spavanja, da bi mogao da ostanem budan do 6-7 ujutru. Međutim, jutro sam imao nešto posla i danas sam toliko neispavan da ja ne znam šta ću, ono, u 3-4 već ima da krenem baš da kriziram. Jer baš nisam spavao ništa, ali imao sam neke obaveze koje sam morao riješim i onda...
Nešto iskusno, ono?
Pa da, nešto što baš...
Nemaš u detalje nego, ono, kao baš da je...
Da, nešto što baš nisam mogao da odložim na što je stvar i onda... Tako da eto, mislim, to sam sve završio, to je bitno. Sad što sam manje spavao, spavat ću večeras kad se završi MSI i to je to. Kamere spuštene, slobodno ljudi, kucite mi u chatu šta god, to ćete pojačate, smanjimo, spustimo, podignemo, pričiti. Mi smo tu da gledamo MSI zajedno, da gledamo, ne mogu kažem, ova serija možda ode na obe strane, ali sljedeća mislim da će biti bolno za G2.
Da, 3-0 za.
Do kad može večeras najdalje MSI? Do 7 ujutru. Mislim, nisu neke velike šanse, ali ono, ako bude 10 gameova do 7 ujutru.
Clearly an idea of where Levi would be, even though they didn't spot him.
The Scry's Bloom actually just spotting out the jungler there onto Levi, so Fury did get
Zamisli da smo u studiju.
Ma, riknuli bi studija, ba nema šanse. Nema šanse.
Dođem u 8. U 8 u BG-u. 7 ujutro se vratim kući, ono.
Da.
I onda sutradan opet. Baš je bilo ludo.
Baš nije play. Korak je, ne znam, brate, ja ću podignem, ja sljedeći game dižem 100 i hodam dok gledam MSI. Ja tako završam posao. Danas sam još i okej prošetao.
Ja inače jedem picu, Kusajna ne sme da je.
Video sam već, ali hvala što si skrenuo pažnje. Šalim se, to je okej.
Juče si spomenuo dok ste pričali ti rale. Evo sam rekao mora danas, pogotovo bio sam u fazonu kao moram.
On još manje sad trenutno sme da jede te stvari, tako da ja sam još i okej, ja mogu da provučem neki diskutabilan obrok.
Did go in for that justice punch, gets a decent trade, but Kiaya could not chase him down. No lane swaps.
Ali dobro, ja ću
ja imam jako malo kila, za razliku od vas. Obojica ste teži od mene i to dosta.
Pa dobro sad, nismo sad dosta, mislim.
Ja imam 70 kila.
Pa dobro, mi smo šta, 8-9 kila teži od tebe, nije to sad dosta, šta je to 8-9 kila.
Ja 75 u životu nisam vidio.
Dobro, to jeste malo.
Vidio sam 73, pre jedno 6 mjeseci.
Dobro, to je true. Tako da ti aktivno moraš da jedeš picu. Ti ne bi je sad jeo tu picu, nego moraš.
Da, moram.
Si faktički forsiran da jedeš, da, razumijem. Volao bi da imam tvoje probleme, iskreno, ali...
They do not want this Talia to be roaming bot, but Levi has snuck his way in, and here comes the
dive.
Yeah, has not been spotted.
Evo ga, lovac na Titane.
They will be looking for Ayu. There's the aggro pulled by Elio. They're on to Ayu, and Ayu is knocked down.
Boga mi, clean. A dolazi tu s ultom. Ubije Elija, dobije reset. Ništa, možda? Pa sad šarmiraš kad je gotov date.
Mislim da je trebao ult charm flash na Elija, čisto za garantuje kill.
Da.
Ne znam zašto nije.
Ajo najslabija karika. Da, Ajo je baš loš, ne znam, znači baš je kritičan. A i odeš, to leti dole, što ne leti desno u zid, igraš smoldera, čoveč. Ne, ovdje mogu Elija da rundowna samo sa force ultom, čak i da flasha preko prve stvari, da osigura će ga ubiti.
Yep, you can see them watching on there. Going to be very happy about how this game is starting out, but again, they were able to have really successful early games against BLG, so it's about how they can move this forward. And either team has looked for an early dragon. Yesterday in the series against BLG, that was critical. BLG was always stacking these early dragons, quickly pushing the game towards Soul. And if neither teams are going to go, they'll definitely be in for a slower pace.
Playable je ako ima free scale, ali mislim da su ove dve ekipe, ne verujem da će biti nešto pretjerano scale, iskreno. Dođe do itema, možda nosi kasnije, ali ne znam.
right now in this early game, things are looking favorable for GAM. Artemis really
Ali da
being
onaj
set up
tvoj, ja
for
sam
success.
Triver
The
build.
BF sword coming through for him means that this smaller being a full level down.
Sad je novo, juče Korki, šta je bila, Muramana, Shojin Black Cleaver, Overlord's Bloodmail build.
Odvratno, odvratno.
Da.
Whenever these plays are coming through from Levi, they're pathing are on opposite sides. The vision coverage in this early game
katastrofa.
continues to
Kako
be
ne
strong.
volim
They're
te
doing their
buildove
best
ni
to
malo.
track Emo on his roams, but
I meni fali crit, ono. Nema ni Sheen, nema Trinity, nema Infinity, nema ništa. Ne, Aju je, znači... Užasno igra.
Pričala je juče ova Emily. Čuo sam na kastu da su oni najmlađi valjda tim na MSI-u.
Moguće.
Furija.
I mean, the early games were the promising part from GAM that we saw yesterday. In Games 1 and Games 2, they were able to find these advantages, but Tatu wants to try and contest this Dragon. I don't think they can do this.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to get in there. Levi has the Q Smite charged. Those were the early games against BLG, so kept it close. Toots looking for the charm. Levi's able to avoid it. In comes the ultimate from Tatu. He flashes in on Artemis. Artemis does not have an ultimate of his own, but he's going to get him with the feather bolt. Pulls him up, trying to cut him out. Flashes to safety.
No, mora da igra agresivnije, ja.
And now Emo's in trouble as well. They claim the feat of warfare, but it is a couple kills grabbed back by Furia on the exit as they take down Emo and Artemis.
I mean, it starts being a 2-for-1. Ayu ends up getting a kill as well, so move gold into his back pocket, and Toots being set up for success as he's able to find a kill of his own. Furia being able to split apart GAM was really well done, as in this situation it looked like it was just going to be a dragon, quickly converted into another kill for GAM, but Furia navigated beautifully. We look back at this play now, we'll see that
Meni je problem sa Furijom u tome što nemaju nikakva maka.
and Toots finds a good angle in onto the back line. So now he's doing what
Igraju jako na ruke, ono kao fajtove i tako to.
He gets isolated. Emo flashes away to try and help him, but now GAM is split up. It ends up being a 2 versus 4, and there's little that GAM can do to escape from that situation. So Furia pick up 2 kills.
Yeah, at the very least, Levi able to throw a spear over the wall, gets Tatu down with that common spear, so they weren't able to
ja ti gama, baš loš.
GAM gets all 3 of those grubs, so
ali dobro, i dalje su ok. Ne znam, ja i dalje mislim da GAM cijel je bio solidan, BLG je samo predobra ekipa, znači ne možeš da igraš u njih. S druge strane, Furija, ajde specifično, Aju je bio užasan. Znači, stvari koje on radio u toj seriji nisu smjela se dogode. Da su Iole imali krštenog AD carry-a, Furija bi dobila juče. Tako da i dalje mislim da bi dao prednost ekipi GAM, jer mislim da bez pretrednog flame-a niko u ovom lobiju nije toliko loš kao Aju. Ima 60 creepova u 10 minuta.
Dobro, i Artemis ima.
Da, jeste, ali znaš šta je, mislim, dosta velika razlika. BLG je konstantno shutdownovao Artemisa. Aju je bukvalno se zaleteo i umro drugi put bez razloga. On sebe stavlja behind, njemu ne treba BLG da ga stavi behind. I switch. Lep ult.
They're gonna go for it. Toots is looking. They're gonna be able to go in with the ulti. I don't even know if it was even needed, but they get an easy kill in the 3v1. Kiaya at least kills the wave, so the tower won't be pushed. And Emo is going to get some pressure down in mid lane while he looks potentially towards a play on top.
Levi seemed indecisive as to whether he wanted to support. When the Rumble ultimate came out, I think the communication was, I'm fine.
Ono što je meni generalno drago u tome što GAM više ne ranuje tu regiju. Baš su i godinama ranovali, ono. Čak i kad su trebali i kad nisu trebali da pobeđuju u finalima.
To je true. Kad je Furley igrala LoL event? Nije. Furija je tek krenula kad je NA i LCS sad postao šta god, zaboravio sam kako se zovu. Eto. Tako da kad su to zamenili, onda je Furija bila u fazonu mi ulećemo.
A jao, kakav je ovo?
Avengers Assemble, da, Furija dobio ovo.
Gigo, vidi ga. Ma kako. A nema follow. Čekaj, tu si tu. Stiže. Klinuje Ari. 100%.
A jao, Artemis. Aj, o!
Ne, tu. A tu se nema ulti 5 sekundi.
Levi recall. Ne može recall. Aj, idi gore sada ne dobije dobar flash.
Jao, šte.
Forces the flash out of Emo, gets the kill onto Levi. It was GAM looking for the play.
Mislim, Rumble Blade na botu.
It ends up, I think it was a 3 for 3 at the end of that exchange.
Ja mislim da jeste isto 3 za 3 je bilo.
GAM recognized that they were in a 4 versus 5, as Kiaya was just left isolated on this bot side of the map, no TP available to get involved in the fight. But the idea here is that GAM want to try and get a quick kill, knowing that they can collapse first. But their target focus is a bit off, because while they engage...
Što GAM je engage-ovo bez... Mislim, znajući da ne mogu da budu 5-man top.
We're back into the action.
Like some skirmishing here happening around mid.
But I think the biggest problem for GAM was just that, the target selection. It felt like that every single member was focusing a different person, and so it bought a lot of time for Gigo to TP in and for Tuts to arrive from the mid lane into the top lane play.
Zaburio je bio problem što je Tuts došao, nije imao ulti. Ne znam kako nije imao ulti. Da li je realno da su tako brzo fajtali, da nije uspio na Nari da dobije ulti nazad? Da ima ulti na početku, on ih klinuje. Samo bih početili.
Claim them the feats of strength as well. And this next dragon that is up and available now, if GAM gets it, that's going to be the feats of strength for them too. So very close gold-wise. A lot of the advantage here for Furia is all on this Ahri. The Smolder very far behind at this point and is going to struggle potentially in these fights. Tuts though looking for a fight here.
Hoćemo da bude solo killovan, šta radi Emo? Dobro, prošli game je bio benchovan nakon prve partije, tako da...
And he finds impact in the side lane. Instead of pushing top, he quickly rotates towards mid. Looks like that his main goal is I want to be there for the team to help secure this dragon, but once they realize that GAM is in no position to contest, he moves back towards the top side of the map. Easy objective pickup for Furia. As we look back at this 1 versus 1. All the skills already used. Tuts is able to get past the
Pa dobro, ovo je bilo dosta straightforward.
Da. Jednostavno nije smeo da budem baš tako blizu.
Such a big kill, because not only is it a solo kill, not only is it extending your advantage, that is denying feats of strength, denying the possibility of that next dragon, because GAM couldn't actually fight it in that 4v5. They immediately just had to back up, give it off. And so now Furia is tied up as far as the dragons are concerned, and they have this massive Ahri.
Da, ako slučajno čuješ neke avione ili tako nešto, vidiš da sam pored otvorenog prozora.
Lagano, ne brini se ništa.
I gledam na bulevar, tako da. Kada krenu da prolaze, Boeing 747, bit će ludivo.
As Furia tried to fight this, but they were kind of just too late, and now Kiaya is looking here. The equalizer is going to land right down onto Tuts. He's got to get out of there. He's got to protect that bounty. Jojo, though, in a lot of trouble, and Kiaya coming in.
Nema protect, oni daju i njega.
All is here from GAM, and it's a 5v1. Tuts has got nowhere to go. Can he even get one back on Kiaya? He cannot. As Furia overforce at the Herald, they lose the fight.
Sad obrnuta situacija, sad ovi nisu mogli da rotiraju Galija, jer nije imao TP. Ovdje su dropovali game ceo. Izgubit će 2 kule zbog ovoga, ja mislim. Da, imaju demolish, ovo je kula. A neće da ostanu za kulu. Trebali bi da ostanu za kulu. Da, hoće, okej. I 3k golda.
Pa, ako uspije da ih ode na... neće.
Mislim da ovdje ili bijaš ili prodaš jednog čoveka.
Oni biju, sad će svi pomreti.
Artemis, ne, u šta bili kod da niko nije rutao?
Neće, nemoj damage. Tuts dolazi, ali nema ult.
Pa ima trola.
Ajaj.
I Shadow Smolderu.
Ali samo što ti kažeš, samo dropujte jednog igrača i bežite.
Da. Baš loše iskreno.
They recognized that the fight wasn't good before, so they said, you know what, let's try it again. They commit the TPs, Ahri's ultimate was just about to come off cooldown,
Lepo su cancelove ovaj knock-up od Elija. Se nije prošao je, svi dalje izgubili. Gle Kohler ovaj. Bukvalno nikog nije rutovao i radio je 0 damage-a. Na Juntal Zero, ja mislim.
Ljude ne znam šta rade. Tu znam treba da beže.
The Talia is going to fall, and with the arrival of IU, it's just a cleanup. And it's great for IU to be able to grab
the Rumble bot.
Shutdown, he gets double buffs. You know, the Smolder has been the one who has kind of been behind throughout this game, so getting that little injection of gold is going to help him catch up. He is still very low on stacks, though. We're at 18 minutes, he's at 140 stacks, so is going to be quite far off that 225.
Ja, ovo gledam dva onako low level boxera, razumeš, idu udarac za udarac samo. Gigo je...
grabs another kill. It is a bloodbath that he is 10 to 10 at 18 minutes.
18 minut 20 kilova, to jest.
Odličan game. Daj da gledamo da si bio. Nije zabavno, ali makar gledat.
Jo, jesi video vesti za Fnatic?
Aha.
Jesi srećan?
Da.
Biće dobar let sljedeće sezone, nema roga i nema ti humanoida.
A jesi video za SK? Koga su doveli na mid?
Ne, čekaj, koga?
Abedagu.
Dobro, bit će malo...
Najlošiji split imao ikada, sada u Americi.
I u fazonu su, on nam treba, da, pa dobro.
U fazonu, bukvalno nemaju para. Ja mislim da su oni htjeli nekog drugog top lanera, ali nisu imali para da ga kupe. Da otkupe ugovor njegov. Ja su doveli ovog Dunduna.
The Q poke becomes really difficult to deal with. It really can force engages from your opponents. That being said, the engages are pretty good when it is recon and flash stuns, so he will have to be pretty careful as you are very squishy on that smolder.
The biggest thing is that IU's actually taken over Artemis in experience.
Moja koza Pobi.
So far behind, he was a full level down. They've done a good job of getting him back into the game. And we'll get to see some of that late game prowess, as you rightly said, those stacks still quite a ways away.
Are hurting.
They certainly are. But in terms of itemization, at the very least, he's in a good spot. We turn our attention to the minimap once more. In terms of map control, GAM is in a great position because they are 4 towers up to 1. This means that they can push these waves in deeper. And with that mid control they have, they'll convert it into another dragon. Furia deciding to give this one away, as they know that they're not in the best position to fight right now. But as long as they continue to play around Tuts, he is their main win condition. We've talked about it a lot, about how this is a big pick for him.
Oh, Jojo going in here.
That
was, I think, his real
wow, oni su baš komitovali na njega.
Na Rakana od svih koji ima zaju možda još je preko 3 ekrana.
Was that hex flash or an actual flash? I'm not 100% sure, but it looked like it might have been his real one. As it's a pretty heavy commitment just for Ilio, and they do just trade his ult.
Yeah, I guess if they find that pick, they can consider turning it into an Arakan and maybe a bigger fight, but even then it's a scary thing to do.
Smolder ima 2 itema i 165 stakova, mislim. Nije slab lik, ni malo.
I dalje u stakovima je previše behind. 21. drugi minut treba da bude već 2-2-5.
A gledajući kakav mu je bio early game.
Dobro, da, mislim.
You want to keep track of exactly where your opponents are on the map so that you can maybe punish. Start off that Arakan when Furia couldn't respond, because right now Tadu's on the bot side of the map. They have the jungle on the top side, and that deep vision can be valuable in being able to find out that information.
Yeah, absolutely, Elio getting some wards over the wall, but Jojo going to reveal his position to clear this out. Average time to 225 in pro is 2250, so is going to be quite behind that mark if everything, you know, continues.
Što ta kasne za MSI? U Kanadi je, ljudi. Znači svaki put drugi turniri su u drugoj zemlji, to jest na drugom kontinentu, manje više. I sad je MSI u Kanadi, tako da njihova vremenska zona.
Ko dolazi umjesto humanoida Pobi iz SKT Akademije. To je T1 Akademije, ja stvarno izvem SKT. Koza, igrao s Recklessom prošle godine.
Ne, true, to je istina.
Dragon spawning in about 3 minutes and potentially the Baron in 3 minutes as well, but because there's nothing immediate on the map and neither team is super keen to force anything. I'm sure that Tatu would love to finish his second item. Gigo, same position.
Sad ćemo možemo svići odmah da vidimo. Samo napiši bilo šta u bilo kojoj sobi.
that I think both teams are currently playing for.
It is interesting to me that Gigo decided to go for the Riftmaker in this game. Obviously, it's very strong to get a little bit more damage out. It's good in the 1v1, but this means he's on Merchand's Hollow Radiance and he's going to be on Riftmaker. He'll have no armor whatsoever. And you look at the two most fed members on the other side, it's Levi and Artemis. They're pure physical, so Gigo may not be as tanky as he wants to.
Nisi još.
Fights, and we'll see if that's something that does.
Mislim da nemaš roli dalje.
Or if this extra damage that he's building for is going to be valuable.
I think that's also a big reason why Tatu wants to complete that next major item. Knockup comes through from Elliot.
Moramo čekamo mjere, mislim da odgovore. Da bi rešili.
Out these wards here as Furia staying in the area, realizing, you know what, this is risky. They could actually start this up, and there's 4 GAM members in the area here, so clearly could be looking for it. Yeah, really the only one showing, you know, on wave right now, and they do see.
Hala sam se utripovao, vidio sam ti kameru i bio sam u fazonu, što oni sad pokazuju publiku.
And now I think GAM are going to start it. They're saying, you know what, that's probably their last little tool to check easily. They are already on it here. Artemis has to be careful. He's not taking damage from that needlessly as Furia are wrapping around. They will be spotted now as they walk by the Baron Pip. This is getting incredibly low. And Emo's just going to try to block off Tatu.
Ovo je dobro za GAM, ali Rumble je daleko do duše.
Pa tu je flashovao preko zida. Oni su ih pustili da uđu na ataka. Ajoj. Ajoj.
Ok, Rumble ult. A front to back oni dobiju i dalje, ali da.
As it's actually GAM winning the fight, even though they lose the Otacon, can they chase for more?
What an odd exchange. GAM effectively leashing the Otacon for Furia. Because Kiaya chose to walk from mid lane rather than TP, GAM just didn't have the numbers. You'll notice that the Rumble so far away from the team, Furia can just walk towards GAM, force them away. They get the objective, but they overforce the fight. Ayu struggles to have impact outside of his ultimate because of a well-placed ulti from Kiaya. He can't get involved. Tuts also zoned away, which means that Gigo commits without any proper follow-up. That means that the front line just disappears from Furia, and while the objective was lost, GAM get themselves 2 kills.
Absolutely. I mean, that equalizer was so well placed from Kiaya, even though he was late, like you said. Yes, we see this a big engage from Jojo and Gigo, but everyone else
switch, nice.
Zoned out. They couldn't walk past the equalizer.
Sad vidiš, ja mislim sve.
A little bit unfortunate for GAM that they did lose the Otacon, so obviously
sutra se gleda 3. epizoda Squid Game sezone 3, tako da ako nisi prve 2 pogledao, taman catch up i do sutra.
Additional adaptive force as well. And so the game still goes on a very
šta sad? Furia vidi ništa. I ovako se završi kad ne vidiš. Dobro, ne baš na Galija možda, ali...
Tanky enough to survive for now and does have his teleport if he feels he needs to heal up.
Furia je u fazonu kao naši vieweri kada pogledaju na tvoju kameru.
Da, a bukvalno, ništa. Neke lampice.
This positioning is very awkward from GAM. It looks like that they were very committed to holding on to this mid wave. The Dragon is alive, and rather than start the objective...
A mislim, gled, Turbo Lay dobija Smolder sam, ali... Ali Ayu kako igra... Ne bi nekako stavio klikere na njega.
Yeah, GAM are just not really in position for this anymore. It feels like they're going to be having to give it up whether they want to or
ne, oni hoće da kontestuju. Levi pinguje.
Da.
Hoće da ultuje.
Ne vide kasteri njihovi.
Aj, joj.
GAM je samo ove baran za GAM ako...
Samo rasturio. Ovo je baran?
Nisam siguran. Raka ne može se vratiti, nema TP, da, to me malo brine. Rumble ima TP do duše.
Levi, Ayu, šta radi?
Sutra ćemo možda malo kasnije gledati još MSI 2, vidit ćemo još.
Ne, umre je tu svako. Možda čak i Ayu mrtav.
Does get 1 kill, but it's a 1-for-1 there in the exchange. They lost their jungler for the mid laner Tuts, and Ayu loses both of his summoners.
I will say, a bit of a missed opportunity there for GAM. I think they really could have looked to force that Baron. Instead, they wanted to try and punish Ayu in the mid lane. They do get all of his summoner spells, which will be very valuable in the upcoming fight. But when we take stock of the last fight, GAM's front to back is just melting through Furia. One of the things you highlighted earlier, Azael, was this lack of armor on Gigo, and I feel like we're seeing it in action. He is just getting destroyed by Optimus whenever he looks to play in that front to back
Smolder, ja
fight.
mislim da ne bi trebao da bude u prilici da može da toliko izduva vas, ali... Mislim, u jednom trenutku kad se nafiduje dovoljno Smolder, moće sam da
no. Then he just disappears, and while it looks like a promising fight, the reality is that it's just Artemis melting through everyone that's in his way, and
Aju ne smije da priđu fight. On priđe, njega Rumble melt.
I mean, Jojo keeps getting these multi-man engages, but they're not really in a position to actually follow up. This time, Gigo goes for the ultimate, immediately gets charmed up by Elio on the other side, couldn't even get it, and now it's going to be another engage here, and it's going to be a quick kill for Kiaya as they knock down Jojo over by the Baron. I think this could trigger them to just look for a start. So it is on the side, and he might have been spotted walking into this. There was a ward over the wall, and so now they are going to know that he was in that tri-brush. They clear out the ward, as Tatu is going to be fighting over on the other side to try to reclaim some vision in the jungle. The Baron is started here, and Emo's on a pretty good position here from the Talia, looking to start setting them off with the Weaver's Wall. This time the Weaver's Wall will come in between. Tatu cannot get in. The Baron going to be secured by GAM. It's actually claimed by Artemis.
Combination of the feathers and the smite was enough to secure the objective. GAM now
Možda mislio da ne može da flashuje i Talin zid i zidu
Mogu je.
Nije teo da proba.
Mogu je.
Gigo.
Dobra je bila epizoda, druga je baš bang.
Just not there in time over by the Baron. GAM played around the vision well, just kept pushing back Furia. And they couldn't find an angle to actually get in and look for a proper steal. Gigo, though, going to be spotted out with
dropuje 4-1 ovdje, nisi interesa 4-1. Ili forsiraš 5 na 5 fight zbog 4-1 kule.
Will force them to retreat. As Fury is going to have to just walk out.
Okay, well, my concern for GAM is that they've committed a lot of resources just to defend this mid tower. I think this late into the game, you can afford to lose it. But they really don't want to, and in fact, GAM are looking for a fight.
He's looking, he's going to flash forward, he's right in onto Tuts. Here comes the ultimate, they're trying to turn it around. Furia firing through, and they're going to grab the first kill. This time, Tatu takes down Elio. As Artemis is in trouble, the feathers fly. Can he actually get back? The feather pull not stopping much. Artemis forced to flash out of there as Emo now arrives. Furia just try again. And this time,
baš je fiesta od Gama, da. Ali GAM, mislim, gle Goldbeat. Iskreno, GAM malo po malo ga kroluje na gore.
They should be setting their sights on these tier 2s, but instead they're looking for a fight without their mid laner. He wasn't available. Emo had gone back to base. This was a 4v5 that they tried to force, and Furia's like, we will happily take this. Miraculously, 30 minutes in, the mid tower stays alive. So GAM have accomplished their objective of defending their structures.
Da, ali oni su uzeli Barona i potrošili su ga da brane svoju midku.
A 2-2 je u Zmajevima, čak nisu ni na sol poenu.
Then he goes into BT because now he's starting to have to deal with some of this smolder poke. It doesn't mean that his IE is going to be very late. His IE is going to be his last item of the game here, assuming it will be built up. On the other side, you can see Shield Bow just now got completed for IU, so he's going to be a lot more difficult to burst down. He's now crested 300 stacks, so that true damage burn is amping up throughout the game. And he is going to become a real threat. As much as the game has been about Tuts, at this stage, it starts to become a lot more about that smolder. You cannot allow this guy just be constantly getting that Q poke onto your team.
No, samo...
I very much agree. Like, the game has gone late enough, and I feel like GAM...
Ima ako ništa cleanse, ali on se tako pozicionira agresivno, konstantno, da je nehumano.
We're just fighting again.
Yeah, we are just gathering in mids. Remember that they still have double TP. They also have Emo's ulti. I love to see
Levi going in on a Gigo though. Nice. Shielded Rand going to be able to block that up.
Gigo jako lepo tamo inputovao. Kroz taj.
Ovo je dobar fight. Da, ovo je baš dobar fight za GAM, mislim.
Levi trying to finish one off. Jojo does fall. Tuts going to be in trouble now as Kiaya is going to have to go to the stasis. Tatu is running. Levi trying to chase after and 1v2. The top side here from Furia. But he is one low and will have to retrieve back. Tuts now looking. Nice dodge out there from Elio on the charm. Does avoid it and keeps himself alive. GAM get one kill and gain themselves access to this dragon.
Isto Drake sad 5 minuta chilla opet, ovo će biti baš spora serija.
Over and over again.
I mean, I don't think they get much value out of the Baron aside from removing it from the rift. They do get a winning team fight and they do convert it into a dragon. They now find themselves on Soul Point. But these teams are just grouping up and they are just fighting to the death. And I feel like that this will only favor IU as the game continues. Like as you are highlighting, the Smolder continues to stand, as long as he's able to get the damage down, the Smolder is going to be a real problem for GAM.
Do 7, šta ja rekao, mislim, ne baš, ali tehnički može da traje dotle, kao, želeli bismo da traje do 2.
Pa da, mislim da, tehničke pauze također mogu da produži, u čih je bilo malo. Ali da, u teoriji može traje do 7, pola 8. A najkraće što možda bude, ja mislim da je šta, pa da, tako. 2, 3. Dvojka, 2, pola 3, da, ajde pola 3 da kažeš, realno najkraće što može, jer i pauze između partija, intervju i sve to. I to malo uzima vremena.
Ne, samo ne do 7. Stvari, mislim, ja sam noćna ptica, ja sam često dugo budan, tako da nije mi nužno problem. Ali, mi smo već stariji ljudi, moramo da spavamo.
Tako je, da. Nije kao što je nekad bilo.
A nekad, sećam se, srednja škola, budan do 4, probudim se pola 8, lagan.
Sad spavaš 3 sata, ne možeš ustaniš.
Da, sad spavam 3 sata, kad se probudim ne znam gde sam.
Are playing very safe still. A lot of mobility available on both champions, also very defensive. Whereas Furia,
što GAM za 3 minute tak bije Drake.
I feel like they've been able to get a lot more, but then they're not really converting it into a huge number of objectives. They do sit on 2 dragons for now. Of course, they did punish the Adakan earlier, but this Baron is going to determine a lot. I think the death time.
Mare Caster.
To pretty much determine the outcome of game 1.
Absolutely agree, and I've got to
It
give
is
a lot
me.
of credit as well too.
It is I.
Who, you know, when Jojo and Gigo are finding these
Marinho.
they are actually
Ja sam mračni šajna trenutno.
you know, really making it difficult for them to find that follow up here. As we are posturing around the Baron, and that is one cue from Smolder.
RFC proc.
Losing a quarter of your health there is Artemis as that rapid fire really does become a problem.
Zašto sedim u mraku? Pa ne znam, prija mi nešto. Upalit ću svetlo u nekom trenutku, ali baš mi nešto prija da blejim u mraku trenutno.
Da, stani kad upali svetlo, onda ja gasim.
Ali nije toliko mračno u sobi koliko na kameri izgleda mračno, to je fora.
Sad su mi se oči malo navikle, sad da zapravo vidim ti lik.
Da, tu sam ja i dalje, nisam nigde otišao.
Evo, vidi. Oh my god, Aju ih je samo rasterio Smolder.
Gigo shuts him down, Kiaya trying to get the work done as Levi's going for Toots. He can't finish him off. Toots barely survives, and now we're into a 3v4. GAM looking for more.
Emo ih healuje.
The flick back, they do land the flick back onto Gigo. He's incredibly low. He's running for the hills here, but Tatu is there to save him. Gigo and Toots limp out of the fight with such low health bars, but they do survive.
No, predobar je. Ali mislim, sad već polako stižemo dotle da Smolder čak i da igra loše izneće game.
He's able to get a huge amount of damage down thanks to the ultimate. This engage from Jojo was fantastic. Clumping up 4 members, accused
da je Aju ostao živ.
Bukvalno još 2 sekunde, još 2 kuda je bacio.
Da.
Levi can't get the final hit onto Toots, resulting in a 2-for-1 exchange, but no objective gained.
Yeah, no objective gained, but it is just back and forth fights. You can see the stress on the coaches' faces, on the players' faces, as this one is really down to the wire. It's going to be one fight, one player that steps up in the moment that decides the game. It really is on a knife's edge here.
Ja ću zaspem 4. i budiš me kad krene druga serija otprilike.
Nije bolje da zaspiš onda na drugoj, znaš, pa da bar se naspavaš kako treba.
Ne, ja nisam u fazonu da bi da zaspem. Će samo da se dogodi ako ovako bude 4 partije. Nije što hoću da zaspem.
Does have the QSS he just purchased though, so that can help him somewhat. Doesn't obviously fix the missing flash, but can fill in for the cleanse.
Aju ima posljednji item, mene interesuje. Ne, on samo troluje svaki fight. Čekaj, ja su ga sad izvukli.
Ali dobri su da Kja ih je urnisao. Samo da pogodi harpu neki još tamo.
Neće će dođe. Tuc katovao wave, ne mogu da završi. Ali to je so. Ali Aju grifuje, positioning svaki fight.
Ja ti kažem, Aju je užasan. Baš je cijelu prošlu seriju igrao užasno. Će se bitnije nego što bi trebalo. To ti da si najjači lik na streamu. To je trenutno drugi najjači lik na streamu, to tako radi.
Able to immune that charm damage as they are overheating and they are bursting this one down. It is already down well below half. Jojo is on the way, but it's going to be too little. It's going to be too late. Very likely he goes and he steals it. Touch refuses to
Ja ne mogu da verujem. Ja ne mogu da verujem. Još je u fazonu kao lagano.
He's been making great plays all game. And he keeps Furia in it by finding another. The Baron will fall.
Ovih je bukvalno zadržalo u gameu.
Znači, grifuje svaki fight, Aju. Oni tamo ne sve da bude, ne znam šta radi uopšte.
Aju, kažem, baš je užasan. Pozicija mu je nikakva.
Tuc je bog igre ovaj game, znači, bez njega oni ne bili ovdje.
Ne, tako je juče bilo isto.
Kako je Levi promašio charm? Ne, charm, smite.
Bukvalno ne znam. Bukvalno nemam pojma.
So what happens is the Comet Spear comes through, the smite lands, the Comet Spear is supposed to finish it, but it was desynced. There was a tiny gap in which the Ahri was able to steal that away. That is insane. And as we come back to live, we just saw Emo have to use his Seeker's Arm Guard. He doesn't have a Zhonya, so that is now gone. As you can see, Artemis and Kiaya getting so much work done, but even though Ayu was focused down, he did the most damage on his team. You are really starting to see that smolder scaling. You get one Q that bounces through a lot of teams.
Exactly.
It is problematic. And worth noting, Artemis, he just bought a GA. So no Infinity Edge in the full build. So that is going to mean his DPS is a lot lower. But he is clearly just emphasizing survival. He is saying, you know what, if I don't get burst down, I don't need to maximize my DPS with the IE. I just need to be able to survive. Utilize the BT and the shield bow to do that.
Thank you for Leash indeed. We find ourselves 40 minutes in game one. We were expecting a back and forth, but I don't think we were quite expecting this. 36 kills in a 40-minute game.
It's a banger, Vedi.
The Baron still hasn't quite worn off. This is going to be an easy tower secured.
Ovo kako može da bude 3-0, tako može da bude i 3-2 komotno. I to i za jednu i za drugu stranu. Previše grešaka bukvalno dobe ekipe.
Ne, igraju ono skroz. Makro 0. Igramo da se bijemo svaki minut.
A game-ending push. They do force the flash there out of Emo. Remember, he already used the Seeker's Arm Guard, so he doesn't have that. Now he has no flash. Emo is going to be incredibly vulnerable here, unless he can actually finish his Zhonya.
400 stakova Smolder.
Strašno.
I'm excited for this next fight. We've seen so many great engages from both supports, I feel, in this game. And it's all
Ima QSS i Scimitar.
I feel like Ayu has definitely gotten the worst of it.
To jest QSS i Cleanse.
Yep.
But this Smolder is having a really tough time when it comes to survival. He doesn't have a huge amount of peel tools, and when you've got this Pantheon and the Rakan flying at your face, there is little that you can do.
He does have
Furija Južna Amerika.
And he has Cleanse and Flash now, so he's going to have all of his tools up and available.
Brazilci.
Artemis is even harder to take down. He's got Cleanse Flash, he's got GA, and he has his ultimate, of course, that's just going to give him a lot of survivability.
Ja, neko i dalje misija GAM ovo dobije, jer ne znam. Previše se stvari poklopilo za Furiju. I da mislim da je dobio ovaj game. I da dobio Furia partiju, mislim da GAM dobije seriju. Jer verovatno je Smolder najbolji pik za Ayo, pošto on grifa. Za Smolder možeš završi game, da, i ode mu stakovi. Pa mrtave, pa dole Tali i Rumble, nema gdje da beži.
Mogu je brzo on je da bacite još malo drži.
Je prodao Međe, jest?
Prodao Međe i kupio Lightning Joel.
Something that he was not expecting. The fact that GAM was moving through the river in the fog of war to actually threaten a collapse. They had a suspicion that he was there. And they successfully find the
Mislim, GAM su Vijetnamci, trebaš da znaš da će da igraju kroz džunglu, ono, mislim, to im je kuća druga.
Štekaju su rupicama nekim po džungli.
Sad će Tatu umreti ovdje.
Super video Drake-a, bar da postave vision ako ništa.
Čekaj, tako Smolder sa full build, možda može nositi.
Treba bi, ja mislim da je... Da, ovaj game bi trebao da ide u ruke Furije, ali mislim da GAM uzima seriju. Što više gledamo ovu partiju, više mislim da je to slučaj. Samo da GAM bencha Emo-a do kraja serije. Ili da mu daju Tristanu jedno ta dva.
Pa da igra kao Malfite da uleću u njih. Tactical iz NA-a, Malfit Tristana, threat. Da skaču u njih kao lud.
Isn't available yet.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a weird position, and this give again means Furia gets the inside track towards the objective. Elder's not one you want to try to fight for after the objective goes down, though. It is going to be terrifying if that does happen. GAM, though, trying to move in here. Levi's just going to send it. They're looking for Ayu. He flashes in. The cleanse comes out. Ayu trying to cut out. Elio flashing in.
A ne vredi, čekaj, živi Ayu i dalje.
Ali mislim da...
I onda ode u njih da umre, lik.
Oni su fajn, da on ima RFC prog za Q ovdje dobije triple. Ali ne smije priđe.
Ne smije da priđe.
I to je sol.
Ili ću umreti. Ako umre, gotovo je, izgubio.
On je mrtav je, pa nema šta, Rikole se na vardu.
Levi throws everything and the kitchen sink at this baby dragon, and he says that you will not survive this fight. Miraculously, Ayu does, but he was removed, which meant that he couldn't dish out the damage, he couldn't contribute, and Artemis was left free to dish out the damage needed with Kiaya at his side.
They have to find a way to actually kill these minions off, but I don't know if GAM's going to allow them to do it. It's up to Toots and it's up to Tatu. Toots trying to kite for his life here, but Tatu's down and
Oni su izgubili sa Smolderom u 45 minuta, ja ne mogu verujem. Ok, šalio sam se, 3-0 GAM.
Štet? Mislim, ne znam, ono, Tuc je zaslužio da pobedi, a... Ayu... Ayu treba da stoji u bušu, negde ovako, skroz na strani. Znači, ako su njegov tim na zmaju, on treba da bude na botu u bušu. Da niko ne može da skoči njega na početku fajta. I onda da se dogega do fajta, da fajte. U suprotnom liku samo umre.
I to koliko fajtova za redom da se dogodi ista stvar. Oni nemaju saba za njega. Oni nemaju kod igra umjesto njega.
Brzi telefonski poziv double hit. Brzinski.
Taman disbandovo nije airport.
Da. Mislim, ne može biti lošiji, za ne?
to talk about anything other than those final moments, but it's important to remember a little bit of how we got there.
BRTT. Čekaj, igrali BRTT dalje.
Ne, mislim da je on u penziji. Mislim da mi vratno streamuje negde.
Ma mogu i njega dovesti. Kontam da bi on bolje od ih.
They started with that kind of bot side dive. We were wondering where these junglers were going to go. The answer was actually down on the bot side to get Artemis ahead on this Xayah, which he ended up paying off a lot in team fights. So here is that initial dive from Levi coming down to the bot side and, you know, taking out this smolder early on.
GAM je skonto da im je bot lane, ono. Slaba karika i na početku ih odmah stavili behind.
And what is the most interesting to me is that if you look at many of these fights, it feels like Furia shouldn't have a chance. Yeah, that's obviously not how to
neironično, Aju je trebao da izbilduje umjesto čega god da je izbildao, treba izbilduje zonju, ja mislim.
It ended up starting so many of the fights.
Verovatno, da, mislim sad ništa, daju mu da igra Ashe. Sljedeći game predict on igra Ashe. I onda posle toga igra Sivir, verovatno. Jer mora da bude utility. A izgleda kao mršav, izgleda kao mršav Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
Da.
Ima.
Aju istukli IRL.
It is a credit to the tenacity of GAM, and when we take a look at the post-game breakdown powered by AWS, you can just see how back and forth this game was, how tense it was. And I think both teams, GAM can be happy to have a win, but both teams have a lot to take away from this game.
Kako je naše mišljenje o GAM protiv G2-a?
Da, mislim će legitimno biti napeto. Mislim da tu obe ekipe mogu da dobiju. G2 igrao lepo, ali ne bih rekao da su favoriti iako su iz winner bracketa.
Ja mislim da ja slažem. Čak me brine da bi GAM možda mogao da dobije.
Mislim da ne bi bilo čudno, da.
Than the GAM members, but he was just getting blown up so quickly, and that also happened whenever JoJo would kind of start these engages, right? Like Gigo would not be able to ult on top of him in time to get off that combo. Like Chronicler mentioned, they weren't able to
pali su svaki fight na istu foru.
The other thing that was really interesting is that
Kakav hairline.
A to je Ronaldo frizura.
Da, ali pogledaj gdje mu je hairline, pogledaj gdje su mu zali, pogledaj ovo, na celomu počinju. O meni ovdje oko.
Vidi, ti si isto cooked kao i Rale, juče smo pričali o tome. Imate mi se pridružite uskoro, da.
Ne znam, ako krene onda samo na ćelavo i bradu i...
To je to, znači.
Kako drugačije?
To je klasičan potez. Ćelava brada, teretana i to je to, nema šta.
Razmišljao sam dok još imam kose, da se napucam što više i onda da cosplayujem Tojija iz Jujutsu Kaisen. Če postanem zamalo sam rekao što ne smijem, da postanem ogroman.
Pa dobro, pazi, nije to...
Biće teško, ali ja mislim da je moguće.
Mislim, trenutno ti trka protiv kose više nego trka protiv godina, tako da ne znam šta ti kažem.
Mislim, trka je, moram da budemo ogroman, da. Pa to je to, vreme, godine, razumiješ, godine i kosa nestaju polako.
To ti kažem, to je nezgodno.
Your job is just really to kind of take the punch. Is that when we look ahead towards game 2 for Furia?
Godine idu gore, kosa ide dola.
True. Moram da nađem timer da možemo ko juče da znamo kad smo u draftu. Ako treba neka pauza, nešto da znaš slobodno, kad god. Ja ću samo da iskopam ako mogu timer.
Će biti brzo 3-0 ovdje serije. A prvi game je bio 45 minuta, gledaj. A može biti 3-0, ako su sva 3 gema 50 minuta, onda neće baš biti tako.
And in this game, they're also with that R5 smolder. Obviously, we're trying to lean into we can definitely win in late game, which I don't think they should have gone to, given
6,5 minuta sljedeći draft.
that GAM was able to got, but additionally, even when they did get there, I just don't feel like a full-on try and protect the AD carry composition with the tools that they have
Šta?
there.
10 tek, to ima još.
And I don't know if leaning into that is the right call. Maybe just fully commit to that early and
Da,
mid game.
pogaćamo na rutu
Their fights
karaktere.
earlier, I think, were
Posle,
consistently
pa ili odlučimo odigrati. Lodli na rutu
To nisam igrao, ne pamtim.
What does the selection of red side indicate maybe for what Furia are thinking about this coming game?
I'm thinking maybe an R5 top lane counter pick. Let's go. As we were kind of hinting at it, right? Like maybe put Gigo on carry, half top side. We talked about kind of Tatu's level of impact, which was not nearly as high as what Levi was able to get done for GAM. We might see it.
Get a good matchup for Tuts as well, especially after that game one. I think you really need to reward him for the play that he showed there. And it's funny because Gigo also had the counter pick, but the counter pick wasn't really about him. It was more so about the team comp plus the fact that it neutralizes the Rumble matchup. But I want to see that man with real carry potential because that was a large part of what made the series against G2 yesterday so competitive.
All eyes on the top lane seems to be the story here at the analyst desk. We'll see if it comes true in game 2. In the meantime, though, we're going to head to a quick break. When we return, can Furia fire back? Or will GAM move on to match point?
Lagana pauzica.
A ne može ovako. Previše. Možda i može. Da, to me je Rale jednom pitao kako mogu da imam, ovdje su mi ovako monitori.
Dobro.
Tu. I onda imam svetlo koje je ovdje ispred monitora. I onda zrači na dole. Mislim, ovako, ispred. On me je pitao kako mogu tako.
Pa dobro.
Bio kao, ne kontam u čemu je problem. Kao, mislim, tonu lampu imaš, najobičniju.
Pogotovo što ti nije pojačana, vidio sam kad si pojačana max, onda je bilo malo blještavo, ali mimo toga ovako izgleda je okej.
Ne, to je bukvalno samo kad je upalim. Znači, samo kad je upalim, ona kao bude jaka i onda se...
To je okej. Rising Above. Što je reklamiraju EVC na MSI-u, to je dosta interesantno.
Si video što je Riot pričao da će ipak biti kockarskih sponzora?
Iskreno sam se, baš sam pričao na streamu, ja mislim juče prekjuče i baš sam se razočarao u Riot i sve. Moram da priznam.
Da, slažem se, baš ne volim. Ja mislim ja ne znam koliko ti pratiš ostale sportove, da li uopšte pratiš, ali ja baš nisam i zbog toga ljubitelj. Mislim, kad vidim nekoga kao što je Jokić da promoviše...
Slažem se.
Bet, Meridian Bet, ne znam koji je ta dva.
Da, slažem se. Mislim da...
Znaš kao, imaš ugovor od 250 miliona dolara.
Da. Tu se slažem.
Koliko oni tebi plaćaju?
Tu se slažem, u nekom trenutku, pogotovo imaš, što kažeš, ne mogu pare da budu motivator kad ih toliko imaš. Mislim, očigledno mogu, ali jeste tužno malo, iskreno, slažem se totalno.
Mislim, da li ima neka, ajde sad ovako za tebe, da li ima neka suma novca za koju bi ti prihvatio da sponzora?
Ne, bukvalno ne, kocka ne, ima šanse. Kocka ne, mislim, ali isto ti je vidi kad kažeš neka suma novca, u jednom trenutku hitaš, life changing money, šta god to značilo, sve preko toga ti je isto. Šta kao, nećeš jednu jahtu, nego ćeš imati dve, ali... Znaš kao, u nekom trenutku je isto.
Znaš, recimo, ti imaš ono pitanje gde... Aj sad malo jako sad hipotetički, jel te, ali recimo da te neko pita, ok, za koliko bi, recimo da ti ja dam pišulj, ti upucao nekoga. Koja je suma novca i da li postoji suma novca za koju bi to ikad prihvatio?
Nećemo na TV-u o tome.
Da, ne na TV, znaš, nego samo kažem to je pitanje tog nivoa, kao da li postoji neka suma novca za koju bi ti prihvatio da kao sponzoriš Škotsku, jer kocka je dovela ljude, znaš, do tako
Da,
neke situacije, da su sebi ugrozili život i tako.
Slažem se, totalno se slažem. Nema, veliko je zlo, mislim, i kažem, baš je šteta. Razumem, s jedne strane razumem odluku u smislu da bi oni nastavili da rade, da bi e-sport nastavili da se razvija, trebaju im kockasije pare, ali to je više problem svijeta nego Riot. Kad smo stigli dotle da kao realno jedino što može da da te pare Gamba, to je baš, znaš ono, baš jedan lucky. Baš je... Bilo bi lepo da postoji još nešto što bi moglo da znaš, podrži dovoljno nešto kao što je e-sport.
Meni je stvar kod e-sporta, tome što ja njega gledam kao da je on reklama, marketing, znaš, za igru. I tebi marketing sam po sebi, reklama, će ti biti minus kako god da okreneš. Ali njen rezultat, baš sam pričao nešto sa jednom devojkom koja se bavi managementom, koja je bila u fazonu kao ti rezultat marketinga gledaš na drugačije načine. Znaš kao, ja sam bio u fazonu da slažem se s time i upravo to je po meni e-sport, da ti gubiš pare na e-sport, mislim, Riot 50 miliona ono je u minusu 2023. Vada bio za let. Kao, ali to je neki minus koji ti prihvatiš da jednostavno postoji zato što ti reklamiraš Ligu Legendi i zarađuješ pare kroz in-game iteme tako što ti ljudi koji su videli e-sport počnu da postanu igrači. E sad, ja ne znam koje su to cifre, mislim mi ne možemo znati da ne. Koliko igrača zapravo se konvertuje, to jest navijača se konvertuje u igrače.
Da, to je jako teško znati.
I mean, it felt like that every team fight was simply an opportunity to reset.
Ali dobro, ja, to je u stvari dosta interesantan način da gledaš na to, slažem se.
Znaš, jer Riot pričali su ono kao hoće da bude proizvod e-sport, ali ne znam, meni nekako nikad neće biti e-sport proizvod. Jer da bi bio proizvod ti moraš prodati e-sport negde, a nemaš dovoljno viewera koji bi recimo, kao što je NBA, što recimo NBA najveću sumu novca zarađuje kroz one TV, kroz TV i tako dalje, što prodaju prava za prikazivanje na televiziji. Gde je ono kao multimilijarderski ugovori. Ali NBA je proizvod i ti njega možeš prodati. Ja ne znam kako Riot može da proda i šta može da uradi sa e-sportom, League of Legends, Valorant, koji još drugi imaju, TFT, šta god. Kome ćeš ti to prodati?
Da, ne znam, mislim.
Jedino Saudijskoj, jedino Arapima i ono kao da imaš kockarski sponsor.
Da, to jest. Mislim, dobro, realno zato i Counter u neku ruku prolazi toliko dobro u smislu svega, jer se sve to snowballa. Tamo je dozvoljeno to i onda uzimaju puno pare i onda te pare mogu da vrte nazad u to da opet to bude veće, bolje, veći price pool i veće takmičenje, sve i...
Da, dobro, njima ide i u korist u tome što ih drži Valve. Aj, kako ćemo iskreni da budemo.
Sure, okej, da.
Kao, mislim, Valve zaradi od Steama. Kao, pa, malo je drugačije. Ali svakako da, slažem, potpuno ti za Countere.
Yep, we're going to be looking for the Annie Wukong. Will we just get the
Annie?
Ari obviously was played last time, so Vi's coming through. They may actually be the ones to take the Aurora. So interesting, the Aurora was covered on the other side. They're going to be the ones to grab it now. A lot of engage here for GAM. Clearly, that's the style that they want to play. The Pantheon was the go button so many times for Levi in that game number 1, even just ulting into the middle of the entire enemy team to get those fights started. Vi can obviously accomplish similar things. Oof. The Jax as an answer here, though, for Gigo. He was incredible yesterday in their series against Broken Blade. I felt like he was really showcasing how good he was, taking down Broken Blade in a bunch of different games. And the Jax is one of these things that, yes, you can outscale the Gwen, and it can become really difficult for the Gwen in the side lanes later on.
I think that this is a great choice. Gigo really impressed me yesterday. I think in the finals, he really stood out as well domestically. And just giving him an ability to carry, I think is just a better look for Fury. Not that he can't be a flexible player. We saw him have a good style performance yesterday. We know that he's more than happy to play the tanks, but putting him on the Jax, giving him a little bit more agency to be that backline threat. I'm excited to see how he's able to pull it off this time round. The Kalista and the Braum going to be the same bands that we saw in the previous game.
Nocturne perma van, TF perma van isto. Ne znam, ja stvarno mislim da Aju, kažem, daćemo Ash, daćemo Sivir, to je play. I nadaj se da će kroz utility biti dovoljno koristan I to je to.
Exactly. It feels like that it's... I mean, we've even seen the Ziggs. There's even possibility of things like Swain, Seraphine, depending on how creative you want to be. So I do not think that either of these teams are concerned about these bans coming through. Kalista Renata, not something that Fury want to have to deal with.
Čega se brinu?
Yeah, it is really interesting to see the Renata being that
Draven Renata? Is Draven Renata combo?
Oftentimes when you ban the Kalista, that is kind of like banning out the Renata, because that is the pairing that people really like to play with it. I do think Renata can be very effective against dive.
Da, mislim, I guess da ako hoće da idu full dive, da Renata je baš samo jaka.
In our region, it's kind of considered like a double ban.
I mean, Varus is the other Renata thing, but they also banned the Varus.
Yeah, exactly.
But clearly they just say, we don't like Renata.
We don't like your pairings, and we don't like you either.
Exactly. Alistar going to be taken away. Interesting that GAM have done this twice in a row now, really limiting the engaged supports. Corki Leona now looking like a big pickup for Furia. Kaiser Nautilus could very well just be the response from GAM.
Luciano
being the hover, though, I do quite like the Lucian locking, not only because it would deny IU a big comfort pick for him, but also just because it gives you
mislim da je Kaiser Nautilus bolje.
Sort of mid-game power spike that GAM have started to develop with their composition with both the Vi and the Aurora. Right now they're just flexing through all the different available ADs. It looks like they're going to lock in with the Jhin, giving them a little bit more range and a little bit more safety from that back line.
Yeah, both Jhin and Kaisa, I think, kind of facilitate dives in different ways. I mean, obviously Kaisa becomes part of the dive, whereas Jhin is just kind of creating chaos.
I Korki će ići na onaj glupi build, ali...
Everyone is piling in to really make it difficult for you. Again, really...
Čekaj, neće Aju igrati Korkija? Hoće. Ovo ne može da igra Korkija. To neće raditi. Ovo bukvalno je samo game ako igra Korkija. Ne može čovjeku koji toliko loše igra I toliko je van pozicijama daš da igra heroja koji je u stvari turbo jako je lako uhvatiti Korkija malo van pozicije.
IU is going to have his work cut out for him because there's no enchanter, there's not a lot of peel, there is counter engage, but it feels like GAM's going to have their eyes on him in every fight.
It's funny because, I mean, we've been playing League a long time, right, Azel? And
that's true.
And when I see Aurora, to me, she's the modern day version of Annie. They both just kind of drop their spells once they're
done. They both have red hair.
Yeah, they both have red hair. And the whole idea is just you drop the combo and then you kind of just, you don't really have that much impact in the fight. That's not to say that you still can't do damage, of course, but your whole purpose is to just do that giant burst of damage, ideally on a crucial target, and then someone can either finish it off or you are doing that damage to finish someone off.
Samo što Aurora I Annie nisu ni blizu slične, osim tog inicijalnog bursta.
Also, the thing is, the reason why I call Aurora the modern day is she can stealth, she can move around, she can flank, whereas Annie's just got little shields that reflect stuff, you know?
I press my E and walk quickly towards you.
Now, the one thing I will say about Annie, though, is her passive.
Ne znam zašto banaju Kalisti Renatu, nisam siguran. Ili po meni je, mislim ako ćeš banuj Kalistu, a Renatu možeš upariti sa Ashe. Svako.
To je true. Vidim iskinove sa lepo pozadi.
Into Gwen on the side lanes, and I do give that small advantage to the Jax just because of how the laning phase and the potential scaling. And so on paper, I am leaning towards Furia's composition, but in the fights, Levi's demonstrated to me that there is nothing that man is afraid of. Because if his goal is, I will lock down the AD carry, he will go through
locked down.
Whether his team is behind him or not is another debate.
Good.
Oh,
we've reconnected.
We're good.
Level 11 feast fight.
Never has issues.
Never.
Never. If it does, it's all in your mind.
Gigo establishing his authority.
Yeah, definitely asserting dominance there. Gets the bone plating off. As that can be relevant. You know, the bone plating won't be on cooldown. You know, will be on cooldown as that lane does start out. But I tend to agree with you. And Furia definitely has the ease of execution on their side. Great pick tools for GAM. But the counter engage is very, very powerful from Furia. So it's, you know, if GAM is diving in and full sending it onto IU, well, yes, you might
ja svaki put kad vidim Vaj, meni to bude jako strašno.
Because you're diving into Tibbers, you're diving into Cyclone, you're diving into a counter strike.
Pogotovo ovako u timove koji nemaju baš najbolji makro i koordinaciju.
Regardless of what things look like on paper, I think the reality is that both compositions are set up to fight. And we couldn't really ask for anything else.
Both teams too.
Yes. So, in game 1, we saw Artemis and Elio get the better of Furia's bot lane. Not only did they kill them in the 2 versus 2, they set up beautifully for an early dive, which they executed on flawlessly. We see junglers now taking opposite paths to their game 1 decision making, with Tattoo starting on his top side, towards
Level 1 Jax, Gigo zna da je jači.
Already getting some nice trades.
Ali dobro, da nije našao ovaj zadnji kug, Gigo je hard dobio. Kja ako dobije dvojku, ovdje možeš prvo ga ubije. Daj, vrati nam kameru gore, šta gledamo.
Da, vrati nam na top, please. Kakav je observer.
Elio clearly respecting that, Will's just going to stand back and accept the wave at their tower.
And they're going to have to play safe because Levi will be
znao.
pathing away from them. Emo is going to get some information now on Tartu, recognize that, hey, jungler is here. And that means that he's going to be
Bili ti radio kao observer sajna?
So the risk of a dive
Što da ne?
something that Artemis and Elio will have to try.
Iskreno što da ne.
And even the risk of the bounce, right? Because the wave got pushed into their tower, so it's going to bounce and push towards
Ja se pitam koliko je, mislim, koliko je teško biti observer kao.
Nije, mislim da ako se razumeš u LoL, mislim da nije... Mislim da nije uopšte iskreno.
But is not up, and Gigo's just going to have to go back to base very early on here on only 9 CS. He's not going to have too much of a buy. It's a glowing moat and a health potion, and I feel like glowing moat has got to be the saddest buy in the entire game. Like when I go back to base, I'm like, really? That's what I have to buy? It is, it's tough.
It certainly is. I mean, the good news for him is that he doesn't have to expend the teleport. Because the wave was already stacked towards him, he will likely lose a few minions underneath the tower, but
strašan
he's going to have a nice juicy wave to catch, and he's going to have that TP
čempova s najvećim range na vidu.
Oh, he does miss the cannon, so never mind, it's disaster.
Yeah,
everything I just said is completely redundant. His lane is over.
Ask if they can remake it null tag.
Of course, I do exaggerate, but in terms of the early laning phase, good advantage gained for Kiaya in the 1 versus 1. Bit of information gained by Tartu to recognize that the Raptors are gone. On the bot side of the map as well. Considering how much pressure it felt like Artemis was under in the early laning phase, he's doing a good job in the farm department.
And I've got to say, Furia's early warding, they are very aggressive at tracking through the river. Both last game and this game. I mean, look at all those wards. It's just kind of this whole line along that bottom river. Elio again, equal to the challenge there, just buffering his hook, and as soon as the Zenith Blade comes out, he throws out the hook, so it kind of interrupts the travel time there, procs his aftershock, and that is a key
part. Će biti spora partija opet. Mislim da ova kao oprema serija cijela će biti samo giga usporena.
Da, baš im je early game. Onako. Prošli put su bar imali priliku da dive-uju, ono na početku.
Da, tukli su.
Pa je, da. A ovdje će sad ni deluje kao da su baš ono sporili.
Jacksov recall. Tužan moment. Se vratiš nazad, kupiš glowing moat. Smoriš se živ.
Čak razmišljam da bi iskreno ikad to uradio. Čak imam osjećaj da je možda bolje da uzmeš samo refillable potion i da se vratiš na lane.
We had high expectations of today quite bluntly, and Kiaya, I will say, I think has gotten the better of him so far in this series. Of course, we are on a
Pa, gledaj, Kiaya je ono solo killovao Bina, tako da ne znam zašto ne mogu solo killovati Giga.
Was excellent on the
to je istina, to je istina.
On another one of the picks he is really well known for. Yes, I do think the Jax, it is a good matchup for him, and I do think he outscales, but not if you fall too far behind. And also, when you're taking in consideration the Conqueror over for Kiaya, that is going to scale a lot better than the Grass does in these 1v1s. But Tatu, early Dragon here, going to be grabbed up by Furia. Looks like Levi, of course, is on that top side, not going to be contesting this whatsoever.
Good awareness, that one ward you'll see on the top side. Spotting him out gives them all the information that they need to secure this objective. Looks like we're not going to see a swap.
Šta je to culto mili kripove, jest? O, ima kill. Pa dobro, sad je problem. Sad je problem, da.
Their main goal was to get Gigo out of this matchup because he has been struggling, and Levi was not expecting it. He wasn't prepared for the support in Jojo to be there and to punish them.
Destiny?
Onda bi bilo okej, da.
Really well played by Jojo, also
kakva fora.
Kakav pošalica.
Da.
A mislim da su trebali, ne znam, da tajmuju Vajku sa Gwen ultom, ja mislim. Tipa Gwen je mogla baci 1-2 ulta u wave, kao da se pretvara da šavuje. I onda kada Vaj pogodi Q da kombinuje ult sa Vaj Q da probaju tako da urade nešto.
Gle, ako ja budem banovan na streamu, onda će Sajna morati da radi sve sam.
To je istina, to je istina. Ja se onda ne bi zabavio previše. Šta ćete ako zaspi? Ima istina, ima istina.
Sajna zaspi, ono, 1000 viewera.
Budite me donacijama, znaš.
Za svaki dolar je 10 minuta sna duže.
The lane assignments are a bit confusing to me. I would imagine that Emo's been sent bot because his TP is going to be up sooner. But to have Kiaya continue to play in this 1 versus 2, I feel like just goes against his best interests. Even if he's not really at risk of being killed.
I guess it's just all about grubs, right? They want to keep him on top side because he has no TP, and they really want to fight for grubs. So GAM are going to move their bot lane towards mid, have the duo there, send Emo down towards bot, and they are going to look for a pick now. Tatu could be in some trouble. Pops the Cyclone, uses the clone to build some space.
Ultima flash.
Towards Jojo and Ayu, and in comes Toots.
Levi's
on the wrong side of town here. The Jin going to open up to try to assist him, but there's nowhere for Levi to go. He can delay, but I'm not even sure that's beneficial for him as Gigo is just pushing through bot lane.
Nije beneficial da delay, ali je beneficial da ih izvuče što dalje od tier 1 kula pa da probaju nešto nađu na mapi.
Čak bi možda imali dovoljno vremena da urade i... imaće svakako dovoljno vremena da urade grabove.
He believes that there's not really a way out for him because Toots is collapsing from the mid lane, and so he thinks that if he moves into the jungle, he can buy some time.
Jako lep dodge. I još izbitao TP sa time.
Grub's not going to be started off as a TP now comes through from Emo.
They clearly do not want to give this up. You know, Emo and Kiaya already on this.
Mislim, Gigo je došetao ovde.
Could have a fight. Ayu though split quite a bit from the team. As you can see, Gigo had a great day one. The hook now from Elio coming in here onto Jojo. Jojo looking for the engage. The ultimate does not connect onto Emo. Levi dueling against Ayu on the top side, but he's losing out on that one. Levi's going to be knocked down.
Oh my god.
GAM try to force their hand, but it's not a good fight for them. They lose Kiaya and Levi.
Things are just quickly falling apart for GAM. A lot of the fights that they're trying to take just don't make any sense, and Furia is more than happy to punish them. A fight that they tried to force around the grubs. At the very least, they get one. But Furia still very happy with the outcome. Now a 2K goal lead, and we're just cresting 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's definitely looking tough as Gigo getting very aggressive here, getting him very low. The cooldown's going to be going back up for the dive. Goes between worlds, trying to bounce back and forth. Nicely played there by Emo. Disrupts the damage coming through from Jax as he looked for the leaf strike there right as he teleported back to the other side of his ult.
So we look back at this play.
Ne, moraju jednom da budu kažnjeni zato što hoće sve da kontestuju ovi iz Gama. I nekad moraš da pustiš nešto.
Jest.
There's not really much of a fight. GAM is just immediately on the retreat. So the fact that it's very easily played by Fury. Remember that Leona ultimate completely whiffed. They didn't even need it to secure those 2 kills. So they get 2 grubs, they got 2 kills, and they're sitting in a very comfortable spot. Dragon spawning in 15 seconds. The bot lane has now moved, well, they've moved the Corki into mid lane so that he can contest the wave, and they've now got the Leona covering for the Annie in the bot side of the map. So they're nicely set up for the Dragon spawning, well, right now.
And Levi is definitely in a tough spot now. 0, 3, and 0 to start this one out. Has been put quite a bit behind. You can see the Triforce going to be done very soon for Tatu.
Što je on 0-3-0 vibe, baciš ulti, dok god nokapuješ nekoga, uradio si posao.
To je istina.
Mislim kao super je ako možeš dodatno neki damage da uradiš, ali...
To mu je rol, nije carry ovaj game.
Bukvalno mogu da izbudu unending despair i ide full tank i to je to kao.
He does have a decent amount of gold still.
Ne, ali Aju ne builduje taj build. Nije Trinity Force. Ne, Aju je, može da ide šta god hoće, ide u grob. Pobegao je.
Is able to just bounce back over the wall. He uses the flash as well.
So nice advantage gain. Getting the flash out from the enemy AD carry is always a nice thing to have. Means that any repeat plays means that he's very susceptible. Kiaya now facing Gigo once again means that he's back in the matchup that he was winning earlier on. But Gigo, he's gotten himself a kill. He has a lot of experience. I mean, it was Gigo that ended up finding that kill onto Kiaya.
Kakvi su ovo komentari?
He's got to be feeling more confident as Jojo's just here to offer that extra bit of assistance. Plates being secured on the bot side of the map as the lane assignments. I mean, Aurora is hovering around mid. The Jhin is rotated from bot
Ja sam ljudi u mraku trenutno i meni je jako lepo. Ne, što je najveće, u stvari verovatno razlog zašto mi toliko prije, što uopšte nisam spavao ništa sinoć. I onda mi sad prije da mi je mračnija soba. Prije mi za oči da ima manje svetla u sobi. Ja obično sam taj koji voli da sam u svetla, jer znaš ono kao štetiti i očima kada je kao mrak u sobi, gledaš u monitor i sve to. Generalno nije dobro. Ali, ono, šteti mi mozgu da spavam 3 sata, pa spavam 3 sata tako da šta da radimo. Pošto šetam u mraku kako je krenulo.
Bar neće zaspati.
Neću, neću, nego sad sam u dilemi, imam nekoliko opcija, ne znam u kom redosledu da to obavim večera, znači monster, proteinski sutlijaš i ručak. Znači, onda moram da vidim i onda moram da hodam, mislim ne moram, ali kao hodaću. Tako da sad je samo pitanje kako je to da raspodelim tokom noći.
Ručak.
Pa da, jeo sam jednom danas, tako da...
Zapravo isto.
Faktički drugi obrok.
Jeo sam oko 2 sam jeo, ne, pola 3.
Da.
I sad eto sam uzeo ono kao picu poručio i... U stvari prije toga sam pojeo neku užinicu između ta dva. Uzeo sam onaj shake, onaj jedan proteinski bananu. I to me je držalo tamo dok mi nije došla pizza i sad kad ovo pojedem do kraja, ostalo sam još 2 parčeta. Taman cijelu pizzu pojedem. Moraju da ga završi brzo. Žiju, čovjek se pomerio nije.
Ne može se mrda, da.
With that Jhin W to lock him down, and in comes the response teleport from Tut, so it's just going to be the lost teleport for that tower and the kill. And now Cyclone going to be popped there by Tatu as he's going in. It's him and Ayu against the world right now, but Elio is quite low. Artemis taking a lot of damage as he tries to retreat. Jojo looking, forces the flash out of Emo.
Ne, ironično da ga je Emo pustio da ga pogodi, Jojo umro bi, Leona.
Boom! Any burst? Any burst?
0 damage.
0 damage.
Šta builduje Tut? Maligne? Pretpostavljam.
Yes,
ja mislim. Mislim da je Ludens iz onog alternatora ide.
Zašto Artemis igra ovaj skin? To nisam prokomentarisao.
Koji je to?
Hainun džin. Prvi džinov skin nikada.
Ima ovaj mađarsku kromu. Viš da je zelenca.
Fair, fair.
To podržava našu mađarsku braću. Ali. Šta mi fajtamo ovdje bez ultija, leba vam. Lele.
Ovo Furija dobija harda.
Imaju sreće što su jači. Ovo mogu bude tako loše po njih.
Oni ne igraju. Pa dobro, daj givu carry-a, u stvari će da igra.
Da.
Zamisli, sa carry-ima nosi, ko bi rekao?
Evo, da je Gigo.
Gigo's aggression gives one back, but it was still 4 kills in favor of Furia. The fights are just so one-sided. It feels like that the front line of GAM is just too
Ovo je
squishy.
impliciter što svetli stvar ambijent cirkanja ispred trafike. Ne ironično. Potpuno isti istina.
To je u stvari 10 komentar.
Da, jako dobro.
10 komentar sam posto. Što jes. Sjedimo ispred trafike i pričamo kako bi mi bolje igrali.
And there's just no one in position to even follow up there. You know, Levi was trying to go for a sneaky flank, but then he ran into him, so he kind of had to really go early.
Sigurno vidi.
He gets the Q on Ayu, but he has no ult available. No one's in position to even hit him. He got not even 300 damage done.
Ayu se čovjek naljutio, ono, čuo te da ga prozivaš, kao bio uz ono, mene će ovaj sajna.
Sad ću ja da mu pokažem. Sad ću ja njemu da pokažem.
Gledaj, mogo je da krene, znaš, sa ovim španskim prozivkama, znaš. Da ti baca sve one ružne reči kad ustane i kao počne da ti govori maš ti rukama.
Dobar je on. Si kao lik, siguran sam.
Sećaš se na Worldsu kad su igrali jer Loud protiv Fanatika. Kad su igrali Loud protiv... Aj kad su
a big surge in gold as they steal the dragon, get the objective bounty, and get another shutdown, but it is going to cost them the tier 2
surge in gold, 5000 golda gube 18 minuta, njima ne treba surge in gold, njima treba... Ne znam.
Pa, mislim da je bilo 6000 pre nego što je umro.
Da, ali...
Da su dobili bounty na zmaju.
And I think this is a demonstration of Furia just spreading their resources a little too thin. They had good control over the bot side of the map. They needed another member. I mean, at least
ne, mislim, Furia je odradila kako treba. Imali su 2 na zmaju, bili su 2 na topu, samo što je GAM rekao, ono, kao mi nećemo da defamo top i dali im full ono top lane. Mislim da je skroz bila korektna odluka za GAM. Ajde, goodbye.
Opet se pomerio, nije?
Da, Stravić. Da, teo sam te, sveća se kada je onaj AD Carry iz Louda došao onako flexovao kao bot gap protiv Fanatika na Worldsu.
I treba.
Bili ih u 2 na 2 i flexve.
Treba. Hvala.
Herald's going to be dropped on the bot tier 2 tower.
Here comes the engage. The stun does land. Emo goes between worlds and does try to kite back. Elio trying to make something happen here as in comes Kiaya. Can Kiaya get to the back line? He's trying to knock down to us. He's going to flash over the wall to follow.
Ne, kažem, mislim da trebaju da beže, ali...
not dying. He's low, but is he low enough? He's looking for it. Can't find the fall.
Neće ni to naći.
As Emo's going to get knocked down by...
Dobro, 1-1 je fajn. To je pobjeda za GAM, ako gledaš, u smislu
Ali nije bilo 1-1.
Ne, nije bilo 1-1, da sam ja zabao. Koga sam ja registrovao da je umro, ko nije umro.
To sebi govore ovi navijači Gama sad, kao dobro 1-1.
Dobro te, dobro te, dobro te.
2 to 11 is the scoreline. 2.5 minutes until the next dragon spawns. But you can see that GAM's base is just in pieces.
Ne, sad ćemo vidjeti kakav im je makro. Lako je uzeti sve ove ture. Ja, avioni proleću ovdje pa me prekidaju.
Lagano, ništa se ne brni. A mislim, šta imaju? Imaju Atakana u... mislim da GAM samo ne kontesta ovo. Vidjeli su TP. Ja ne znam što se Gwen se rotira, on već se bio ovdje. Sa 7k golda, deficit 20 minuta, ti team fighters za Atakan, izgubit ćeš game ovdje. Dobro, možda mogu Jojo da šotaju. Ne, to, okej, ništa.
Oni su u fazonu i gubimo game svakako, ajde da se fightamo samo.
Mislim, nije play da igraš na fairku kad je protivnik jači.
Furia walk out, losing a flash, but gaining the Otacon.
I think they made a wise choice.
Ne, oni su pošteni, oni kao, znači, zovute na fairku, kao ne vezi, ja sam slabiji, ali... Nisam kukavica. Mogu poštovati, imam respekta za to bar.
Si super stvar imaš, ti imaju... Što bar imaju jednog zmaja.
Samo se jednom njih 10 pojavilo. A Gigo nema mane. A Gigo je živ, Gigo je samo Giga!
Crushing the fight. They can't even get Gigo. Furia were so ready for that play coming out of GAM.
It's an ace for Furia. The collapse was quick. GAM responding to the ingression just ends up being disastrous. Furia gets so much off the back of that play, so much gold injected. Tut starts off the play.
Ja sam ispod klime, meni pirka klima.
A da. Ja sam samo natural bio moj.
Ok, fair, ja nisam, šta?
Molim?
Šalim se, šala mala, naravno. Eto, njemu lepo vidi, on se zabavlja.
Njemu super.
Ajmo ekstra.
Da, kako hoće da ustane? Jo, znači, tačno vidiš da hoće da ustane, da ih isproziva. A, bi to teo da urade, ajde, nemojte se bojati. Dajte im da se prozivaju na stage.
Vole malo da džuskaju oni. To je činjenica. Vole malo da džuskaju, da se, da... Ne bijem, nego kao tako vole, ono, ne znam. Respekta, meni je to fan, iskreno. Ja mislim da... Što više igrači to rade, zanimljiviji su za gledanje, tako da...
Ali to je bukvalno, slažem skroz, znači to je fora, mislim, to je bukvalno... Ok, ovaj čovjek hoće da ga one-shotuje i skoro je to uradio sa malignim Liantrisom. Će umreti zato.
Are going to get knocked down as Furia crack the base open. Only 24 minutes in. They're pushing in the waves. They're pushing up the mid lane. They want to look for a second inhib already.
Trebaju da izvuku ono što su radili u LPL-u, gdje kao kada se bore vada za side selection, pa idu 1 na 1, kao rade. Ali 1 na 1 ne u ligi, nego uživo. Znači, fist fight. I onda da vidimo ko je zapravo najjači. Pošalju Bina i ne znam, nekog još. Koga bi izvukli iz G2-a? Bin i...
Iz G2-a?
I guess, bro. Iz G2-a, da, pošto sad bili BLG protiv G2-a i sljedeća serija.
Da, ne ramišljam, što je najgore, malo je problem. Kapiram, a ne može Bibi, on Bibi je 1,50 m i 50 kg, vidi.
Da.
Nije play. Nema, Čedovi više ne igraju, Broxa ne igra.
Nako nije na MSI-u.
Da, nije na MSI-u. Ne znam, možda...
Han sama je Kepo pitao.
Da, ne, možda je Ljoja, eventualno. Mislim kao to što ima Evropa najbolje da ponudi.
Možda. A Mirvin da tankuje. Može Mirvin je fora.
Izlazite, tankuje Mirvin, kaže.
Možda ti tu može nešto da prokljuvi, pa pošalje trojicu. 3-1 kao, što kaže u chatu. Han sama kapsi, Labrovnik, trojica nabina. Možda dobije.
Furia going to secure this objective, and then they can just turn their attention to top lane. They've just come off the back of a reset. I don't think they necessarily have to base right now if they don't want to. They can just keep up with the aggression. The TP should be available, but all right, they'll play it safe. They'll likely concede the bot tower, and objective bounty will go the way of GAM, but with the goal difference like this, really you're just thinking about game 3. This will likely equalize the series. Return from a best of 5 to a best of 3, both sides have shown their strengths, their weaknesses. And it's going to be interesting because the pool will continue to be more limited.
11.000 gold do 26 minuta.
Absolutely, and we've seen especially, well really from both sides, but I think especially from GAM, the emphasis that they have on finding all of these hard engage tools, you know, ability to start the fight from multiple lanes, you know, constantly want to be able to have that aggression. And there's only so many champions, you know, at the top level that are really excelling at doing that, so it's going to be interesting to see where they go in this next game as Furia now closing the trap here onto GAM, trying to look for those final moments of the fight. It's going to be Elio looking for the engage here on Ayu, but Ayu is not bothered by it whatsoever. He just backs up, and now Tatu is going to try to go for an engage of his own, but he's taking up the tower. Tatu pops the Cyclone, trying to make it happen here. Has to flash over the wall, goes between worlds, and is going to be able to get the kill. As Emo secures him on the other side, but now Gigo has arrived, and he's big man on going in.
Previše su behind.
Knocking down 2, looking for more as GAM retreat to the fountain. Furia will make no doubt about this one. Game 1 was back and forth. It was close.
Previše su behind bili da igriju. Dobro, 1-1, okej.
And it was all Furia.
The thumbs up comes through from Tatu as it was a one-sided affair. They should feel good and confident after a game like that. Game 1 was a brawl, a back and forth battle that really went down to the
Furia mogla biti 2-0
But in
sad.
game 2, Furia
Da nisu zeznuli game 1.
To je istina. To je istina.
Da Ayu nije igrao ko ja kad igram.
Ne, baš je Grifovo jako. Baš je Grifovo jako. A mislim, ova serija će biti kidanje, nema šta. To smo rekli od početka. Ako išti ide u 5 gemova, to je ova serija, nema šta.
A Gigo, kad je na kameri delo je kao da je ogroman, a zapravo je 1,40 m i ima pivski stomak. Apsolutna zver od čoveka, kakva zver.
Samo je alfa.
Neka, to je peak male performance.
Yeah, I mean, we were thinking, okay, this counter pick, they're going to end up saving it for Gigo. It didn't end up coming R5. It didn't have to because they locked in Gwen on, GAM rather, locked in Gwen on B side.
Ne znamo ko je Nono, ali mislimo da je vlasnik Furije. Ili tako nešto.
Was such a monster throughout this game. Once he got ahead, he was unstoppable. Did not know the damage numbers were going to reflect it.
Why je postojalo u game?
Previous Ezreal games in the tournament with very high damage numbers, Jax does not get damage for free.
That's a scaling champion, by the way. Like obviously in the matchup, you know, you can argue that he obviously, as he did, can make moves early, but that's
mogu misliti kako je zabavno kada se nafiduješ i igraš. Možeš da radiš tako god hoćeš sa Jacksona. Čovjek neće imati nikad više tako free game.
which was obviously a bit more of a back and forth, which is those early fights, just going in so aggressively. And this composition, in terms of scrapping, instead of a smolder, there was way more power available.
Vidjet ćemo šta će deći.
So hard to deal with.
It looked good. We got ease of execution. We got the Geek Goat himself here.
Geek Goat, okej, ajde, respekt.
Okej.
Neka, respekt, ovo je bilo dobro,
Also 30% damage almost as a top laner is crazy. And again, if you watched just yesterday, if you missed all the domestic play, this is the guy that you want to see. I think anyone who's becoming a fan of Furia at this moment, it's probably because of this guy right here.
Još nisam pratio Južnu Ameriku. Mislio sam da će Loud vrlo vjerovatno proći, ali ne znam, nisam siguran ni kako su završili. Da li su uopšte i bili nekoj prilici da prođu na MSI ili ne?
Da, nisam ih ni ja gledao što je najjače, tako da...
It's pretty rare that you have your kind of game-breaking fight starting off at 8 minutes, but that's kind of what is going to happen here, where I want everyone to watch Levi because he is going to end up, as we start rolling the clip through, he's going to end up getting absolutely owned after he goes on to Tatu. Tatu escapes because he's Wukong. Levi does not have anywhere to go, and he actually dies off the back side of this, right? And that's actually what's going to end up setting up.
Dobro, Zabola je slika.
Isi
ti Zabola?
Ne, crta na mapi. Dole. Crtala strelica.
Ja još gledam gore i gledam kako je Zabola i gledam još to je kvalitet mutan isto, ne znam da možda izvališ, valjda se vidi. Sam dali 6,5 piksela objašnjenje.
Their bot lane for GAM is down here already, but IU is up here, and he is going to be able to rotate into this fight as
imamo 8 minuta do drafta, tako da eto info.
Of what happens, and this is the fight that sets Furia up for success, right? So they go in, Jojo immediately gets off the stun, and Levi's just gonna run right into IU, while Gigo ends up taking out Kiaya here with the help of Toots, and this gets them the grubs. This is what really ends up setting them up, and they absolutely take over the game. Like, Gigo is then inside lanes, taking down turrets, he's in team fights, killing everyone.
GAM nije uopšte imao potrebe to da kontestuje. Te grabovi, mislim, znaš kao, stavljaju ljudi prioritet na njih, ali nije toliko strašno dropovati.
Got a lead in objective because again, even in that previous play, I think that the fact that they were there was fine. It's just how these fights play out. And in game number 1 was obviously very bad.
U ovo imaju onaj proteinski shake, onaj što imamo i mi.
Ja sam pročito milk jogurt.
Onda ne. Milk jogurt.
Slažem se da nema smisla. Nije ni meni jasno.
Ali nisam možete, kad si prvi put rekao uopšte nisam znaš što sam bio kao u fazonu dana.
O da, milk jogurt, da, normalno, mislim.
Of course, they still got the win, and that's what matters. We compare that to this Furia win, dominant, confident. The second that they got that lead, the game did not feel close for a single moment. So now what is the adjustment for GAM? Where do you focus? Is it just, maybe now it's your turn to go red side? Are these both teams that just need to be counter-picking top lane? How do you...
Hoću da vidim TF-a, juče je TF bio banovan konstantno.
Mislim da neće, već će ga banovati cijel turnir.
Ja se nadam da ćemo ga vidjeti.
Yeah, and AORUS I think is a better mechanical player, right?
Ne, opet nisam vidio što piše.
A bit more of a backseat, but he works sometimes
Tek sad ću
better with
vidjeti na
the team
streamu.
because Artemis
Milk
and Maya are
2,6, nešto tako je pisalo.
So we'll see
A zašto ovi imaju sve neke grčke bogove u timu?
Pa ne znam, to im je fora. Ja ti kažem, Ema benčuju, ulazi Ares umjesto Ema. I onda imaju Aresa i Artemisa. I to je GG. Sve su oni to smislili lepo.
Pa i ja bi benchovao Ema nekog Gamosa za Aresa.
Ti
Ares lud.
Zamisli. Možda biraš lika koji je Emo ili Aresa.
Da.
Mislim, nije ni blizu, vidi. Još neki Poseidon da bane i to je GG samo.
Bi bilo zapravo dobro. Da li ima Poseidon igrač? Sad se baš pitam. Da li ima neko ko se tako zove? Nekako je. To ja sam ja lud, ne znam kako. Liquidpedia, ne nije.
Ima Poseidon.
Ajde, gde je?
Ima. A, retired. Igrao je malo nešto. Iz Koreje.
Aha, ja sam samo našao Poseidon is a weapon finish for the M4A4. Okej, gledam Hunter, ono. Ludo.
Yang Hwan Seo. Yang Hyun Seo? Previously top laner za bog zna koga. Ali pazi, imaš Zevsa. Tako da ono. Znači...
Zevsa.
Imaš Zevsa, pa da, pa nije to slučajno. Nije to slučajno.
Ček. Okej. A šta je Poseidon igrao? Poseidon?
Igrao u top, ću pogledam opet, izvini, zatvorio sam.
Da, bio je top laner. Poseidon.
Čekaj, onda imamo i Hada, šta?
Možda ima Had. Ima neki.
Ima Hades, isto iz Koreje.
Ima bot laner.
Da.
Ne, da. Ima neki koji je igrao za ICI Japan Corp. Ali ovaj je igrao za Fenerbahce, LDLC, OL. Ovo je iz Turske, sorry, iz Švedske, ali I guess da je imao turski.
Čekaj, si baš ukucao Had ili Hades?
A ne, ovo je Elam, izvinjavam se, ovaj se zove Elam, ali se ranije zvao Hades, da.
Pošto ja gledam Hades iz Koreje. Igrao je za DRX Akademiju. I za Kingston Dragon X, bot laner.
Okej, taj je verovatno bolji onda, da.
I onda realno mora neko da bude Kronos, da možda kaže da im je svima čale i to je to.
Čak mislim da ima neko ko se tako zvao.
Moguće. Vole ljudi mitologiju, zabavno je, nema šta.
Kronos igrao je jungler. Igrao je za Splice, a bio je support za Splice. I bio je analist za Mouse. I bio je trener Astralis Talenta.
Astralis Talenta?
Da. To je vjerojatno neka, pretpostavljam, njihova Challenger team ili tako nešto. Čak mislim da sam znao, možda... To je jedini koji izlazi kada ukucam. Osim ako ne znam kako se speluje. Ne znam kako se speluje. Ko onda još ima? Ne znam, grčke bogove. Greek.
Pa mislim od tih popularnijih, to ti uvek ono, znaš, kreneš od Kronosa, Zeus, Poseidon, Had i onda polako na dole, na porodično stablo.
Apollo, ima Apollo, da, iz Eneja.
Istina Apollo ima, da.
Znači imamo top, imamo, Ares mid.
Zeus, Ares.
Apollo. Imamo...
Imamo junglera. Ko je jungler?
Pa ovaj lik, Kronos.
Okej, da, Kronosa.
Znači, fali nam samo support. Dionis. To mi nekako čisto sumno da će biti. Dionelux mi izlazi.
Šajni šelje, realno. Vidi, moramo malo iz tame da lurkujemo. Takav je dan danas. Danas lurkujemo iz mraka.
Tajna bog mraka. Eto ga, nama support.
Moramo da chillamo u braku, takav je dan, ja kažem šta radim.
Taj tim, neironično, ja mislim da bi bio dosta dobar.
Što jes, pazi.
Jungle im je malo, diskutabilan, ali imaju support bog, bukvalno bog, najčešće ime na Balkanu, stani na TV, bog mraka. Nije baš grčki, ali...
Ali bio sam u Grčkoj jednom, to se rača.
I ako pogledamo figuru, znači, ako pogledamo kako si izvajan, to je to.
Faktički sam polugra. Ima to, pije vodu ta teorija, sviđa mi se.
Tako da imamo sasvim... Tako da ja mislim da imamo solidan tim. Ja mislim da bi to mogli bismo da doguramo, ja mislim, negde do MA Mastersa. Sa Zeusom i ovima.
Pa, pomučili bi se, ali... ali mislim bi bilo moguće.
Misliš da bi nam predstavljao problem timovi u IBL-u?
Pa kako? Mislim bi Zev sam to dobio, ja sam dobio ručak. PogChamp!
Ooo, prijatno.
Hvala sad. Mislim, ja sam... Ne mutam se ja ništa.
Things like the Rumble, the Gwen, the Jax, top laners that we've seen be very contested, already removed from the pool. We've also seen the Wukong, the Xin, the Pantheon, the Vi, all taken out of the roster. So it feels like that we're going to be getting much deeper into these champion pools, and I wonder, for these junglers, Sejuani, Maokai, are these the type that they kind of prefer and prioritize? Because we've definitely seen them play them before, but is it really going to fit into the style that they're looking for?
Pojačat ću malo kaster dok je tere prolazim njackanje.
Meni je stream svakako tvoj, mislim ovo na Discordu, na tipa 20%, to što su poprilično glasan feed. I onda ako pojačam, onda ne čujem tebe uopšte od kastera. A sad namestio sam da mi sad nije super. Lepo čujem sve. Imam osjećaj kao da su vedio si Azel sa nama, bukvalno pričaju. Čuli bi nas.
Bilo bi cool da smo mi sa njima tamo.
Ne, ironično jako bi bilo cool, jako bi volao da imam priliku da kasnem ovako pred publikom. Mislim, ti si kastovao, ja sećam finale IBL-a.
Jesam na dosta, da.
Mogu da mislim koliko je drugačije kastovati play by play kada osjetiš onako atmosferu.
Pogotovo kad si u istoj prostoriji ide publika.
Znam da ste bili u onoj... Ja, gde je bilo? To je bilo 2018. Ne.
MTS dvorana.
Da.
To su bili 3 godine, ja mislim, za redom. 2 ili 3 godine.
To je baš ludo bilo.
Twisted Fate is up and available, that's where I was going to go. The fact that it still is up, it feels like conspicuously absent from the ban list, and now they have to make the decision, do we want to ban it out?
TF open?
Not think that AORUS, who looks like has subbed in,
pa za sad je open, još
going to play it.
Opa, ja mislim da je first pick TF, ne ironično, samo first pick TF. Najveći mid lane na patchu ovom.
Juče je GAM banovao TF-a, kada je AORUS ušao da igra umjesto Ema. To je fun fact. Možda ga ne igra.
Maybe. A možda su htjeli da ga sačuvaju kao za... kad zagusti.
Moved to the second phase of bans a lot in this series. AD carries have kind of fallen to the wayside with a priority on getting that top side. The Twisted Fate now being available would be our first one of MSI. We've been hearing all about how strong it is on the current patch.
Yeah, definitely really powerful champion right now. Can play the map incredibly well, enable you through that split push. And once you get to the later stages and you have the rapid fire, just fishing with rapid fire gold cards is really tough to deal with.
Mi sigurno pikujemo ti se Fate,
that is one of the strongest answers into the Kalista. When you just pick range into
ja mislim ga Furija pika treći red, jer znaju da GAM neće da ga igra.
Da. Seraphine Ashe is going to be so annoying for Artemis to deal with on this Kalista, where you're just going to be outranged and constantly getting poked away at.
It's exactly what we saw from the G2 series, that Furia did in fact win. The Kalista really struggled to have impact, and of course the inbuilt synergy that both Seraphine has with Ashe, thanks to how her E works and with the slow already being applied, the potential root can come through. The Nico being hovered right now, GAM just hovering it as they contemplate their other options, want to make full use of the time that they have available to them. The beauty of the Nico is that it can of course be flexed
bio buffovan par pečeva za redom i onda je postao izuzetno blindable. Bukvalno može da ga pikuješ blind bez obzira na šta će biti pikovano u tebe. Zato je jako meta.
Question is, what direction are they thinking about? Do they want to go for something like the Sejuani, relatively safe? Do they want to go a little bit more scaling? Or are they going to completely ignore what I'm saying and instead lock in an Aatrox?
So Aatrox going to get locked in here for Kiaya. It does feel like you need, some sort of reliable engage.
Sad oni Furia ne igra TF-a.
Close to ult in the Nico and have that be your start to the fight. But generally it doesn't feel like it's very successful as a solo engage. As this guy's playing ARAM, buying hats. Must be full build.
Stacking those
stacking them up.
Što ne igra Easy Love, nemam pojma. Možda misle da je Artemis bolji od njega. Ako je i dalje u timu, to je pitanje. Ne mogu da kažem da sam u potpunosti ispratio vijetnamsku ligu. U stvari nije to sad više samo vijetnamska, to je sad pojema sveza, ne?
Sad ću naći, ja.
Mislim da tu i Japan isto u tome.
Exactly, they could do the same thing for jungle, right? So
Izelav je 7. igrač Gama. Znači on je bukvalno sad.
Znači nisu ga poveli uopšte, znači zato što je Ares i Emo. Ja mislim da na ovim turnirima možda imaš samo 6.
Ne, može 7, možda imaš Saba.
Može 7.
Piše da je dozvoljeno 7.
A onda pušteno. Čini mi se da je na Worldsu bilo kao 5+1 Sab.
Moguće, da.
Honestly, you don't really care if you're more physical damage heavy because there's not anyone that's really over there to super punish it, right? Sure, things like tabbies become, more efficient, but it's not really that big of a deal.
I missed the odd one.
There is not an immense amount of tankiness over on the other side.
Briga njega.
Skarner would be one of those tanks that you could answer with.
On je svoje odradio.
Šta igra on uopšte? Streamuje LoL ili?
Nemam pojma, mislim da je Variety. Ne mislim da streamuje što god mu dođe. Ne znam, mislim da ne igra LoL toliko. Čini se da posljednji put kad sam ga vidio šta je igrao, da je igrao tipa neke relativno kao quote-unquote casual igre. Ne, ono kao hyper casual sad za modne telefone nekog. Onako šta god mu dođe.
That being said, Lilia, if he did go for that, is a great matchup into the Poppy. I do not believe that we're going to get
nećemo Talona igrati sigurno.
I think that would be really tough. Okay, so he is actually going Kha'Zix. This is kind of crazy.
I don't know if it's good, but I like it. Kha'Zix being locked in on the international stage, always fun to watch. The twisted fate to round things out, the pick potential that becomes
Kha'Zix je jako loš pik ovdje, ali jako je zabavan.
Ali to je levi na
Ne znam kako će igra Kha'Zixa. U Poppy, Seraphine, vidi. Ne igraš igricu.
Se nafiduje. I think Sylas is also a great pick because you can match the roams of the TF with the stolen ultimate. You have things like the Pop Blossom to steal as well. So I do think it really works. It's also not really one of these champions that you want to hard focus in a fight, right? Because you can get relatively tanky, you can be difficult to actually knock down. And so it does feel like it's going to be very tough for this GAM lineup to fight through what Furia has drafted and try to get to that back line where, again, you're in this situation where it just always feels like IU is kind of like the only target.
Ne mislim, Levi igra sve. I Shivano, i Nocturna, i sve, ali specifično u ovom draftu, to su rekli kasteri poslije mene njihovi isto. U Poppy i u Seraphine ne igraš Kha'Zixa.
He was on the TF in this matchup in particular that is just burned so clearly into my mind that I know how much damage a TF is capable of doing in this matchup and how difficult it can be for the Sylas. We'll see how Tuts manages the pressure. or if he really experiences that much, because if you're willing to fight in the mid lane, it can get pretty
Imao sam osjećaj da
crazy.
Furija neće pikovati ti se fejta nakon što ga nisu pikovali odmah. Imam osjećaj kada pogledam kako je Tuc kao igrač do sada što sam video, ne delo mi kao neko ko igra ti se fejta.
If you all dash at the same time while the thing is up, then yes, you can actually block them all, but in reality that's not normally how the fight plays out. What I will say though is just Poppy makes it harder. It makes you second guess. It always adds that extra thing that you have to play around. And of course it's on the Poppy player. If you just use that steadfast presence willy-nilly, then it becomes very easy to play around and the mobility champions aren't punished that hard. But some interesting drafts, kind of what we've come to expect with Fearless as you get deeper in. And we're going to be jumping into game 3.
I won't say that I expected the Kazakhs into the Poppy though in a game 3. There still are, a lot of options, but Levi throwing it down, and Kazakhs definitely is a feast or famine champion. It is very difficult to make work at the professional level where people are so aware of where you could be coming from, so good at actually peeling and interrupting you looking for these plays. The bot lane as well, I think, is going to be difficult for GAM. You are definitely very heavily outranged by this Seraphine Ashe when you're playing the Callista, so it's going to be a tough draft to execute on, but if they can make it work, it would be extremely exciting. We saw Inspired even playing the Kazakhs in Game 5 of our finals. We're able to make that work, but it's definitely tough.
I think back as well to Canyon picking the Kazakhs. Matchup into things like the Xin Zhao in particular, just because of your strong dueling prowess, and I think that's often the idea that Kazakhs is a very good duelist. In the 1v1, especially a champion like Poppy early on, you struggle to win out on the isolated matchup. But in order to leverage that, you need control over your lanes. And so you've already highlighted the bot side of the map. It's not going to go that favorably. It's going to be worse now.
Kupio neki onaj Logitechov G.
The bot lane of GAM
Koji je G? 320? 420? Ne, kako ide?
We saw what happened yesterday against BLG when
I to je relativno jeftino.
They were able to get dove early on. It just became an absolute disaster.
Ja sam ga kupio pa mi se dva puta mi se pokvario, počeo duplo da klikće, nije prošlo 6 mjeseci počeo duplo da klikće. Ja sam, posle toga sam rekao neću nikad više kupiti Logitech proizvod.
To je fabrička mana, dosta viševa.
Da. Ja sam kupio Endgame, koji mi je apsolutno izvanredan miš. Jako dosadno izgleda. Mogu pokazati možda.
Da.
Jako je dosadan miš, nema nikakve boje, ništa. Ali je jako je dobar miš. Jako lepo klikće i sve. Ali taj model koji sam ja kupio je konstantno imao probleme sa scrollom i to je meni isto predstavljalo problem. Dva različita jako lep flash. Jeste ovde.
Pa dobro, lep dive. Lep dive.
Artemis wasn't even involved at 17-3 CS. It feels like game 3 against BLG just yesterday.
Artemis was completely denied from experience, which means that there was nothing he could offer to Elio in that dive. It was effectively a 1 versus 3. Levi, though, aware of the dive being invested. Tatu hasn't had time to clear his side of the jungle, which means that Levi wants to use this window to move in and steal away what camps he can. He's forgone his blue buff and his wolves. He's stealing away the wolves right now. And this is the type of matchup that he's looking for, but Jojo and I...
Fully outskilled,
kind of spooky, though. He could actually get spotted here. Oh, just barely. I mean, there. He could actually interrupted him on that, and then the collapse potentially could have come through. Kiaya and Gigo trading very heavily. Nice thing, Artemis does land, trying to get some damage down onto Jojo, but Artemis has not even gotten to base and buy. And you can see the itemization much better, therefore IU. As the chain's gonna get it, Kiyaya's gonna look for it, and Kiyaya's gonna get it just when they need it most. The GAM top laner comes up big time.
Exceptional from Kiaya in the top lane, getting a solo kill. He has been chipping away at Gigo's health bar, and he just gets the better of him.
Superlight
I feel like in the lane, we've been seeing that consistently throughout today. Kiaya getting himself a solo kill, getting GAM on the board.
Izgleda dosadno isto. Ali mislim smo svi polako prerasli te kao ultra giga transforms miševe. I sad samo hoćeš ono dobar laser i miš koji radi. I to je to. Artemis je mora da komita.
Taking the better end of that trade. The trade of flashes did have to spend the cleanse as well, though, for Artemis. And again, he goes down, and it's going to be in this awkward position.
Ja sam kontno da naručim ovaj drugu verziju ovog isto endgame-a, model 2. U nadi da scroll će raditi normalno duže od 6 mjeseci.
It's a very awkward situation that the bot lane finds themselves in, and this is where the responsibility of the other GAM members just raises.
Pa da, mislim da čak mogu i sa sajta njihovog direktno da poručim. Mislim da dostavljaju Srbiju.
Imaš garanciju, tako da ide prsne nakon 6 mjeseci možeš im vratiš.
A da, imam i za ovaj, ali znaš ono kao... Gigo je mrtav samo. Zato što znam da ne bi mi dali novi, nego bi uzeli da ga poprave. I onda mi kao razmišljam, nisam siguran koliko to mi je drago.
The Twisted Fate ultimate can be in these situations as well.
I've also got to highlight, Tatu had not even based before.
Dobro, može se dogoditi da ne mogu da ga poprave.
Just on his jungle item.
Da, na primjer. Isto tako. I onda da mi vrate kao.
Opa! Gde si kola? Veliki pozdrav kola, Maxa.
You were stuck in a position where you can't actually take the fight. You just are hoping to steal the camp and then get out of there. But unfortunately, it's Gigo that pays for the sins of his
ja TF-a u kompetitivu idio nisam još, tako da... Ne znam šta možemo očekujemo. Pazi, Kola je u svoje vreme bio jedan najboljih TF igrača, tako da... Ako on to kaže, ja verujem.
Your ability to collapse is so quick. We've seen it with Talia as well. When utilizing the wall, you can just cut off the enemy mid from being able to roam over and assist the jungle. And even if you do have that push, that doesn't necessarily mean much. If Twisted Fate can literally teleport on your face and turn the fight into a numbers advantage. That stun card providing so much.
Šta rade ljudi u skrimovima?
The top side of the map is still going very well for GAM. Even though Artemis finds himself in a very difficult position right now, the fact that the top side has the advantages that they do means that they're in a good position to at the very least bring him back into the game.
U Soloku je samo Roa spam. Sad gledam, evo u Soloku je samo Roa, Lichbane spam. Ali... Ja svak uvek volim TF, mnogo je fan.
Pogotovo kad ljudi znaju da igraju TF, onda je... Kad smo gledali Nemesića šta je radio.
Ja mislim da je niski igra mnogo dobro TF-a. Mislim, Sakrine, izvini, znam da ne voliš niskija, ali je legitimno igra baš dobro TF-a.
The thing about Ashe Seraphine though is it's quite a
ja mislim da su fakeri dopa isto su, obojice su govorili da je Twisted Fate onaj champion koji svaki mid laner mora da zna da igra.
You talked a lot about that we'll have to keep track of if GAM is able to properly execute as they have no true engage, I say, with this composition to make it easy to start the fights that they want.
Absolutely. So just quick update, and what we have been told is that there is hardware issues that are being reported on the Furia side. So they are having that investigated. They will get that sorted out and fixed up as soon as possible. As our IT team will be diligently working on stage to get everything up to snuff.
Ideally you...
Pred Gross Gora, kaže.
I would say that is
Gross Gora, ludi taj čovjek. Ludi taj čovjek. Znamo devojku njegovu. A ne zbog... Ne iz onog razloga koji mislite da možda znam njegovu devojku.
Kako znaš njegovu devojku? Daj taj lore.
Pa ne, mislim samo... Samo sad ako bih ti objasnio kako, ja mislim da to baš nije za televiziju.
Objasni mi na Discordu jer jako me interesuje.
Sam se ljudi sa kojima igram ligu su bili sa njegovog Discorda i oni su napravili svoj neki Discord i upoznao sam je tako što sam bio sa njima. Mislim skroz okej zapravo devojka.
the format is also ruthless. You know, you lose
Eto, imamo lore. Mare lore.
It only makes the competition harder. So it's definitely a super fun tournament. It's always been one of my favorites throughout the year just because of how competitive it is.
So this is the replay. We are not back into game. This is the replay of the invade for Tatu. Again, you can not purchase any items whatsoever. Leave it on the other side.
Zašto bude vezano? Za LOL, za mitologiju, za...
I've got 3 members here. It should be a relatively safe invade with Jojo at my back. I feel relatively
Vampir Laza.
However, the ability of the Twisted Fate to abandon multi into the play, provide that stun card, and turn the play in their favor was, I think, the biggest difference maker. And it was a situation where Furia thought that they had more control than they did. The response from GAM was good.
Ja mislim da sam jednom napravio account, sad kaže overall u svim igricama, sam napravio account na Australiji da pogledam koliko imam ping, imao sam 500 ping, nisam mogao da igram. I nazvao sam se motokosilica, što sam kapio u fazonu, treba mi samo neko najbrže što mogu da smislim, čisto da proverim da li mogu da igram. Vada zato što je EUNE ili zato što su evropski serveri bili down u to vreme.
That is clearly going to be the avenue for attack. You know, continue to go towards your strength, look towards that top lane, try to play through side lanes where TF Kazakhs plus the
Laziću, nemoj biti motokosilica, molim te.
You know, as Gigo, you're under your towers and Bessa. There's not much outplaying the gold card.
It's a very terrifying pick comp.
Da, eto ti tako možeš da vidiš neki item, počnem korale na engleskom da pričam. Neku stvar u stvarnom svijetu, motokultivac. Ej, vidiš? Sam si mislio. Zero. E, gledaj, u stvari ja sam igrao protiv Dua jednom. Da li smo igrali Aram ili nešto, zvali su se Cigla u Vugla i pazite ugla. Apsolutno goated imena.
Čekaj, Cigla u Vugla i...
Pazi se ugla.
A pazi se ugla, okej.
Da, jako predobro ima. Fair.
Back and ready for the continuation here of game number 3. GAM out to 1000 gold lead, but I
na Aramu tako kad igraš imaš luda imena. Cement i Azbest su bili isto jedan duo. Igrali su AP Warwicka i Enchanterka Santea. Evo odatle moja crna magija Enchanterka Sante. Zapravo funkcioniše. I zapravo ne funkcioniše, odvratno je. Znači nemojte probavati, probao sam ja i uopšte nije, znači nije uopšte toliko dobro. Ali AP Lee Sin radi posao. Ti što ću želim da kažem to. AP Lee Sin, ja sam pobeđivo na rankedu s time.
TF in competitive for all. We've obviously seen bits and pieces of it showing up around the world over the last 2 splits.
They're going to pop the ghost. They're just trying to run them down. Tangle Barbs does not get to Tatu here. Maybe a bit of
hoće mu forsira flash, ali teža priča. Uradili su sve, nisu dobili ništa.
As now AORUS is going to get to shove this in for free and take an easy reset.
Koji rank Mare sad, ne znam, gdje si Mare, koji si rank?
AORUS now has a 12 CS lead, 700 gold, facilitated by both the passive and the kill that he was able to find.
Aramu, ako ima Aram neki rank.
Challenger Aram igrač.
Ludilo.
I Diamond rematch igrač.
E, nisam Diamond.
Ne znam kako idu rankovi tamo, samo sam...
Silver 1 sam, fali mi jedna ili 2 pobjede za gold.
Opa,
ali ide bronza, silver, gold, plat, diamond, master i elite.
Aha.
Znači ima da se igra, ali
da.
ne vredi kada ti... Ja ne znam ni kako funkcioniše to rankovanje. Nekoga tako random rankuju. Čuo sam da su ljudi dobijali random posle promocija kao upadnu u Diamond sa 3 pobjede kao.
To baš ne zvuči legitimno.
A neko dođe sa 3 pobjede upadne u Silver 1. Ono kao, ne znam naše kako funkcionišu promocije.
Gigo is. So Gigo's going to be trapped in that side brush. He's losing all of the farm right now to this tower as the tower's just denying minion after minion after minion. GAM really getting the better of this as you see on the top side. Kiaya is going to be getting this farm off.
Nažalost, u svom životu nisam bio messer još uvijek.
Are the grubs more valuable than these multiple waves that they've lost?
A imam jednog druga koji jeste bio.
As well as potential plates.
Sad lomi pare na programiranju, tako da.
A bio je mesar.
Bio je Messer, da.
Eto viš.
Tako da, ako razmišljate o nekoj onako, nekom,
And Kiaya gets the instant response from AORUS. Great play to turn that dive around.
We were just talking about it, Azael. Every play you make, you have to be super conscious of a man with a deck of magic playing cards showing up. The Twisted Fate immediately ulties towards the top side. They turn their play in their favor. And the Silas even roamed up to try and respond as well.
Fin Gaming komp za 600 evra.
The bot lane getting completely free access onto this tower.
And I mean, Gigo never got back to that bot lane tower, by the way.
Da, ne baš.
This is like 5+ minion waves that died
Mislim
to
da
this
ti je
tower.
minimalno
That is a
1000.
massive amount of experience and gold that has been lost.
I to ti je baš ono da gledaš.
Gigo's 7.5.
Ovo zavisi za šta.
Ha, gledaj, ja nemam tako najjači komp. Imam tipa, ali 3060 koja je bila tipa 350 evra. Ali nije loša grafička zato što ima 12 GB, sve RAM.
Dobro, da, to je okej, to je okej.
Da, bez obzira što je relativno sporija, ima dosta memorije, tako da nije toliko loša. Jako dobra zamena za recimo ako je... I verovatno će postati jako dobra zamena za ljude koji su imali 1060. Da, dobro, za ligu može šta god. Ligu možeš, bukvalno, ti je nebitno.
LoL igraš na malo jačem digitalu, tako da zbog za LoL... Isključiš senke i igrica radi na čemu hoće.
Da, ne mogu da vidim da napraviš baš računar za 600. Ne znam koliko su oni Ryzen 5, onaj 3600, ne znam koliko je on sada trenutno, ali nije to loš procesor. Nije najbolji, ali... Gigo ga baš ga urniše ga Kiaja ovaj game.
Because they're going to rely on flanks, rely on picks, rely on creative ways, and if your main engage is literally just throwing your Nico into the enemy team and hoping that it sticks, it might work, but you're going to need good vision coverage, good flank angles, and easy access onto IU, which I don't think is going to be that easy.
No, it's not whatsoever. And I will say, though, a lot of those problems are solved by being ahead, because then often you get the push, you show up to the objective first, now they have to walk into a potential gold card and potential poke as they are coming through those chokes. And the fact as well that GAM is going to be able to play the sidelines very well with his TF.
Mislim, ako baš builduješ budžet, onda tako nešto kao. Uzmeš jedan SSD za 100 evra koji je 1 terabajt.
O, pa dobro Kiaja... Ok, fine.
As Levi will not be dodged, jumps in, takes his fear, and knocks him down.
This is exactly how we wanted to see GAM play this composition. They've been reactive with the TF.
Dobro, drago mi je što TF funkcioniše, u smislu verovatno ćemo ga vidjeti još.
Ne znam zašto Furija ga nije uzela samo, ne znam zašto ono kao... Ja sam toliko često igrao protiv TF Fate-a i kada ljudi znaju da ih igraju on generalno... Izvinjam se, avion poleće pa ne čujem sam sebe šta pričam.
Lagano.
Tako da ako slučajno nekad stanem, znajte da je zbog toga.
Mislim, ne čuje se na streamu, ne čuje se kroz mikrofon.
Da, to je najbitnije, da se ne čuje, ali...
A čekaj, koliko si ti blizu aerodroma?
Ne, nisam, nego se zezam, pošto sam na bulevaru, razumiješ.
A, okej, ja rekao ne znam.
Onda prolaze automobili, pa kad nagazi motor ili nešto, ja se zezam da su avioni.
A, okej, ja rekao legit si kao blizu aerodroma, otkud znam.
Aerodrom u Novom Sadu, šta?
Vidim. Ja sam saznao da Pančevo ima svoj aerodrom i Zrenjanin ima svoj aerodrom, tako da ne razumem. Imaš ti male aerodrome, ne mora bude to neki veliki aerodrom, otkud znam. Sve je to moguće.
with Levi behind him. If you ever jump in there, you're going to get hit. And if you never jump in these melee versus range matchups, well, guess what? You get slowly whittled down, you get pushed in.
Probao sam razne stvari protiv Twisted Fate-a. A kad igrate protiv dobrog Twisted Fate-a, onda je generalno nebitno.
He's even in the farm. This horrible bot lane scenario that they were in early on has been completely mitigated.
Šta će u Novom Sadu? Pitam se ja šta će u Novom Sadu, iskreno. Nije kao da živim ovdje. Sam došao tako, upu random kuću i ja to vidim.
That's a problem.
And now the gold is all blue. It is advantage across the board. GAM have accrued a 4K gold lead. It is the opposite story of what we saw in Game 2. Yeah. Furia were nothing but dominant. But huge credit to AORUS. They needed him to come in and have a carry performance, and he has done just that on this Twisted Fate.
He's smurfing. We'll see if Furia can turn around, because I still think their 5v5 is very good compositionally, but this far behind, it is really tough to make it work. You know, Game 1, like you said, very back and forth. Game 2 was a stomp for Furia. Game 3 is looking like GAM are crushing right now. You can see the additional plate gold that they have grabbed has been massive. And I feel like everything kind of went wrong off of that lane swap from Furia. It would be really interesting to hear, you know, the Death's opinion on that, you know, when they do break this game down. Because I felt like with Artemis and Elio, how much they were able to keep Gigo away from that bot lane tower really changed the game. Like, he lost 4 to 5 full minion waves, and they farmed all the plates in the meantime.
Jako čudne partije. I druga i treća mi je baš čudna. Prva je bila na badanje 50-50, druga je bila Stomp Furia, sad je Stomp Gama.
Da, ne znam.
Other might be the passive gold.
Gigo je kupio Death Stance prvi iPhone.
To je još čudno malo. Pa prvo Kazgi su okej.
On se neironično boji da ga može samo.
It is interesting to see, you know, the breakdown of the gold and where it's all coming from when someone has a lot of kills versus, you know, if they're getting a ton from towers and plates and things like that, which would be included, I assume, in the other as well. So definitely cool to see.
Herald was just secured. AORUS has been sent towards the top side of the map.
They want Gigo again, I think. They are moving up towards this top side, and AORUS has the ulti ready. They're trying to get vision in the jungle, make sure that there's no sort of a response that could be coming here from Furia. We do see some Furia members moving up here, but will they be too little? Will they be too late? AORUS pushing this in. Gigo definitely trying to clear out the wave as best he possibly can. I think he's just going to have to back off now, as this next wave would be incredibly dangerous to stay for.
I'd love to see GAM use the Herald mid. I feel like this top tower
malo zaostaješ.
It's going to be too difficult for Furia to really keep it alive.
QSS završio ga, mislim. QSS Shieldball na Smolderu. To je bio prvi.
Da, čekaj.
Verovatno nisi kliknuo live. Pored pa ti je stream ostao na prvom gameu. Ume to da se dešava, meni se to dešava onako da ne kliknem, da promenim tab i onda da kad se vratim da mi stoji tako.
To jeste, isto. Sad sam napisao, tagovao sam ga, tako da nadam se da vidim.
Lich Bane now finished for AORUS. 7 stacks.
Once we get to about 17 minutes, he has 2 items.
Once we get to about 20 minutes, he will also
Hvala,
get that
klon gliduje.
Klon
odradilo na brzinu.
Oko kad ja igram rematch pa kad mi ubaguje. I ako vidim samo čovjeka kako se ne pomera i
It's pretty safe up there. A lot of Furia's resources being invested bot. Kiaya likely harder to dive than that of the Twisted Fate. Looks like they are just going to concede this tower, which I think makes a ton of sense. Set your sights on the mid lane instead, and I love this map movement we're seeing right now. Both Levi and AORUS moving towards the mid lane, knowing that they have the numbers advantage here. Open up mid, push your advantage even more if you can. Use the Herald to siege onto the tier 2 as well.
Top 2 is coming, though. They're going to TP. They want to try to force a fight here. Furia is going to look, but Levi has spotted the teleport coming through. Will the rejection work this time? Elio is going to interrupt it with the pop blossom. AORUS arrives with the ulti, and top 2 is the target, but over on the other side, Kiaya is in trouble. Can he actually pop his ult and try to get back up? He has the ulti, but it's not clean enough. He's going to get shut down by Duts. On the other side, Elio is running. Levi trying to find some sort of play here.
That's Dancy, basically prošao.
Not bad from Furia from a very disadvantageous position to get that 1-for-1.
Yeah, it was a messy fight, and I would say this is the best case scenario for Furia. When you're this far behind, trading 1-for-1 is definitely a great move to make. But GAM, the coordination and their target focus, again, something that we're continuing to see in their team fights is just who do they want to lock down? And it felt like that because Furia was grouped up in this situation, GAM was attacking from
Mislim, GAM će svojim kompom u nekom trenutku malo opasti, ali samo pitanje da će se trenutak da dođe. Da će potrajati oko partija uopšte.
Da.
Gigo ends up falling because of how weak and squishy he ultimately is in these fights, being level 11.
Mislim, bit će jako strašno dođeš u džunglu neko vreme. Ne smeš ući. Ti se sve iz Kaziksa, ako te navatio u džunglu, samo instant.
And this would be their third dragon if they can grab it. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that. Artemis playing through mid. They want to get Prio there. We do see that Gigo is on the top side, but he has his teleport. It was, in fact, Toots that used it in the last one. And now the teleport is going to be spent here. Gigo going to be coming in very deep as they are already on the dragon. We got to get eyes on that and see how it's looking. Levi trying to get rejected here.
Ali mora da izbije Levi'a. To. Mislim, on im je tako puno damage zapravo.
I sad samo rašuje Drake-a. Levi Ulić. Već. Mislim doći zbog Vice stila, prošli game.
Furia punishing the positioning of GAM once more. They realize that GAM is indecisive around their approach to the dragon. Furia fully sent their attention onto the dragon. They knew that Levi was isolated on the objective. They remove him from the equation and they turn their attention to the raid boss that is Kiaya. They're helping close that experience gap between Gigo and Kiaya. They find themselves another kill, and GAM, the momentum, is slowly shifting the way of Furia.
Yeah, Furia, a couple good plays back to back. We can watch this again.
Sidoro u fajtovima, Ashe, Serafin, Poppy, ult. Solidno izgledaju u fajtovima.
Da. Mislim, najbolje kad se igra protiv tima koji imaju global ulti je da se igraš na strani te global ulti. Ako igraš Tude, Twisted Fate, ono ne može da te iznenadi da ti dođe iza leđa ili nešto.
Artemis, Elio, and AORUS were really kind of nervous to walk in because they didn't want to walk in and then get three-man rejected. But what ended up happening is they put no pressure on the Poppy. He doesn't get interrupted on the ult, he finds Levi, so they win out the fight in a different way. And the fact that Kiaya had no ult from the previous fight, had no flash from the previous fight, man, it's just a win there for Furia. Stopping that soul stack, definitely very nice, but they are trying to control vision.
Ne znam kom Gama je samo pure pick. Jednom kad se završio taj mid game gde kao pikuješ po mapi, sad ti samo 50 puta teže da igraš.
So he is going to have more poke, a lot more slow and control now in these fights.
Smite was used there by Tatu.
And Otacon getting low. It is going to be spotted out by the blue orb. It's down to half HP. Tatu again threatening. Can he find the ejection? This time it's not going to be on anyone. But Toots is going to go in. The pop blossom comes through. Lands on multiple member, but Toots is in the middle of everybody.
Toots je ogroman ulti sad bacio.
Artemis trying to cut out, trying to take down Toots. Can't quite do it. And on the other side, Furia out of nowhere. Crush the fight. GAM does take the Otacon, but it's a 4-for-0.
The front to back just goes so favorably for Furia. The way that Toots steals away the Nico ultimate and says, okay, that's a nice engage. Let me show you how it's supposed to be done. So much damage was done.
Toliki lidi grupisali su se i ne znaju što da rade kad se grupišu.
I Jojo jako dobar ulti bacio na dvojicu. Kiana nije mogo da isprati.
And that really just sets up Furia to clean up the fight. GAM is once again forced to split up. They're forced to disengage. And Furia walk away with the fight.
And you could see it was showing that Toots had the Kha'Zix ult. So I was kind of blindsided when he actually did have the Nico ult that he stole there, was able to find such a good engage.
Medic has run into this problem before. It's because he was
shaped with his Kha'Zix, exactly.
And so when you steal it, yes.
So I wonder, you know, if GAM was at all kind of juked out by that as well. Because when the Nico is shifted into the Kha'Zix and you steal the ult, it shows that you stole the Kha'Zix ult even though you have the Nico ult. So it is kind of one of those weird interactions. And let's be honest, there's a lot of them with Nico and with Silas. So was a huge ult, able to turn that around. Now the gold lead is completely gone. They were 5,000 gold.
Ja mislim da GAM više ne igra ako su grupisani. I sad su počeli opet da radi 1-3, što su trebali rade pre sa lidom koji su imali.
And now despite all of the work that they did early on, it's going to be tough because compositionally, I think Furia in the 5v5 is just that much stronger. And it felt like they needed that lead. They needed the soul. They needed all these things that they were working towards. And now it just hasn't really paid off.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the scaling because of the Ashe Seraphine, also Toots. He just has some great ultimates that he's able to steal, with the Nico being the biggest one when it comes to the straight-up 5v5. And when it comes to engage, GAM, not only is their engage not the most reliable, but also the fact that there's a Poppy on the other side makes it even harder. So, okay, this Nico comes in, I'll just pop him right back out. So it feels like Furia, you're completely right. When it comes to the straight up 5v5 team fights, Furia should have the advantage, and that's why we put so much stress on GAM finding flanks, finding creative ways to find picks. You can't just play the traditional teamfight style with a composition like this. And remember, GAM found themselves with a 4K gold lead. Everything was going their way, and now that gold lead is evaporate.
It's completely gone. And we'll see what they can make happen here.
Da,
They do
top
still
ima
have a
dva
pretty
itema
strong
polako
top
bilo
side.
da je
They
taj
can
armor.
still rely on Kiaya potentially in these side lanes to make things happen, but the pressure definitely is mounting as Furia has been able to create so much space, you know, with the stolen Poppy ults, or with the Poppy ults, with the stolen Silas ults. They've been looking really, really good, and Seraphine is just such a problem as you get into the later stages of the game. The amount of healing and shielding that you're putting out, the ultimate CC is incredible. Even grabbed in early Mikhails to deal with the potential gold card picks that are coming through as AORUS is building towards that expected rapid fire.
I noticed AORUS playing on the side lane, and I love to see this. Twisted Fate just has that inbuilt split pushing power that I think is an advantage that GAM can look to play through.
Furia is just on the dragon again. GAM always seems to be a bit late to show up.
GAM se ne bio, oni samo gube. Silas malo far TP do duše.
Ode threatening on the side, gets the stolen ult. He's going to look for the pop and connects.
Loš Seraphine ult.
Da, Seraphine ult možda. To je možda i nebitno, nebitno.
In the middle of everyone, can't do it. Artemis down incredibly low. He's on the run now. Also, IU looking for him, so is Tatu. Tatu flashes forward, knocks him down with the buckler. And the Baron is about to spawn. They just killed off two. Levi trying to survive here. We'll see if he can get out. Gigo gonna flash the wall. Does spot him. Okay, maybe you get to execute, but it doesn't even matter because they're on the Baron.
Ja, mislim
Furia are running away with it.
Furia get what they want.
Nemaju kako da team fightaju.
They take out the jungler and they will secure the Baron on spawn.
Baš nemaju kako da team fightaju. Igrali su lepo early, igrali su te pikove s pick wampom i čim je krenula grupacija trebaju da rade nešto kao tim, samo nemaju kompoziciju oko toga.
I mean, the gold graph is going to be an absolute cliff as it has swung so heavily back towards Furia. They're playing it out so well. Every time it feels like Tatu is getting really good value with the Poppy ult. And again, we had that stolen ult.
Ne, pustili smo namjerno strane kastere.
They just couldn't burst anyone down.
Jer ovaj MSI može traju u prosjeku 10 sati dnevno i mislim da bi samo bili polumrtvi nakon 5 sati, tako da ovako je samo više chill. Opuštenije.
Ovo je znakovi nervoze. Vidiš ovo češkanje, to je sve.
Seraphine stacked up on everyone, you know, putting out all of this shielding, all of this healing. There's so much CC coming through.
Lucas Sanchez ili Suarez? Lucas Suarez, eto on. Hoće da ga zapratite na Instagramu. Čovjek ode na live event da pokaže koji mu je Instagram.
Neko plaća followere, vidi, neko plaća, on je samo uložio marketing.
Da, poštujem to. Grind nikad nestaje.
They feel like they can't defend the inhibitor, so they're going to just keep pushing here for the base. Levi needs to get out of there as Toots is going to be looking, won't be able to find him with the absconded duck, but the base is going to be cracked here on the top side. The arrow does connect, but it's going to be actually Furia that's having to kind of back potentially to... No, they do cancel it as they see that GAM is going to back off themselves, and meanwhile in the base,
šta je sad GAM uradio? Mi se actually... Samo bacili game.
Ne. Mislim da oni znaju da ne mogu pobjeda u partiju. Iskreno, rundown i uleti u sljedeći i najde se boljem draftu. Ajde carry pick da bude jako zabavan. Pa zavisi što smatraš zabavnim, ali šta znam. Samira ti je dosta unikatna. Naila je najsličnija u tom nekom smislu. Pa nema, pa ne igre, ne može. Unplayable mi, ne. Silas ima Niko ult kad doće, Seraphine ult i Kha'Zix je useless tu, mislim. Prvih 15 minuta je bio solo queue, ali nakon toga ne radiš ništa. Dobro. Unlucky za GAM, bravo za Furiju, što da kažem. Šta reći, a ne zaplakati ako navijaš za GAM?
Prvi game je bio dobar. Ali nisu znali posle toga kako da igraju sa tim komsijom.
Oh yeah. This game, they were up nearly 5,000 gold. Got the early dragons, were in an incredible spot, but Furia just found play after play after play, grouped up, played towards their team comp strength.
Što svi loli igrači nose naočare, pa ne znam, Sajna ne nosi
Twitch subscriptions are back for MSI.
Ja, možda kaže da ja nisam loli igrač.
Ad-free viewing and more.
Ne, ja samo kažem da nije to baš najbolji stereotip.
To je istina, to je istina.
Directly supporting the leagues and the teams in the LOL esports ecosystem.
Sajna vide 10 od 10.
Pa pazi, ako je tabela računa i godine, onda da. Onda kucamo drvo, onda da.
Čekaj, ti ne nosiš očeva, ne?
Ne, ništa.
Znači, tamo Rale i ja smo slepi.
Pa da, ali ko...
Stvari Rale i nema tako veliku dioptriju, ja mislim.
Ja nisam siguran.
Pričali da je rekao da nema nešto tako pretjerano veliko. Ja imam skoro 4, tako da ja baš imam.
Dobro, da. Alo, koji je ovo auto, šta je ovo? Vidio nije jašu konja.
Ovo, to je konje. Uala, volim ovu presu, predobno. Sad mi si ide na neki rave, nešto.
I get it now.
Ja volim ove filmove, iskreno, meni je ovo cool.
Krtica. Može. Napravim novi profil sa krtica. Ali mora, neki tag mora. Krtica i onda šta? Hashtag šta? Ovo Wild Rift? A ne, ovo je Uzi.
Uzi, da.
Okej. Sad više ne koriste pro igrače da reklamiraju, nego baš su našli neke modele onaj...
Da...
Ovo baš ludo.
A i sviđa mi se fora, pošto je u MSI u Kanadi, dres koji najviše guri je bukvalno hokejski dres, hokejaški što god. I to mi je mnogo cool. Kao MSI hokej dres, da, baš je fora, iskreno.
Da, baš je top. Šta bi za nas bilo? Opanci? MSI opanci.
Može. Što da ne. Dobra muzika.
Ne, ako ništa drugo, Riot ima baš dobru muziku.
Da, lome ga, iskreno.
Šajkača. Ej, to je jako dobra ideja, da. Zapravo trebali bi kod nas da odrade neki event. Dajte malo neki merch koji ljudi nisu ranije vidjeli. Šta ovo majice, dresovi, to smo sve vidjeli.
Jeste, to je istina.
Neka šajkača, neki opanci, dajte malo nešto drugačije.
Ja full podržavam tu teoriju.
Ima dobra igrica. Dobru muziku, ali ne igricu. Slažem.
Vidi, negde moraju da promaše.
To je isto ko da je fudbaler dobar pevač, a nije dobar fudbaler.
To ti priča.
Gledaj, ima lik u bejsbolu, kao za koga je igra, ne znam, ali lik je bio otišao, izbačen je, mislim, iz prvog tima zato što je igrao loše.
Dobro. I
čovek je, pošto je bio u fazonu, ok, moram nekako da zaradim pare, znaš, pošto u toj drugoj, MLB druga liga, nema toliko novca. Ovaj čovjek je počeo rap karijeru, znaš, muzičku.
Dobro.
I on je napravio, znači napisao pesmu, sve repuje ovo ono. I vrate ga konačno zato što zbog povrede, šta već, vrate ga u startni tim. I čovek eksplodira, znači postane najbolji igrač. Lik odjednom. I puste ga da otvori utakmicu sa svojom pesmom, onako.
Au, to je okej, to je u stvari cool.
Zamisli kako je
To je u stvari cool, to je u stvari cool.
Kako je bejsbol jedan najčudniji sport ikada. Evo, za svakoga ko možda ne zna, ne gleda bejsbol ili tako dalje, ima jedan kanal na YouTube-u, zove se Baseball Doesn't Exist. Ima jako kvalitetne videe i jako su interesantni za gledanje, nisu dosadni, ni malo. I stvarno predlažem da gledate, znači ne morate da pratite bejsbol niti bilo šta, dovoljno je da gledate to, čisto malo da se upoznate kao sa sportom i sa MLB-em i vidjet ćete stvarno ono ludačke, neka ludnica, jer je bejsbol je tako čudan jedan sport gde vi 3 partije za redom budete izuzetno dobri i onda 10 partija za redom, kao da nikad niste igrali taj sport u životu. Toliko je ono kao coin flip sport, mislim ne kažu bez razloga da je udariti sa palicom bejsbol lopticu najteža stvar na svetu.
Ne, što se tiče random sportova, stvari koje gledam, ja volim, ja obožavam olimpijske igre. To mi je najrandom stvar da gledam ikada. Kao ne razumem se u koncept iza pola tih stvari. Niti znam previše sportista, ali kao samo mi je fan da gledam.
Imaš neki iz tih sportova koji ti baš ono najzabavniji ili kao nebitno?
Ne, što više random to bolje. Bukvalno što više random to bolje. Znaš ono, upališ i onda ne znaš šta ćeš da dobiješ. Full RNG-uješ i onda gledaš nekog lika koji baca kuglu. Čak i zimske su mi okej ono što se skijaju pa onda pucaju pa skijaju opet. To mi je fora. Ne znam zašto. Ali mi je fora.
To su tako random sportovi, ono kao ti si najbolji na svetu u nekom najrandom sportu ikada.
Kao pola Guinnessove knjige rekorda. Obori si svjetski rekord za nešto što niko drugi nije ni pokušao.
Imaju 3 igrača. Ja sam top 3 na svijetu. Ima 3 ukupna igrača tog sporta. Ne, to je dobra priča, Moram naći neki takav sport, probati da budem najbolji.
To ti kažem, naći nešto u čemu će biti najbolji na svijetu i onda odeš tamo u Guinnessovu knjigu i kažeš prijavite me. Dajte mi moju medalju i diplomu.
Yeah, and I mean, we've kind of talked about how GAM's objective setups have not been the best. The really important thing to know is, again, Toots's Nico
Kako je glupa ova interakcija sa Nico. Uzme
Uzme
ulti od Nico, ona Kha'Zix i onda vidiš Kha'Zixov ulti, ne vidiš da je uzme.
Da.
Ja mislim da treba da promene, iskreno.
Verovatno, mada mislim da je druga teško, mislim da Nico samo ne može se ono...
I don't think steamrollers are fast for what it's worth. I imagine they're pretty slow.
Ne može se kodira kako treba heroj.
Ne mogu oni da kodiraju. Kalkulator kako treba.
But in the end, it does work out.
It's also a reminder of this series has mostly come down to team fights. And in game number 1 was very back and forth. In game number 2, it was a very early team fight that fully decided the game. In this game, it was a team fight that in the end ended up deciding the game because it was that comeback fight. And it really, to me, does feel that a champion like Seraphine, when these fights are really just kind of two teams smashing into each other, it doesn't feel like we see a lot of flanking or side laning, right? Then Seraphine is just so strong because the amount of both sustain as well as team fights she provides, it's a really big deal.
To su olimpijski sport na sljedećim olimpijskim igrama, ozbiljno. Nisam to znao. Ja sam znao da su ubacili kao gaming, ali neke čudne neke igrice, nešto je bilo.
Da, rekli su da će biti, ali ne znam ja šta. Ne znam da, mislim da Counter ne može nikako da bude. Mislim da ne može niko da bude Counter. Counter je vjerojatno zadnja stvar koja će biti na olimpijskim igrama, iskreno.
Da, ja ne znam. Apsolutno nemam ideju šta bi moglo.
kind of embodies
Znači, ako baš
the
nisu
spirit of
potvrdili
this
da će
Furia
biti
lineup where we
counter.
know they're never
Ne,
going to
mislim da
give up.
zbog prirode
And in this
igrice,
game, it
mislim
actually
da
started at third
je jako,
grade
jako teško da se to
around,
dogodi.
like 1915, where GAM once again
Aha,
conceded a
aha,
lot of
kontam nas
pressure,
misli, kontam
and
nas
this
misli.
was the game-changing fight for me, right? Because they realized Levi is kind of stuck
GTA.
in there. He gets booted
Tako je.
out by Tatu. Now
A GTA.
Kiaya is stuck in there, and
izvini.
this is where the tide started to turn
Ovaj,
for
GTA
Furia in this game.
Yeah, and it's
Pa ne
the
bi
thing
bilo
for
loše
me
toliko.
that is concerning
Pokušavam
is
setiti šta su
it
rekli
looked
će
like
biti,
we were gonna
ali
have a
ne
game
mogu da
3 for
se...
GAM that looked very similar to what we saw for
Ne
Fury.
mogu da
Game
se...
Ja se sjećam samo da su bile neki glup odabir igrica.
Tipa
To
Smash
nije bilo ništa
Bros.
što je popularno.
We're seeing a
Da,
consistent
tako nešto.
weakness here from GAM. It feels
Neki
safe to say
Nintendo.
when it comes to picking good fights, fighting these good fights. And as you highlighted before, Chronicler, it's been all about these fights across the entire series. GAM have now picked Red,
Mario
some
Kart.
different tools, some different options to set them up. How do they rally? What are they doing coming into what could be the final game in a
Ti imaš Switch, ti možeš
game
tehnički da
as
igraš.
Furia are on map?
Pa u teo, da, tehnički bi mogao da odem da probam.
They should have won that game, realistically, right? Given how well they played out the
Tako
early
da,
game, how well they
pazite,
utilized
sljedeće
their
olimpijske
draft.
igre,
With
Mario.
just a
China
little
svjetski
bit better
šampion u
team
Mario
fighting,
Kartu.
a little bit more
Vraćam
respect
medalju na
for
trgu
GAM
doček
Nico and, the Drake setup, as Emily
i da
mentioned.
dobijemo
They
države karting.
should be on match point, and I think that that is so
Se
hard to
vozi.
bounce back. If it is another back and forth or a stall,
To
I
je
think it's a lot
dobra
easier
nagrada.
to rally. But instead, you really
Mora
have
se
to step
proslavi
it up
pobedu
and
Mario
try
Kart.
and find a way to come back after such a tough loss.
Yeah, for me it just comes down to better objective setups, better
Yeah.
neutral objective setups, and better team fight setups.
Yeah, we've seen they can do it
Rematch.
early game, need to carry that
Idemo,
through into
zahtjeva
the
tim
end
Fortuna
late
i
game
To,
as well
da,
to
to bi
find out
moglo,
if
to
it's
bi
gonna be
moglo,
Furia
realno.
bringing it home, living to fight another day in this tournament, or if GAM can bring us to a game 5 as we send it over to our casters.
Thank you, Dracos, and thank you everyone
A
else
znaš kako
there
sam
over
skontao
at the
da...
desk. We
Znaš
are
kako
here
se-
at
znaš kako igram
match
rematch?
point for Furia.
Slušam.
Igram
I do think their
defanzivnog
objective setups have
vezanog.
been superior.
Aha.
I do think their
Ne
team play
prelazim
has
pola
been
terena
superior,
u napadu.
and GAM is going to have to try to
Znači,
overcome that.
bukvalno sam na svojoj
with, I
polovini
think, superior individual play
i čekam
and
da krene
playmaking
kontra
that they
i onda
have shown
branim.
that they
Zato
have at
što
times.
u suprotnom
I think that if
Uh,
GAM's
oni
motivation
uvek imaju
is
tipa
to
jednog
team
ili dva
fight,
igrača u
then I
napadu.
just want to see them draft
I
more
ako svi
towards
odemo
it.
napred,
That
niko ne
composition,
ostane da
we
brani.
talked about it at length, but
I bude
it was
golman 1 na
frustrating
2
to
ili
see
1
them
na 1
not
nešto.
Kapiram,
play
kapiram,
through the
kapiram.
sides.
Where they had been
Onako ja sam
so
tu
effective.
samo da
And the fact that,
usporim
like, this Twisted
bar
Fate
malo,
Ultimate was getting so much
da mogu
value,
ostali
and
da
you were
stignu
true up
ako
in
se iko
breaks
vraća
rather
u
than constantly
odbranu.
contesting these neutrals,
To je
instead
ko
playing towards
stvarno
the
da
strength,
igraš
playing
termin,
towards
niko
the
neće
side lanes
trči nazad da se ne umori.
set Kiaya up for
Da,
success,
da, da.
and it's one of those things where watching Kiaya, I feel like he's
Kao da
doing
igram
so
na
phenomenally
ono
well
mali
in the
fudbal
laning phase.
na poslu.
But
Da,
then
da, da.
when we get to
Sa
the team
kolegama.
fights, it's just not the same impact because GAM end
I
up
kao,
finding taking these
dvojica
really awkward
se
fights, so they
trude,
just
a
don't approach them in the way
trojica
that,
onako kao,
ideally they
kao,
want to.
njih dvojica mogu
And
sami.
so I want to see them go much more towards a team fight style, prioritize things like the Maokai, something like the Sejuani. To bring us to a game 5, I feel like that's the type of focus that they're going to need if they want to get the win over Furia, because from what we've seen, I think that Furia is just playing the map better. And so if you give them the tools, I feel like that Furia is favored to win out on this series.
Yeah, absolutely agree. We will see if
Ja se
GAM
slažem
is
s
going to
našim
make it
kolegama
happen
kasterima.
here.
Sad je Furija postala ozbiljan favorit jer se GAM blago raspada. Vidjet ćemo u draftu što urade, iskreno.
Or to find out if GAM
Crvenu
can push
stranu
us to
stranu.
that 5th game here. Had silver scrapes yesterday with Furia, so back-to-back would be a lot of League of Legends for this team to play.
Certainly would be. When we think about some of the priorities we could see, we saw a lot of junglers banned.
So
in the
many
second
AD
rotation.
junglers, yeah.
Yep. And things like the Trundle, Sejuani, Skarner, these were stuff that were just kind of removed in the second half, and then we got to this very narrow pool. The Poppy, I think, did end up getting a huge amount of value. Now let's see what the shift is as we move into Game 4.
Mislim da je Nocturne permaban protiv Gama.
On these two teams
Da.
representing their
Lebi
regions
nema
here.
razloga daš Nocturne.
GAM was not expected to even be able to qualify, but they do seem to have that clutch factor. They have so many fans. You always see it feels like a home crowd here for GAM. I'm not going to lie. As such a beloved team around the world, Levi really stormed onto the scene and had such incredible international performances that made people believe in GAM, that made people believe in him as a player, that he could create these special moments for the fans, for the region. And we'll see if he can do that again here today. Kha'Zix definitely was very difficult to play into the lineup that we saw. And the same was kind of true of the Vi. You know, we got behind on the Vi. It was definitely a difficult game for him. had an incredible performance, I think, in game number 1, and he needs to be able to try to get back to that. The team really does count on him because it feels like Levi is kind of the conductor. When he is having a good game for GAM, then he is able to really dictate the pace. When he's ahead, he can take these fights that he sees and really make sure that they're working out for them.
I very much agree. I also think that Artemis is a key component to the strength of their team fighting. And so when you don't really set him up for success, I feel like that the team's team fighting prowess just dramatically drops. Meanwhile, on the side of Furia, I think that the magic of this team is that any member can stand out at any point. I feel like that I wouldn't put pressure on a single
Da, neko si nije ulogo vučem select izgleda.
They've all had great moments throughout the play-in so far.
Jer ti dobiješ neki info ili ono
Da,
kao, ako što čujemo.
Ne, legit dobijem info od Riota. Piše da igrač Furije nije se loadovo u Champion Select. Kao ušli su u CS i njegov komp je bio u fazonu, ne, nismo ušli u CS. Verujte mi, nismo u CS-u.
I mean, I've been hearing it thrown around on social media that like they're a representative that we haven't seen from Brazil in a while, and I've been really impressed with what they've shown us so far. So let's finally jump into the draft. Furia, for the first time in this series, is going to be on the blue side.
Me too. I mean, I have to give Furia a lot of credit here. We did have that inter-region battle back in Split 1 between LTA North and LTA South. The LTA South, the 4 teams going up against our 4 teams, were only able to win a combined 1 game. And to be able to come here, to push G2 to the very limit, to be in a great position here, it does feel like Furia has really leveled up. They're showing a much better macro game. And I think, ThinkGuard definitely deserving of some credit for that as well. And we'll see how much further they can go, looking, of course, to close out this series. And potentially, they could get a rematch with G2 based on the results of this next series. I think BLG is the favorites coming into
They could get the rematch with G2. Možda bude Bili, nemojte tako.
Between these two teams, with Furia looking for some
BLG
revenge, but
izgubio od G2, a nikad ne znate.
Ako se i to bude dogodilo, onda stvarno ništa ne znam. Onda stvarno ništa ne znam više.
For them, as far as the team fight prowess.
Jesi uradio pikemse?
Nisam, ne, ni Rale ni ja nismo, baš smo pričali o tome.
Nisam čuo to. Ja sam se setio taj bukvalno 20 sata pre, da.
One of the best engaged supports that we have left, given that we're in game 4.
Exactly, I would say it is the best, because to me there are 5 that are kind of the prime engaged supports. That is the Rakan, the Nautilus, the Rel, the Leona, and then the Alistar. And of course, the other 4 had already been played, so the Alistar, last one remaining, really high prio on having that engage come from the support for JoJo.
But this is why it's so scary, because Braum is so good into the pick. Pairing it up alongside the Lucian too means that GAM get themselves a pretty strong bot lane. It will mean that we'll need to see the engage come through from somewhere other than Elio. The Yasuo.
Do we get the IU Yasuo? We're getting Alistar Yasuo.
Oh my god.
Ovo je baš, ne znam.
Baš izmišljamo toplu vodu bespotrebno.
Da, ali vidiš ovo što kažu kasteri da igra u LTA Southu, tako da... Interesantno. Jer generalno se lik raspada, kao koliko je pametno da igra Yasuo.
You're just going to slam down the Yasuo and say, you know what? You can't stop me.
I like it. We'll see how the rest of the draft develops around it.
Jesu pikevi bili. Bilo je da se izabere ko prolazi iz play-ina.
GAM now need to make an important decision. Do they want to match mid? Or do they instead want to lock in something like jungle? LeBlanc for AORUS. We saw some buffs come through for LeBlanc on a recent patch. It's traditionally been seen as a good matchup into the Azir. Azir really struggles to trade back against the LeBlanc. Well, you can get Cryo in the early wave clear.
A Yasuo mid.
A mislim u teoriji možeš. Treba mi leveli, ali u teoriji možeš.
I onda ode AD Azira.
To već vjerojatno.
This is spicy already through the first 3 picks here. They get mid lane counter pick. They're also, because they're on red side, going to get answer here for top lane. More jungle bans coming through. Last time we saw, so much attention towards the tank junglers. Skarner even got banned away.
I was just thinking to myself, Lee Sin LeBlanc would be great for GAM, and immediately Furia read it and they get a ban away.
I feel like Viego also fits the bill, so it'll be interesting to see if that's going to be something that does get taken away. Jarvan, those are the 3 that are kind of standing out as AD junglers that could really pair well with this LeBlanc. Will the Skarner be taken away? Already 2 of these 3 kind of prime tank junglers have been banned out.
Skarner I expect to be the ban. Oh no, they're gonna get rid of
Ovo mi izgleda ko Game 5, a ne Game 4 serije.
I don't really love the pairing.
U smislu pikova, LeBlanc, Lucian Brown, Yasuo, Alistar.
You want something that has some sort of setup,
Jako
some
early
sort of
game.
skirmishing power.
But with this Trundle
Fun game ako ništa, da.
Something that is going to be tanky. You know, generally Trundle is picked into like Xin Zhao and stuff as a good jungle matchup, but that's already gone. So I'm thinking, do you want to have a tank alongside it? Is that why you're worried about this Trundle? You know, are they thinking about like an Ornn on 5? Are they thinking about a Skarner jungle? But to me, Viego fits the bill for what they need. Graves would be really spicy.
Graves za Levija, da. To može biti.
It is definitely, you know, really powerful power farmer. I think LeBlanc always wants to be solo AP, so I would not want to see that whatsoever, but they are just kind of hovering through, and we'll see where they land.
Do we get the predict? It's looking like it. The reason why I think the Trundle ban is good is I think traditionally Trundle is a good answer into the Viego. When they just hit each other, Trundle wins out on those fights. And so Viego, LeBlanc, the reason why this pairing is just so good is that they both set up for each other. They both synergize very well. They're fantastic in the skirmishes. They love to try and fight in those 2v2s, 3v3s, and they just have so much power that enable one another.
Exactly. I mean, for Viego, it's all about getting resets, right? It's all about putting that damage out, bursting someone down, getting that initial kill. And Skarner's job is going to be to say, you cannot do that. You go forward, I will CC you, I will make your life really, really difficult. And we'll find out what the final pick here is for Gigo.
If they just swapped...
Gledali smo Siona u tom matchupu da radi relativno dobro, tako da...
Traditional front to back. The Yasuo does change things up a little bit, but ultimately they've gone for a very solid 5v5 teamfight composition. Yeah. It is very much about the front to back, where it's a question of, can you get through our front line? And I do feel that, given the last game, GAM need to be cautious about how they approach these fights, because if they do just try and walk face first into a 5v5, I'm worried about how well things are going to pan out.
So this is definitely what I was thinking when I saw the Trundle ban, is that they were considering, you know, some sort of tank in the top lane. You know, I thought it might have been something like the Ornn. It is, in fact, the Cassante here. There's not the most consistent damage. Obviously, Azir is kind of the exception.
Mene samo brine što nemaju... Ne znam kakav je Aju na Yasuo. Kao sve to super ako proradi, ali... Isto tako može da bude jako loše.
Ne znam, kasteri su njihovi relativno hajpovani, oni su kastovali vjerojatno nešto njegovih mečeva, tako da navodno ovo je nešto što radi za njega. Azir također, Azir Yasuo radi kao kombo.
Very difficult to deal with, where before a fight even starts, this LeBlanc is popping out of Fog of War, taking half of someone's HP.
Tako da vidjet ćemo, nemam pojma. Nisam pametan. Mislim, sve ostalo igra relativno loše, tako da ajde vidimo da će ovo biti što bolje.
Možda razmišljaju kao, a ne, veze intovao je, pa dajte mu čempiona koji, ono, je poznat po tome što se intuje na njemu.
Distortion sigil poke, you're trying to get that damage out, and you get flash Renekton Sun, you get flash comboed, you get hit by a Skarner ult or a Skarner E into the wall. Anything like that can spell disaster for some of these squishy characters that have been drafted. But the same is true for the Yasuo on the other side. Good use of the wind wall is absolutely critical to survive in these team fights. Playing around that with their very melee-heavy team that they have drafted is going to be huge.
Well, the pressure is now on for GAM. A single game will determine their fate. Will they push us to Silver Scrapes, the Game 5, or will their MSI run end here? Furia looking to get a huge best-of-5 victory over GAM and look to move forward in the play-in stage to face the loser of BLG and G2, which will be happening after this series, straight after. League fans will not have to wait very long. I know EU fans, it's the weekend. I hope you enjoy the late night.
Hvala vam američki kasteri, baš nam je gaz da radimo do 7 ujutru. Kako nam se smeju srami.
Njima super, ono.
You always just gotta believe in the caps, man.
Njima ne znam ni kad je krenulo ovo. Koliko je razlika? 6 sati, za ne? 8?
As GAM going to be looking
Ne znam, East Coast, West Coast, ali mislim da je da, između 6 i 8.
They did bring G2 to silver scrapes. They're on the verge of their first international best of 5 win. They had never even played against a major region in a best of 5 before, so yesterday was the first time actually getting to go up against G2. Obviously, the expectations were not high for them against G2, but they really proved people wrong. And of course, again, this is an elimination match, so a lot of pressure on these players here, and we'll see how IU and JoJo do survive in the early levels on the Asu Alistar.
I also just think that over the last few years,
Staj na pravom
Brazil
mraku.
has really just
Staj na u mraku da ne bi morao da hoda. Pokušava da se izvuče.
To vam priča. Ja znam kako je krenulo da smo tu do 7, tako da naš.
And IU in particular, these young players that have already demonstrated so much attention.
A?
We'll see how things pan
A JoJo je level
out
1, ja sam bio,
a
zato
big
što nije
victory
headbutt,
against GAM
nije
would
pulverize,
be
tako da.
massive for the region and these players.
Well, this is actually really interesting. So Levi's doing a 3-camp.
Pa Vanja, pazi, mislim, ako tražiš nekog da te usmeri, pričaš o treneru. Treba ti, mislim, ako specifično gledaš da neko pogleda tačno šta ti radiš i kako da ispravi tvoj gameplay, pričaš o coachu. Da li ti se isplati uzeti coacha, zavisi šta želiš.
Ja ne mogu da ti dam nikakav savjet, ja igram jungle kada dobijem tako što uzmem gankera i gankujem po ceo game.
U solo queue to radi. Ako bodeš da gankuješ mentalno malo nestabilnu osobu, GG.
A? Šta je Tatu sad uradio? Aha, Tatu je bežao od leve. Uopšte nisam skontao Viega na njemu.
Jedan piksel na dole ispod kule, stanovar imaju kill.
Da.
Read, knows the speed at which he will clear, knows the speed at which his opponent will clear, and makes the read that he's going to be on the top side, and they can make a move and catch him. Great stuff. It did take a lot of resources to do it. They spent both the flashes, including that flash pathmaker from Kiaya, but excellent start.
I think the roam from AORUS was also really important. They needed that extra bit of damage to come through. And the fact that he sacrificed some of his wave in order to be there to assist with the damage output meant that GAM was able to find an advantage on the top side of the map. The blue gets stolen away. The crab is also secured. Levi with a big advantage over Tatu.
And now Tatu is completely jobless. Like, he's gonna have to wait for these respawn camps, try to go towards that. There's still so many camps on the map that Levi can farm up. He has his Raptors respawning. He's got 3 camps on bot side. He has a second scuttle that he can even go towards. So we'll see. It's looking like it's gonna be a great start for Levi.
I was gonna say, I don't love the placement of this ward, but it is gonna spot out Tatu. I would have preferred it deeper to actually see the Raptors being cleared out. Levi, though, gonna get the double crab. Tatu's pathing is, well, it should clear out now because he can start pathing up towards the top side of his jungle. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, a matchup that we were excited to see because the Yasuo is going to come through. Not too far behind, the kind of deficit that you would expect in the early game. I imagine that Artemis is going to look to try and push this advantage more similar to what we saw in Game 1.
It's going to be tough for Gigo as well because the early kill went to Kiaya, so it's a fast Bramble, and he got red buff, which is always annoying to have to actually lane against that. As AORUS goes forward, is able to actually
Mata zna gde su prioriteti. Partijama koje kreću od 2 ujutru.
Nice buffer there, does get the stun, and then another Q to follow it up.
Gigo je možda nije
Gigo trying to kite back, needs to be careful to avoid that third and Tofo strike. Will be able to do it for now, but he is getting quite low. Tatu in the area.
Ne, nije do 2, ma ne, ako se završi ovo odmah ide sljedeća serija. Nije u 2 sljedeća, rolling time je. A šta rade oni, čač? Da, njima se baš ide u game 5 izgleda. I guess da je to ugao.
Kada nafidovo se i Nenad na Kasanteu, pa smo izgubili taj game.
A massive mistake means that this Kasante is now going to get very monstrous very quickly.
He's going to be so tanky, and Kiaya really can be that difference maker. Jungle is ahead, top
da, ne znam šta su teli, mislim, Gigo nije imao nikakve itema, nije backovao, a Kiaya je imao Bramble.
But they have got to keep their foot on the gas. We saw what happened last game. They got up to a 5,000 gold lead, did still lose that one. But again, it is another good early game, and it's something we've seen a lot from them throughout the tournament. You know, you think back even to the BLG series where they were able to create advantages. AORUS, though, could be in trouble, going to get swept back. JoJo in the area. AORUS has to flash. the XP advantage making the difference there for Toots.
Now, this is a consequence of the roam that we saw from AORUS in the early game to assist in getting that first blood on the top side of the map. Losing the flash and falling behind is not the end of the world. LeBlanc does spike quite nicely on that first item, but I will say that while it looks good for GAM, having all of that gold invested on the top side of the map isn't necessarily ideal. This composition, while it does want to spike around that one item, in an ideal world, GAM is investing their resources mid and bot rather than the Cassante who...
But what if Cassante just kills everyone?
I mean, there's also that reality, right? Where Jojo going to take a decent amount of damage. GAM might convert it into a kill.
A ne, nego se healovao, ja sam bio u fazonu imao sve izrašeno, ali stero.
I'd just be saying that Cassante is very scary, but as long as this LeBlanc and Lucian are under control, Furious still have ways to turn this game around.
Absolutely. I mean, especially after you came back in last game, you're
Sante ga odskjelovo nije ni počela partija.
Early on. Last game was 1,000 times worse in the position that they were in, and they were able to come back and win that. So I don't think they're going to be too concerned whatsoever. You are expecting an early deficit in this melee versus range matchup for the Yasuo. Levi here on the invade, though, trying to use the pressure they have, but they did not check the pixel brush. They were all spotted by that pink ward as they walked in through that bot lane tri-brush.
Neću da je oprosti, nema master
IU is locked under the tower, farming that wave. So he does not want to leave for what might not even be a good
fight. Ne mogu da verujem
da
smo, nije sad je master se prošao, tako da.
AORUS looking for the chain. Jojo is here.
Jako lepo. Gigo će sad uvreti ovdje.
The dominance. The ultimate is available, of course, but Kiaya could also look to go all out. IU going in, last breath comes out here on Artemis. Exhaust going to be used as well. Artemis going to have to actually flash out of there, respecting the damage from the Yasuo. Gets in on top of him, pops the exhaust, and you just can't fight back in that spot.
Alright, guess im radi. Mislim, nema šta.
Pa guess da je IU Yasuo ono ekspert šta, ne
Čovek OTP.
Samo što je ovdje Cassante, razumiješ, znači ikada. Ovo je Star Walkuje sad preko njih, gledaj ovo, bum, 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 bum. Cassante, ode.
The star of GAM comes to life in this game, makes the early game read on the jungle path and gets the double kill. And they're going to be able to grab the objective off the back of it as well.
I will say, it was a bold play from Furia to try and fight this.
Elio in trouble here. Tuts.
Ima ga, flashuje zov, mora napravio play. Mora dobije kill bar.
Tuts will not be outdone.
We find ourselves in the midst of chaos 9 minutes into game 4. Furia finally get themselves their first kill of the game. It goes into the mid laner's hands, but trying to contest these grubs was an ambitious move to make. Levi possesses a lot of the early game gold. Viego wants to skirmish. Skarner, Renekton, Braum. These champions, especially after falling behind already, trying to go for that early fight, I just don't think was a good decision, and GAM rightfully punished it. Just short of 2k is now the lead that they sit on. Jojo in a bit of danger.
Što znači, mi se tajmiram hodanje sad, idem do WC-a i kad se vratim ću namestim 100. Da mogu tamo game 3, 4 i 5 G2 BLG-a da sedim. Ako, mislim, ako... Ne kažem da će se dogoditi, vjerovatno neće. Ali, znaš, ako... Vidi, ako gledamo BLG G2 game 5, ja to moram da sedim i da uživam. Ne mogu tu da se stresiram, znaš, dok hodam. Znači mora da bude full chill.
Da, pravo ćemo. Mislim da je, sa druge strane G2 može da dobije 3-0. I sad ćemo onda.
To je istina, to je istina. Aha, da. Nisam da već ja to sam za 10 sekundi.
Cassante does not have all out, so doesn't have his ultimate, and dominance is available for Gigo, so he should be okay to farm under his tower, but he's got to be careful about getting poked down here. AORUS going in for the trade, proxy electrocute, but honestly took as much damage, if not more, as he dealt. And Tuss has just been handling this matchup without any issues whatsoever. He really has been looking great.
The level advantage doing him wonders right now, just having that extra bit of health. Tatu makes his way. I wonder if he was spotted there.
If Levi's still in the brush, he would be. Should be spotted, yep. So they know that Tatu is in the area. The question is, do they look for a fight here around the scuttle? AORUS is already trying to threaten the move down towards that river. But it looks like GAM will just make the call, you know what, we gotta give it up. We don't want to actually engage into Jojo and IU, especially when Jojo just hit 6. Would be very difficult to take down. AORUS, though, going aggressive here onto Toots. Does land the chain, but it's getting quite low. But again, trading back effectively every single time. Keeping that pressure on AORUS, never allowing him to just take a free trade. But with the Azir having to go back to base, Levi feels confident, try to start this up. Elio looking. They're going to be able to proc the stun here onto IU. IU flashes out, but IU could be in a lot of trouble. Braum going to throw down the ultimate. Jojo tries to knock him back. As the knock-up there from IU will keep him safe, but still, the TP should guarantee this dragon.
Yeah, but it's a heavy commitment there.
No one's top, yeah, and there's no TP to answer.
This will open up the top lane tower for Gigo to get a bit of gold back in the matchup. But sure, a second of Dragon secured. I like the fact that GAM is keeping this pressure up is what they need to do, because in an ideal world what's happening is the Trinity Force is already completed for Levi. You spike hard at around 15 to 20 minutes. You get the third dragon and then you force Furia into a fight where you have that item advantage. You're spiking hard at around level 11, the right items, the right time, and Furia hasn't had enough time to scale up. So I think GAM has the right idea around how they want to play things out. Right now, a lot of the gold is sitting on Levi, and that is both a good and a bad thing. It's a good thing because it's giving them full control over these objectives. It's really hard for Furia to fight. But in terms of pressure, Azir is doing a good job of maintaining mid-control and is always punishing AORUS every time AORUS tries to move. And on the bot side of the map, ARTEMIS is not dominating in the 1v1 matchup, and this Yasuo is just having a lot of time to free scale. Now they've moved IU towards mids, and we see these kind of lane assignments once again from GAM. They're threatening the dive on top of the team.
Oh, they definitely want to try to look for a dive, but Tatu is in the area. Will they be able to actually pull it off? The culling is just
and
ARTEMIS gets the kill, and now we can actually take over the body, but IU is coming up here as well. They're going to try to look for more, but GAM execute on that play. Even though Furia had the read, the CC into just a full tanked culling was way too much for Gigo to be able to survive. They are looking for AORUS down on the bot side, but we'll be able to just throw it out to safety.
Has the mobility to get away. Oh,
but
sam propustio nešto dobro. Tamo sam na dive došao.
He's gonna have to try to dodge. Gets the knock up. There's the last breath. The shield comes through. Will they be able to kill him off? Elio incredibly low is barely able to survive there. Levi jumps out as well. They can't take down IU. Well played by the Yasuo to be able to survive in the 1v3.
Well played by the Yasuo. Nešto što sam mislio da nikad neću čujem.
The exhaust doing some serious work. It did seem like they were going to try and trade Elio for IU, which would have been a worthwhile trade, but he manages to find the outplay. GAM still hold on to the gold lead for now. Toots is being given more free farm in the bot lane as he extends his individual lead to 1.1k. Donacije Tooth doing some serious work on the split push. And Furia, again, we always think about that scaling element. They're looking pretty good for the time being.
Treba gold, oni moraju da scaleuju, itemi, leveli.
And they're going to have to try to find some sort of solution. AORUS really has not been
se meni ovo izgleda kao peti game, ali ko zna. Nekako, znaš šta je fora? Mislim da ni u jednom gameu nisam verovao u IO, ali mislim da ovaj game u stvari će da odigra dobro. Mislim da mu je to ono, ako mu je to već pik, Yasuo sa svi ostali AD carry su baš nebo i zemlje, tako da razumijem zašto igra toliko forward na ostalim. Razumijem zašto grifa na ostalim AD carryima ako mu je Yasuo komfort.
Now spawning in about 20 seconds.
Nemam pojma.
Furia.
Oh, they're going to look. Nice combo there as Jojo knocks him back and he gets stunned to the wall immediately. AORUS has to flash out, but will it even matter? Flash there to follow. They're trying to chase him down. Tatu used the flash, but he can't close the gap just yet. You can see IU moving down. AORUS may have to try to look for an execute here, but I don't know if the kill tag has expired, and it definitely hasn't now as Tatu hits him.
Boga mi, baš ga forsuju ovoga Aresa.
Means that the gap between the mid laners is only continuing to grow. Of course, we look at the rest of the map and it's still advantages across the board in favor of GAM.
Azir može da, Azir će ih rasturiti, to jeste u tim fightovima. Svi su jako low range.
Levi is there. They're just trying to force down the tower. Elio TP down. Now ARTEMIS is going to arrive. Can they look to try to turn this around? ARTEMIS trying to get some damage down, but the tower is getting lower and lower as Kiaya is looking for another solo follow on the top side. Gigo flashes out, but will Kiaya spend the flash to follow? He's going to go for it, and he's going to get it. Kiaya with another solo kill, not to be outdone.
The Cassante continues to grow stronger. GAM are gaining massive advantages on the top side of the map. The Dragon is a minute away,
0-4.
and Furia find themselves in a difficult
Ne,
spot.
a Gigo nije uopšte igrač ovu partiju, on je apsolutno
shoulders. The Azir in a great spot.
Some broad shoulders, though.
It's going to have to be, as GAM find themselves with such a huge advantage right now. Look at Levi. This Viego is very scary with the Cassante by his side. We'll see how
Ja se
things play
kontam
out.
Skarner,
About
hard
2K
steel,
gold
sve
down
to
for
stoji
now.
da je to
The
jako
Held
dobar
gonna
item
drop,
na
they
njemu,
can't really
ali...
contest. Instead, they'll set their sights
Ja
on
samo
the
razmišljam da je u
They may
ovakvim
just be
timovima
collector
iskreno
second
najbolje
here.
samo da ideš
Really
od
aggressive
početka
build
tank.
with the Viego. Definitely
Da
can
uzmeš
put
lepo
up
one ending
incredible
spare i
amounts
da
of
imaš
burst.
nekog
Yaya now here
resistanca.
around mid lane. Jojo just
Ali ja mislim da Furia full komituje na scale. Oni su u fazonu igramo u LeBlanc, ajmo u 70 minuta, mada imaju i Renegtona, tako da to se malo cancela i vidi. Yasuo u Hyperlate vs Lucian, mislim, Yasuo radi ogromnu količinu damage-a, da, ali opet si imali heroj koga mogu da pretope, Lucian bar ima range, tako da tu zna da bude malo, ono, malo nezgodno.
The bot wave's in an awkward spot for GAM. They decided to just bring
Ja ne
Kiaya
znam da
over
li oni
towards the
ovo
Drake.
uopšte mogu da
They wanna make
kontestuju.
sure
Ja
they
mislim da
get
oni ovdje
this to
gube
put
partiju
themselves on
iskreno
sole
ako
point.
probaju.
Tatu is in the area.
Šta znam, možda
Down,
Azir
but
može
now
da
the rest of
nosi,
Furia have
da iznese
regrouped.
pa...
They're looking to contest.
Game, da iznese fight
Absolutely
iz
are,
njega.
and Furia are much more grouped. AORUS is on the side by himself here. Levi, Kiaya focusing down this Dragon, but you can see the damage coming in from Toots already, as there's AORUS looking for some poke onto IU, but the combo
Oh
is
my
gone.
god, okay, never mind. Okay, never mind, oni su samo najbolji tim na svijetu, izvinjavam.
Da, ide Furia.
Vamos Brazil!
Vamos Brazil, vamos Brazil, vamos Brazil. Vamos Brazil. Lepo, lepo, lepo. Uš, da malo. Lepo. Mislim da sad ovdje totalno vratili game. To je sve. Sad imaju ramp dovoljan, partija će potrebati dovoljno. Uzeli su Drake-a, nije ni soul point, sad su na konju. Ovo je ovaj BLG radio Gamu juče. Baš insane force-ovi. I sad Drake, kula, killovi.
Yasuo je zapravo jako dobar pick, ja nisam razmišljao zato što ne sme LeBlanc da komituje na njega na strani, on je zone out sam. Jer LeBlanc neće dobiti 1-1 protiv Yasuo.
Kraken shieldbu iznad.
Ju, ali gledaj Alistair engage samo.
Čak i mislim full combo je bio na Brauma i na Xante, ali opet je bilo dovoljno da se ubiju. Lepo, lepo, lepo. Bravo gospodine, hvala gospodine. Nisam vidio se rukuje niko nikada, uvijek je fist bump. Svaka čast gospodine, odlična akcija. Bravo, Tuts, odlični si. Evo me lep play sa tvoje strane, sa vaše strane gospodine, mora persepti. Tuts.
Sad ovo već, čekaj.
Tuts, damage.
Samo uništio LeBlanc.
Zašto on radi toliko damage-a sa dva itama, a jedan je Liandri?
Gonna be able to pop the ulti to break that, but here comes Levi. Great sidestep there from Jojo. He will eventually be ran down. The question is, can they get something else elsewhere on the map? And the answer
Ja, posle ovog BLG tu jedva čekam seriju.
not be able to take this tower before they get back to defend.
Yeah, so a positioning mistake there from Furia. It's great that Toots is able to, at the very least, trade 1-for-1, but AORUS has very little gold in the game, and the fact that Levi was able to pick up that kill is only going to put him in a more favorable position. Furia can't afford to rest on their laurels because GAM is going to constantly fish for these picks, and with nothing on the map for Furia to really cross map for, it's only going to allow GAM to reclaim that gold advantage. Levi, in the last fight, wasn't allowed, I should say, to have impact, but next time round he's going to be aware of that, and a single reset could change the whole fight.
Tatu looking here for Artemis. Nice dash and nice sidestep. Artemis hits him with the question mark right after. Great job avoiding the gank there from Tatu. The big problem for me is you don't really have any guaranteed explosive engage from GAM, as they're going to get some damage down here on Tatu. Let the culling rip. Levi's coming in, as is Jojo. IU just drops the wind wall, tries to keep his jungler safe, and will be able to do so.
Jojo still up
this big gold advantage they want to try to use. Remember, Jojo has no ulti from that bot lane death, and he's going to die again. The question is how aggressive do they get with this? You can see pings all the way over onto the Otacon.
And you can see that GAM is very good at just finding these picks. Furia is disrespecting. They did win a team fight, but that doesn't suddenly mean that you're so much stronger than GAM. They have the numbers, they're finding good catches, and with the TP being invested, they're securing an Otacon.
They're going to grab this Otacon. Yep, no chance of a steal here. Tatu not in the area. And Tuts is not even going to look for it. Great plays there from GAM.
Skarner ima 18 tako na ovom kapstilu. Iskreno, bolje ga nije izbildao.
But it's going to be very difficult for him to use that in a team fight compared to what the Azir is going to be able to do. Where he just
čitam komentar smešan mi kaže prošlo 12 jeftine struje upali svetlo. Bro, ne mogu, znaš ti koliko mi treba da samo ove lampice gore za mene. A još i traka radi i to vuče struje. Sad, brate. Odakle mi za svetlo još?
Stajno zapravo pustio video.
Plus legitimno ne mogu da dohvatim sijalicu sad. Jer sam podigao 100 da stoji i sad bukvalno moram spustim opet 100 da bi upalio svetlo, tako da ostajem u mraku. Gledam da li mogu nešto da uradim, da možda mogu da otvorim prazan beli prozor negde. Koji sajt je skroz beo pozadi? Koristim dark mode na svemu, možda Slack na screenu. Ne, to mi je dark mode. Ček, idem ide, oću na YouTube i ukucat ću Bright White. Light.
Meni je Vena skroz belom.
Sad ću da vidim da li...
was kind of just free hitting, but it did mean the ultimate was spent from both Gigo and Jojo, so they could be vulnerable. Furia though pushing forward, eyes on this tier 1 tower.
Možda ovdje?
And again, GAM is just completely stuck.
Jedino što sad ne vidim chat. Čekaj, mogu i to popraviti emisiju. Evo tako može, malo. Malo se vidim bar. Samo što sam sad verovatno slep. Kad god gledam chat, da, ne mogu ovako, mozak će mi eksplodirati. Sorry, ljudi.
Oj, odelio. Sad nije još uvijek čip.
Nikom još ide Kraken. Pa nije, ali vidi, ali on je ovaj... Mislim, Yasuo je igrač je. Ja nekako uvek u tim situacijama sam fazono, gle, ajde, ako igraš Yasuo, vratno znaš zašto to buildaš. A Tuts je full health i ovo je samo free za... Furiju.
Ne smijem uopšte, kad je Azir tu oni ne smijem.
Prejak je, baš je bolesno je prejak. Damn well sure. Da.
Kako je reklit naš kolega?
Kad kreće BLG kreće odmah posle ove serije, znači ne znamo. Nije lokovan u 2 sata, u 2 je ako ode u 5 gameova, ali ako se ova serija završi sad, onda je recimo kod 10 do 1, aj recimo tu negde. Tu negde oko 10 do 1.
And like, what options the GAM have left? They don't have an easy way to start the fight. Their engage is limited. Instead, they try to poke down their opposition, but Furia is more than healthy enough.
Samo vi igrajte team kompove koji nemaju engage.
But now Levi is isolated and Furia are quick to collapse.
Pravda za GAM. Ali možda neki drugi put, mislim, ovdje izgube ovu seriju, oni su manje više gotovi.
A zašto rukuje se s ovima, sa Gigom dođe ono kao bratski znak? Ne razumijem šta kao, s jednim ima profesionalni odnos, a sa drugim ono kao brat, pobratim, šta?
Look at the damage dealt there. Artemis getting a ton done, but it's a one-man army. The Emperor on the other side, Tuts has just been killing it. AORUS trying to take down the tower, but kind of disrespecting the damage there from Gigo. Takes a couple tower shots for his trouble and will be sent packing.
Eto, probali su Semom, probali su Saresom, na kraju ništa od toga.
This could be a tool used to force a fight.
Artemis, Levi are here, they're looking for Tatu, they're going to go in for it, they pull the trigger on the
teleport. Lucija, čekaj, ovo je dobro jako za njih. Azir nije tu bio na početku. Oh my god. Jao, i lošu, izgubili su fight.
Kaj, ne mogu da... Jedna greška, uvije ga. Jedna greška, uvije ga, jedan reset, uvin.
Ala troluju, imaju sreće što su se nafidali. Inače bi ovo bilo katastrofa. Mislim već jeste.
Već jeste, da, ja mislim da već jeste. Nema, mislim, Tatu je pao pre nego što je počeo fight. I kao dao si Diego reset u openeru i onda nastavljaš sa engage-om da... Ušta je Asuov flasha, gdje on ide? Užas. Bukvalno užas. Biju se jedan...
Aju, onda je trebao da uleti tuc da ih ultuje sve. Ne znam šta je čekao.
Ult mi je bio na cooldown, on je uleteo ranije od toga, to je najveći problem.
You can see big early advantage was claimed by Levi in this game, and he is trying to be the force that gets them across the finish line. AORUS now level 6 critical.
Ne, samo se užas bio, mislim, nema šta, to je samo...
Really short cooldown on the ulti helps with the poke. Gigo fighting aggressively here, but he's against Kiaya and Levi. Kiaya can tank the tower for days. Gigo though still surviving for now.
Gigo.
They're going to be able to knock him down. Kiaya's going to get out of tower range. They do get the kill, and now it's Tatu that's in trouble on the other side. As the culling won't quite be enough damage to knock him down. Twitch though holding strong here in that bot lane, defending the tower as IU takes over the responsibilities in mid lane.
Levi is playing with nothing but confidence, acting as the driving force right now for GAM. They find another pick in mid, convert it into a tower. They're gonna secure another one here in the bot lane.
6K.
And GAM, after a single fight, have claimed full control over this game.
Kako se zove momak koji kaste s Signom? Ja se zovem Marko.
Istina? Mogu da potvrdim. Zove se Marko, vidio sam mu ličnu kartu.
Da. Tražio mi.
Moram.
Ne znam šta je uradio sa njom, nisam je dobio nazad.
Sad ako vidiš nekih zloupotrebe GMBG-a i tih stvari da znaš, ovi nisam ja. Totalno nisam ja. To je onaj drugi caster kome si dao ličnu kartu, ne meni.
Ne znam, gledajte, u Fortuni se ne zna koliko castera ima. Pojavi se samo neka kaže ja sam caster i kao
okej, ti si kaže, kako se tako osjećaš danas, mislim, nema problema. Sve je to okej. Valja to tako ponekad, ljudi moji, valja to tako ponekad.
Mi se samo šalimo, čisto se zna, radi legalnih stvari, nije ništa se ne dešava.
Tako je. Taman posla, pupu daleko bilo, što bi se reklo.
Mi smo profesionalci.
They kept the pressure on. They never allowed Fury to enter their jungle, so they couldn't get any vision to even approach the dragon. Just denied any possibility of a fight. Was really well done. The last whisper now done as well for Levi, so Gigo could be in some trouble tanking that call.
Gigo živ. Brat moj, run down, ga ceo.
Pa, jedan basic. A da je Tuc ovdje uletao i vratio ih nazad, sve bi ih pobio.
Da, ne, ja mislim da nije očekivao da će oni zapravo probati da daju toliko.
Zato su mraku, tako je. Jer je sve jasno ko dan i onda ja blame u mraku. To je otprilike plan. Dario Legendo, 8 godina, 9 godina, koliko sam već. 8 godina sam u Fortuni. Kako ne? Dugo.
Ne može da pobegne.
Ne mogu. Ako ništa da radni staž, pazi, još malo mogu penziju. To je cool.
Samo da znate, Sajna je toliko star.
Da, pa vidite, gle, ja kad odem u penziju samo ću više streamovati, tako da mislim da chat ne može se žali da ja odem u penziju. Samo bi bilo više streamovat. Jeste, 8 godina, pa da. Pa ja sam prestao da igram profesionalno pre 10 godina. I streamao sam na Twitchu 2 godine i onda sam zaposlio u Fortuni. To je bila neka 17. 18. mislim tako nešto. Sad je već 25. tako da vidi. Što je desi, leti vreme ozbiljno. Vreme leti ozbiljno. Taman polako ljudi dolaze za G2 BLG. A nisu svesni da mi idemo u 5. game ovdje.
So Baron spawns in 50 seconds. GAM are gaining deep vision control on the top side of the map.
Oh, Kiaya in a potential 1v2 here. Gigo is
na
around.
Kijaju. Sad će da ga ubiju 2 AD champion.
Evo, sad će. Dalje ubijaju ga i dalje.
Gledaj, radimo damage.
Nema. I W. I sad mora ga flipu na... ne tamo.
Dobro da ne. O nema, to je Kasante, champion iz 2036.
Nema, da, nimo, eto više. Pa ti vidi kakva je situacija. Inače ljudi, taman da vas podsjetim, pošto vidim da se polako skupljaju ljudi, a imate još 2 dana, postanete Patreon, link vam je gore. Tako da ako neko žele postane Patreon, pokupi OG gear. U suštini još danas i sutra i to je to, onda se menja oprema, menja se merch, tako da eto, imate još 2 dana, link je pinovan u chatu, tako da ako hoćete podržite kanal, postanete Patreon, proverite link koji je pinovan gore. Valja podsjetiti jer ostalo još 2 dana, poslije ljudi je pitaju gdje je OG gear, a njega nema. I dalje Furia možda vina, mislim samo što je... U teoriji mislim da ako uzmu Soul, mislim da je otprilike na Soulu gotovo.
Da ih CC-uju i Tuc ne mora da radiš frima shuffle. Može samo da stoji s strane, dok god mu je živ front line. Mislim da to često Azir igrači na pro playu zeznu. Uleću da naprave herojski ulti, a nemaju potrebi. Samo ih lupa soldierima, stavi 3 dole i izlupaju.
Da, dobite bonus od XP da i Tuci, jesto, pravo si.
Sad se LeBlanc nafidovala. A Gigo, level... Ja, ovo je ono, ne znamo šta ćemo, pa ajde startujemo Barona jedno. Ono, da nas izlupa. Kad je Zel prešao da radi play by play? Actually, je lik skroz dobar u tome.
Dario, šaljemo merch svugde, izvini, nastavi.
Ne, samo ti, pošto ti pričaš o bitnim stvarima.
Ne, samo se teo kažem da šaljemo merch svugde, sad jedina stvar je što merch sve van Srbije će biti skuplje, jer poslati merch iz Srbije je bilo gdje drugdje, ne znam tačno koliko je, ali skuplje. Tako da. Ali šaljemo gdje god. Mislim da je Srbija, Hrvatska nekih 15 evra shipping, 15-20, ne znam koliko je.
Kako troluju, strašno.
Da, pa ne, mislim ne... A što je najgore, oni Baron fight su izintovali samo. Bukvalno samo izintovali Mata Wave, čekaj. On je papirom ko se Rakud igra. Neka. Idemo u 5. Idemo u 5, nek ideš je. Da, 5 na 5 s gornje strane kod Barona su samo dropovali celu partiju. I to što je najjače, Tato je izgrifovo. BLG to 3. Pa vidjet ćemo, da, ja mislim isto da BLG stompa G2 Alive, vidjet ćemo, nemam pojma. Sve je moguće.
A ga vija, tako bespotrebno, LeBlanc skinuo si na pola health, daj nemoj ga vijeti dalje od toga.
Jeste.
Nema teleport, znaš da nema teleport, bacio je teleport.
kill.
Forse
With the
brate onda
Azir now under
objective
his
neki.
control, he could easily turn the fight in GAM's
Makro
favor, and
negativan.
that was all it took.
Došli da gledam G2 ljudi. Nije džabe pisalo da je u 2 sata ta serija. Zna Riot šta radi.
It's just an absolute banger, man. GAM have got to be so happy battling back in a game like that. It looked so difficult at times to be able to deal with the Azir, but they find a way.
Biće ti žao kogod izgubi. Pazi, solidna je šansa da kogod izgubi opet. Mislim, kogod pobedi da izgubi sledeću, to je. To sam išao. Mada, sad kad pogledaš kako ide, a nemam pojma. Yes.
It's anyone's game and it's anyone's series right now, and it's the second time we have a game 5 here at MSI 2025. Coincidentally, it's Furia.
Dosta na analiz desk.
A lot of A-ramming during this
Da
game,
analizira.
but also a lot of impact from GAM's top laner.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot of A-ramming, but for me, once again, it started in the top side with Kiaya. This Cassante got really far ahead really quickly. Some of it of his own doing, right? Like making space, getting the solo kill. Some of it of some interesting decisions from Furia trying to gank him on the top side of the game, but how it turned out is that he just became an absolute menace.
Imali su plan I samo je odleteo kroz prozor plan.
Kind of contrast, or in addition to Levi.
Mislim, Kiaya nije outplayovan, mislim, troluje.
Because Levi is the core of this composition, right? Anytime you do have a Viego, you just
Pixi, to je zašto nisi gledao BLG juče.
your fights are going to be looking good, and we saw it in this
Juče je BLG pokazao šta radi ekipa koja je na svjetskom nivou. Ubili su ga, ubiše ih, vidi. Čak su malo grifali na početku, nešto su malo pravili greške I samo jedan fight, klik, prestompovali, kao, od tog trenutka serija nije bila ni blizu do kraja.
That enabled these kills, and if you do get an early reset, Viego is such an insanely oppressive champion, right? Splits up the fights, and he just gets to use the full power of his kit.
Yeah, and at this point, he's just so
gledaj,
far
ranije MSI funkcionisao drugačije. Ovo sada lošiji seedovi. Mislim, ovo je drugi seed iz Vijetnama I šampion Južne Amerike. A nekad su samo najjači timovi išli na MSI. Bilo je ono kao, igrala se ligaški deo na početku I onda je išao playoff posle toga. Tako da, zato ti možda ostalo kao da je veći nivo. Mislim, definitivno si upravo, veći nivo igre bio nekada. Ali si gledao jače timove, što si sami spomenuo.
Meni je juče bilo prezabavno, BLG I GAM. Nebitno što je bio one-sided, meni je bilo prezabavno. Znači, BLG kad sam gledao, ko da gledam ono Mozarta in real time, bukvalno. Prelepo igraju. Znači oni dajvovi, level 1, level 2, dajvuju 2 čoveka, džagluju agro, resetaju, znači... BLG, ono je poezija bila bukvalno, prelepo. Mislim, to neće možda moći da rade protiv T1-a, protiv Genji-a, protiv Anyone's Legenda, ali... Vidjet ćemo još. Ja volim da gledam one-sided stompove ako ekipa koja stompa je samo predobra.
Problem for Furia.
And you know it's serious business. Even TK is locked in. He's focused.
Yeah.
He knows what the goal is. And when you look at this gold graph, we see the back and forth, right? We see the ups and downs. To me, once Furia had kind of rounded the corner again, had a Azir that was approaching a death cap, that was actually looking insanely strong, that 25-minute drop, that was kind of self-inflicted. I think that they got, as they do, the reason why they get behind in the first place is a little bit too over-eager on the fights, and it cost them there as well.
I'm curious to see.
Yeah, let's see how this one
zoom in on that. Yeah.
What happened there?
That's the tattoo goes in.
Yeah.
On a play, and they attempt to kill Levi, which I think from a comp perspective does make a lot of sense. But if you don't kill him, if the damage isn't there, and really it was just the Skarner initially, and the follow-up damage just wasn't there, because again, for me, this composition on the flip side revolved around Tuts, who really tried. And yes, the final play obviously was him overstepping, getting taken down. But it's understandable given how much was off of him in this game.
I feel like Tattoo pressing the trigger when he doesn't have to has been like a symptom of Furia so far. For the better or the worse, it doesn't always land out as expected, but GAM turned the tables near the Baron in a HyperX Reflex replay. So talk me through what happened here, guys.
Yeah, this is the team fight that really ended up turning the tide for GAM, and the big winners coming out of this, Levi. It's Levi.
Because as we mentioned, what
Da, ovo je
happens
fight
here
kojim
is
izgubio
you
game,
see the
bukvalno.
attempt to take down Levi, so the Impale does hit, but it just doesn't matter because Toots isn't there, Yasuo is, he's running over, he's doing his best, but he's melee. So by the time that the Impale times out, there has been basically no damage done to this Viego.
Yeah.
Instead, starts off the fight with a kill, and you kind of know the moment that happens, particularly when you're right outside the Baron pit. As a jungler, you just can't afford to taste those chances, because if that's a support that dies, you can try and fight and come back. But as jungler, the moment you go down, that Baron is going to be gone.
Yeah, and already he and Kiaya were in good positions, right? Like, even when Furia were able to take the game back into their control, and I do still think they have better map play and better neutral objective setups, and better teamfight setups on the whole of the series, this was where you need to have that Azir in the fight, right? Like, he is still the person that you need surviving, doing the most damage.
Ja sam odličan, ja sam odličan.
In Levi and Kiaya, as the Viego and Conte are still pretty far ahead. They're still in a great position, and if they're given the ability to take over team fights like that, as we
I ne znam što YouTube instalovao, to sa username-ima nije ni meni jasno što se događa iskreno. Baš je čudno.
Da, ne znam ni ja. Nisam siguran.
They have that stage experience. They played 10 games almost so far at MSI, but also the anxiety of going into this game 5 yet again, knowing how things happened yesterday. So what is the hope for the Brazilian?
Nećemo, ali igramo na između serije dve. Tad je najduža pauza. Tad možemo završimo i Naruta i LoL. Poduše zavisi šta će biti na programu.
In Game 5, they were not happy with, right? That Lilia really didn't feel like it hit the mark. They have been extremely focused on jungle bans. I think that this will continue here, because in the games that GAM has won, I feel like it's very obvious that Levi is leading the charge, particularly in this Viego game where he really was the main character. If they can shut him down, that might be an opportunity, but they gotta really use all their bans, which kind of have been thrown towards him.
I actually want to continue to see them play their game, right? Like, this Yasuo bot comp is something that they brought out. That's why you saw the Alistar getting locked in as first pick. People might have been a little confused on that one. But I did still like, even though a lot of these early errors were unforced, I did like that
nisam dobio nikakve nagrade. Dobio neki drop ovdje.
And I still do think
O, jesam, izvinjam se. Jesam.
A better approach to objectives, a better approach to overall map play, and typically
samo na LoL esportsu imam 404 gama, 404 game watched. 284 sata sam gledao ligu samo na LoL esport sajtu.
To je insane.
You never know, the mental power.
Full time posao. Full time posao.
Put Kiaya in a comfortable position.
All right.
Obviously, I think on the flip side, they're going to try and put Levi in an uncomfortable position, but
ne možeš Levi staviš u uncomfortable position. Levi nema uncomfortable position. Neki izvedi Shivanu u 5. gameu ove serije i izneće sa Shivanom. Ja mislim da Levi je by far najbolji igrač Gama. Ne može da mu bude neudobno.
Hopefully no nerves allowed here, only good preparation and only good mental here coming into this game 5. It is Silver Screen.
Ja legit vidim Shivanu pikovanu u 5. gameu. Iskreno.
To je bilo interesantno. Malo nešto drugačije da gledamo.
A baš da možemo LoL, to ćemo brzo završiti. Ali moramo ovo da gledamo, ja ovo moram da gledam. Meni je ovo iskreno bitnije od LoL, da ovi klipovi sa Silver Scrapes-om i to mi je... Ja volim, znači kad je MSI, kad je Worlds, ovi filmovi, to mi je samo next level. Pitanju je Coca-Cola Zero. Ja, hvala puno.
Opa pi.
Nista pričaju ljudi.
Ne. Koje smiješ li ošto da piješ alkohol na YouTube, ne?
Pa nemam pojma, ali ne... Nije kao da sam nešto primamljen da radim upravo to. Izgubit ćeš muziku na sekund, ali...
Nema veze, ja gledam.
To je okej, samo da ja upalim ovo. Ajmo da odradimo ovo na brzaka. Ja počnem uvek sa Niko. To mi je tradicija, tako da... Ajmo da ne failamo. Previše. Hoćeš mid ili support?
Nešto što nema manu, nije range. Melee, female, što nema manu. I... Katarina?
To je great guess. Great guess. Opa! Opa.
Jesi ja samo najjači ili šta?
Samo GG, bukvalno. Je li ovo Zaja ili Rakan?
Ovo je jako dobro, ja mislim da je Zaja.
Ajde, da vidimo. Nice, odlično. Ability. Heimer, je li tako?
Ja.
Mislim da je Heimer, jeste. Okej, moramo da moramo da rešimo strik sad do kraja, znaš što je poenta. Lilija? Ne, jeste?
Mislim da Jelen. Ko još ima Jelen? Nije Hekarim, nije. Mislim da je Jelen, mislim da je Lilija.
Ajde,
ne znam ko bi drugi mogao da bude.
Pa ja mislim da je Lilija iskreno, jeste, nice, odlično. I Splashart.
Čekaj, šta bi ovo moglo biti?
Pa mislim, meni lično nazira...
Ovo je neki... Znaš šta bi možda moglo bude?
Šta?
A ne, ima planinu iza. Razmišljam sam da je možda Hajnun Viktor.
Viktor, kažu ljudi Viktor, chat kaže Viktor, da verujemo u chatu. I ti kažeš Viktor do pola. Ajde, probat ćemo. Bravo, nice. To je... da.
Su mi samo ovo speedrun, brad.
Ajmo Naruto da imamo vremena. A pazi, ja sam užasan ovdje, ja stvarno ne znam puno o Naruto. Počnem s Rock Lee jer mi je omiljeni lik, pa idemo polako. Znamo da je iz Konoha i to je to.
Tsunade?
A da, upravo si, da... Okej.
Joj, ne! Jo, iznad toga!
Su nam replayevi.
Welcome back to MSI 2025, where for back-to-back days we have a game.
Kreće draft, zaboravio sam. Ali kreće draft još malo, tako da nemamo puno vremena. Time pressure. Vital stats in 4 tries.
Ne znam kako se zove Naruto mama.
Zar nije sa rada, kako ćeš?
Ne, to je...
Kušina?
Evo, Kušina. A dobro, nisam znao da je ona sad ko zna šta.
Tale of Jiraiya, našli smo to.
Furia is pushed to game 5 once more. Yesterday they fell short against G2.
Sad znaš šta mi pada na pamet, ona... A ne, to nije Konoha. Da mi padne mi na pamet ona žaba.
Žaba? Baba žaba?
Da, ali ne znam da li je to taj... Ne, to je... Naruto tad upozna četvrtog svog matorog, a mamu...
Likewise, Toots is consistently getting the best of the mid laners, whether it's AORUS or Evo. It is going to be a Karma first pick, which is very interesting here.
Chat, ne baci ideje, ja nemam pojme iskreno, tako da... Ajde da izlupam samo šta god da bi da bi...
Šima! Ima ona zapravo.
O, jeste Šima.
Kako sam lud!
Okej, GG. Jitsu?
pick in general, let
Ovo
alone for a
je
game 5. You pair it up with the Karma.
Ali jeste?
Karma is even going into the bot lane. There's always the flexibility that the champion provides.
Ja mislim da je 6-1.
Has been something that's been getting banned a lot, but instead they're going to go towards Kai'Sa. The question for me with Kai'Sa is what is the pairing? Because you don't really have much CC at all so far. You could look towards like an Ornn or something like that in the top lane if you want to get CC from there. But as far as the engaged champions in bot lane,
sad ove neki Uchiha, ja nemam pojma Uchiha, ne volim Uchiha uopšte.
Pazi, uvek mogu ovako. Pa, znaš kao...
Madara?
Vidi, našli smo ga redom. Našli smo ga redom.
Nikad ga ne bi ko je to.
Ko koga voli...
You think of Leona, Nautilus, Rel, other traditional
možda.
So, even Nico could have been an option.
Let's make a promise to Azar Witness. To mi je jedino padno, presjećam se kako su njih dvoje kao postali couple, pa možda kao da je to tada, ali ne znam da li se to računa.
Čekaj, možda zabu za haku, ne ulazim u to. Ali nije ni to. Recipient clue, a znaš da sad samo želim da im da li će mu ubosti... Ninko je recipient. Yugao. Ja ne znam, legit, nemam pojma. Ali moramo brzo...
Jao, kako se zove, ček, možda se većam. Jao, kako se zove onaj ninja... što mu je... Jao, ne znam kako se zove, onaj ludi ninja što je bio sa četvrtim Hokageom i...
Hayate?
Taj.
Hayate, okej, i to je to. Guess an eye. Pa dobro. Toliko o tome. Ovo štekamo. Vraćamo se na MSI. Šeram ti. Samo da ja nađem sad je to dugme. Šeram ti ekran. Tako. Tako. GG ljudi, GG. I sad gledamo finalnu partiju, ona koja će odlučiti sve. Sudbinu ove dve ekipe. I dati nama da gledamo BLG i G2. Tako da dosta toga je na liniji ovdje,
Levi na Firi.
These are the type of champions that run out of Bard Ultimate, you know what I mean? Like, I think it's very difficult to engage on, and I would have preferred if they'd saved it. I understand why they want to try and give Kiai a winning matchup. He had a great series overall. With the Gnar blind pick coming through, Kiai has a ton of options that he could go towards.
Ne ironično.
They want to really commit to dive.
Ja mislim da ne bi bilo loše.
Camille could be great.
It definitely could.
Ja mislim da je za GAM.
I feel like it pincers you a bit into...
Ne Oriana Kukuća, nego... Malphite kuća. Furija dobija game. Znaš da Furija dobija game? Znaš da ja toliko verujem. Ja nehumano verujem o Kasadina u kompetitivu.
Champions that are really difficult for Gaston to deal with are no longer on the table. That being said, I don't think Orianna is the absolute easiest matchup by any means because the auto attacks are actually quite strong. And if AORUS is really pressuring, I do think that could be problematic.
Ovo je flip. Ovo je baš flip. Ali možda su vidjeli da igraju Kasadina pa su u fazonu moraju mi da ga flipamo jer ćemo samo da izgubimo game, tako da i čak iskreno respekt za to, respekt za taj pick, iskreno. Da, može, respekt za pick.
He's not really afraid of anything, and the laning phase will be the scariest part for him. But you can go hyper defensive, you can go for the full scaling build, like the tier plus
može, respekt za pick, respekt za pick.
Kasadin može da ide ono kao full neki safe lane sa fleetom, tako nešto, second win, pa startuje sa Doran Shieldom. Da ga Orianna baš ne izurniše na početku. Počet ide Q-Max.
The Gangplank is a nice twist. I think it can be really good into the Gnar, and it can have some great teamfight value. But this Ezreal, it's such a strong
ja sam sa Fearlessom. Sve mi je dobar mi Fearless, možda sve do World. To mi je jedino da bih možda volao više da vidim da nije Fearless. Jer mislim da možeš da dobiješ na cheese, da ischizuješ nekoga, a kad je meta da se stabilna, onda je malo, onda bolji timovi generalno će pobediti. Ali da, ali Fearless ja mislim da je za apsolutnu većinu ljudi poboljšava gledanje. I to se potpuno slažem.
It's not impossible, of course, but it is going to be very difficult.
Da, ja volim Fearless, ja mislim da je Fearless upgrade koji... koji, da, samo je poboljšao. Mislim da je Fearless toliko poboljšao gledanje LoL-a, da mislim da sada Riot ukine Fearless, LoL bi bio neglediv. To je moj take. Znači, ja mislim da sad jednom kad pređeš na Fearless, znači, mislim da bukvalno samo LoL niko ne bi gledao da nije Fearless. Da gledamo 5 partija, 10 istih heroja, niko ne bi teo da gleda. A što sam mrakao? Kaži.
Ne, mislim da je bilo nešto na početku kao priča, kao da neće Fearless biti cijele godine, ali da su onda kao bili uzmano da hoće.
Samo je superiornije.
Da, ja mislim da je za apsolutno 99% ljudi, ja mislim da je Fearless mnogo bolji za gledanje. Ja kažem, jedino zašto bih kao na Worldsu ne bi volao da vidim je kao želim da tim koji se najbolje spremi za tu metu da bude najbolji.
Pa dobro, mislim da, ali vidi dalje, ti si dalje spremaš za metu i u konceptu više pikova, samo moraš da budeš sposoban da izvučeš više stvari. Tako da šta znam, cool je. 25 heroja, da, i to je i 25 je široko iskreno, da. Ti si gledao realno 15 heroja, pa dobro, 15 heroja pikovanih i 10 banovanih, a gdje da tako idemo na 25, da.
Mislim, to se menjalo definitivno iz godine u godinu, jer ja znam recimo da sam jednom da sam računao broj čempiona koji se igrao više od, da li čini mi se, 5 ili 10 puta na Worldsu iz 2016. Jer ja smatram da meni je to najzabavniji Worlds bio i kad sam gledanje.
Da, fair.
I bilo je tipa negde sasvim velik broj čempiona koji su igrali puno. Ako dosta koji su igrali na tom Worldsu i meni je to bilo kao jedan od najboljih prikaza kada je Riot uspio da pogodi metu pred Worlds. Samo što, teško je. Teško je, što više heroja imate, što više promjena pravi u igrici, jednostavno mnogo je teže da se balansira.
Mislim, opet kažem, zavisi liga, recimo Dota, koja isto ima fazom koliko, 150 heroja, imali su neki, ne znam koliko ima Dota, možda sam se ogrešio, ali poenta je ista, imali su na Internationalu, što je njihov Worlds, od tipa 150 heroja, 148 heroja je pikovano za vreme trajanja turnira. Što je meni, i to bez Fearlessa, bez ičega, što je meni neverovatno. LoL jednostavno ne može takav balans da uhvati. Imaš stvari koje su očigledno optimalnije i to je to. Interesantan mi je Conqueror na Kasadinu, to sam možda komentarisao malo tokom leca. Ne, mislim, ušta Conqueror. Znači ti si ili shotovo njih 5 ili nisi. Jako mi se ne sviđa Conqueror. Mislim da ako ćeš da igraš za kill pressure, igraj Electrocute. Ako ćeš da igraš za skill, igraj Fleet. Fleet također skilluje sa AP-om za malo dobije kill ovdje, ali levi dobije, da. Idi agro, lepo. Fearless je jednom kad si pikovao heroja, do kraja serije ne možeš da pikaš heroja. To je Fearless.
I mean, it's a tried and true playbook for this roster at this point, trying to play through the top side of the map. And it was just very well played. Kiaya found some really nice trades. He was level 4 to level 3 as well. And then Levi was in a position to capitalize.
Mislim, Tato nekad mora da se odluči da ode da mu pomogne na topu. Ne može stalno svaki game igrati za bot.
He hasn't been spotted on vision yet. At first, this flash seems very odd. Flashing in gets an auto attack. The burn comes.
Ja mislim da ni Gigo nije skonto.
Gigo realizes
da, nije imao. Nije vidio da... vidi, oh my god, alo! Pa ne može on da ima RGB Minx kaputa, ja ne, alo. Eto, ja da imam taj kaput, sad bi me videli. Ja nemam, pa me ne vidite. Nisam ja kriv, kaput je kriv.
A bilo bi ti vruće. Stari možeš klimu namestiti još.
Ha da, odvrnem klimu na Antarktiki i čao.
And I feel like that's totally fine because he has been farming well. He has not been getting pressured that heavily. And AORUS, very soon, he's going to have to deal with
nije išao tier,
he can actually start to trade back.
I will say that one of the advantages of the Seraphs on Cassidy is just that extra bit of protection you have, because you are effectively a melee champion, right? So in the late game, having that extra bit of shielding can be very valuable. We've seen many Cassidy kind of go for
one of Ages, Malignant, samo.
Ultimately, choosing not to go for the Seraphs is not the end of the world.
And I think he probably still will get the tier. My assumption is he's just trying to rush towards Catalyst to really try to, secure his lane phase and then probably grab the tier later. But it is possible you can definitely go tierless. But mana is just at such a premium on cast.
Al šta radiš s 2 helta?
Because getting the stacks of your rift block is where you get so much of your damage from in that late game.
Možda razmišlja kao da primi više pouka.
Ne. Pushing those ultimates over and over
My
and over.
personal favorite thing about Cassidy is just the way in which chat always looks at a clock and they slowly count down to the level 16.
I moj isto,
So many have experienced level 16 Cassidy before, and the stress that it puts on players as it gets closer to that level 3 ultimate with a cooldown.
O, to je na lecu samo.
Doesn't have a cooldown.
Na lecu moramo da imamo delay. Ne MSI ne moram.
So he is kind of that late game.
Zato smo ovako organizovali da bude full watch party. Zato što onda možemo imati direktne interakcije. Možda ima neki malini delay, da, ali nije 30. Nije 30, to je bitna stvar. Da možemo časkamo normalno da gledamo. Donation gol za kaput.
Is going to be working in towards a more heavily AD build, very likely. You can see IU already on Sheen tier.
Biće Patreon jednom RGB kaput sajna daje.
Eto, viš.
Dobra ideja.
Realno, ima priču ideja. Sviđa mi se.
Možeš slobodno da ti ne moraš da mi daješ nikakav kredit.
Dobit ću procenat po dogovoru, ništa ne brini. Thoran, Shield, Double, Ruby, Crystal. U šta igraš u Kasadinu? Realno Holo Ingredients, Kasadinu, Orianu, GG. Ajde vidimo sad. Ide Riko ili sad uzmi tier? Neće. Blastingom, dobro. Ne. Se Catalyst build od 2 Ruby kristala, odjednom vam niko mi nije rekao.
To se ja pitam. Ili on proda jedan Ruby kristal?
Šta? Catalyst, čekaj bre. Mislim...
2 Ruby kristala i mana kristal?
Mislim, vidi, nisam igrao dugo Kasadina. Da, 2 Ruby kristala za FR, okej. U redu. Eto, odem na more, Catalyst se build od 2 Ruby kristala. Šta je sljedeći? Infinity se build od attack speeda.
I ne daje ti attack speed.
I ne daje ti, ne, pa to samo treba look.
Not going for it just yet. They're trying to maintain some control here in mid lane, and Cassidy has been bought the time to move up. Now they
dobro, uzeo je tier, svako će krenuti skele sad, tako da on chilla, njemu lepo.
Probao da mu zaustavi Magical Journey sa pillarom.
O, on ide? Au, pa ne tako. Pa nije to, pa defle, dobro, okej, na kraju je trebalo bar kill, ajde. Sad će Kasadin, čekaj samo da nastakuje konkaraju, čekaj, stani, samo sekund, ljudi, molim vas. I sad ide, još jedan. Ima gore. I ovo je kraj partije. Samo ostavi, nemoj, Trundle beži, pusti, nemoj da misliš o tome. Nemoj da misliš o tome. To je otprilike kraj.
Tatu also going to get the third grub. A chaotic fight breaks out around the objective.
Ne, ja sam uveren da je Catalyst bio jedan mana kristal, jedan Ruby.
Jeste bio.
Da, jedan Ruby kristal, jedan mana kristal.
Jeste bio. Sigurno je bio. I sjećam se kada je Gnar bio counter u GPA i buildo se sa Bloodthirster Phantom Dancerom. To mi je jedno od omiljenih meta.
Question is, did he overstay? Can they find a punish? He's staying away from the wall there, does not want to get stunned against it. So it's
oni njegovčak može njega ubiti.
Liking his chances, has not spent up his gold, so he's got a ton in pocket. We'll see exactly how much he does have. He stayed on the map for quite a while, so I wouldn't be completely shocked if he did get towards that rower right now, with his farm being very good and a double kill. We'll see how close he gets. Yeah, there's the row. That's enormous. He has Roa tier at 10 minutes on Cassidy, and he is up 650 gold over AORUS. This Cassidy is already going to be a problem.
Yep.
Ja mislim, jedna stvar što ja ne volim generalno na midu je činjenica koliko lako možeš da zapravo proći taj lane zahvaliti Turn Shield do second wind. Oni su nerfovali bili jednom, ali to je apsolutno odvratno. Činjenica da champion kao Akali može da tako prođe na mid lane u svaki range matchup, mene baš me ono iritira.
Vidi, ja se totalno slažem s tobom. Mislim da je malo glupo da heroji koji su toliko jaki u mid game mogu dobiju free early zato što je kombinacija jednog itema i jedne rune toliko basta.
Ja mislim da Turn Shield treba bude nerfovan.
Nije, znaš se, i drugi problem je što ti odeš, ali da, ti odeš second wind, fleet footwork i D-shield. I šta? Kao ne postoji damage, ne možeš igraš Caitlyn i da ispakaš protivnika, a čak i tad ne bi verovatno mogao. Baš je nehuman.
To radi dosta Kasadina.
Pa da.
A Jojo će ga sada tederovati, da, vrati ga nazad pillar. Čekaj.
Ja, još jedan za to.
Levi uleti unutra da umre za svaki slučaj i on. Oh my god.
Pa da, Kasadin GP, ali kako je krenulo, Kasadin ima malo više hrane. Malo je snažniji. Oni dajevaju, šta? Moraju se pazi ovdje. Čeki, tu spolak.
Znao sam. Juni jedan od ovaca tima ne zaslužuje da prođe dalje, iskreno.
Pa dobro, mislim, pazi. Zato su oni u losers bracketu i igraju ko će da preživi u turniru. Mislim da je svako pitanje vremena pre nego što oba tima ispadno, iskreno. Ali ajde, vidit ćemo, mislim, kažem, strašno me zanima G2 BLG jer... zanima me da li će BLG da prestompa G2 i stvarno su samo toliko iznad, ili će u stvari G2 tu da, uzme Game 2 da se drže, i onda samo je, ne znam, GAM giga loš. Jer ja mislim da ovo Furija dobija. Ja mnogo više verujem u Kasadina nego u GP, iskreno. Nevjerovatno se puno skrmišaju s Kasadinom koji nije ni level 11.
Gets the aggro, which means that he can't really assist with the damage, forcing him back, and that leaves Tatu in a very awkward position underneath the tower.
Yep, laughing about the dive there, but still things going well overall. Close game, only 500 gold separating the two, but Cassidy is going to be the problem. Of course, there is some powerful scaling on the other side, and you're looking at the gangplank to maybe try to be a different thing, but Cassidy versus a team with low CC is always so tough to deal with.
Kasadin s jedne strane, to je sav scaling koji ti treba u životu.
Personal experience where Bin on a gangplank did in fact crush the hopes and dreams of Europe. So I know what gangplank
Bin je igrao onog starog gangplanka sa...
Levi is looking, Ayu posturing very aggressively, but Jojo comes in. Now the Bard ulti is there. Can he find the angle to actually land the stun? He can. He nails it. And Kiai is looking for a solo at the same time. He gets the solo, and in goes Artemis to get a second. They're winning across the map. GAM roar to life and take kills in mid and top.
Furija, chill. Furija Kasadima ne vinko, ostali treba se opuste malo. Ostali se voze. Nisu ti koji voze. Ja mislim ćemo i kill top vidjeti na MSI-u. Mislim ćemo vidjeti kill na top u nekom trenutku.
They extend the gold lead ever so slightly, and Artemis, who suffered a very difficult laning phase, finds himself nearly a full level up over Ayu. In terms of gold, it's practically dead even. And we once again find ourselves in a situation where it is Tuts that's holding on to the gold lead. We'll look back at this 1v1 and it's just
Gigo je baš ga je izubio Kijaja ovu seriju. Nije ni blizu. Baš se vidi razlika između igrača koji je igrao ranije i na Worldsu i sve protiv nekoga kome je ovo prvi internacionalni turnir.
Jest. Daniele, znaš šta je fora, gle, zato i hodam. Zato sad hodam, da kad krene G2 BLG Gaming, mislim nekad krene, ali tipa drugu partiju, treću seriju ću sesti da uživam. Zato sad hodam na kraju ove serije i prvi game G2 BLG-a ću da hodam, pa ću onda da vidim kakva je situacija. Ne znam koliko sam prešao, što nisam. Pa 3K.
Znaš, neironično je ono Gangplank 1500 golda prednosti u odnosu na Gnara. Ja mogu da vidim Gangplanka da komforno nosi lagano ovu partiju.
Da, mislim, fora je s GP-om što GP i pasivan ima lead. Mislim, on samo zbog postojanja njegove pasivni bonus golda koji dobije će imati neki lead u goldu. I onda plus toga, jeli, kill 3 asista, još mu daje više. Kasadin, kad GP, znaš što je fora, kad GP dobije sterak, tu Kasadinu postaje problem, jer ako Kasadin ne može da šota od 100 do 0, a ovaj mu s buretom skine 75% helta, u stvari postoji ugode možda otveš, mislim, outveš Kasadina. Ovo ne radiš, ovdje pustiš, šeli. Ovo samo pustiš.
Oh, he's gonna get interrupted though. He tried to TP in their face and just gets pillared out of it by Tatu. So now that is -1 on the teleport and -1 on the tower. Very likely here as Gigo should be able to close the gold gap and be able to pick up something for himself. Nice objective secure. That's going to be the first tower.
Fali im jedan
One
objektiv.
responding kind in the mid lane. They have the Herald. They should be able to knock this one over. The bot wave needs to go and be caught by Kiaya, so he's going to make his way down. And that teleport getting interrupted is actually so critical because that's first tower feat for Furia. It would have been for GAM with the Herald that they just grabbed, and that would have been feats of strength. They would have grabbed those upgraded boots right there because they already had the feats of warfare. As a result, it's going to come down to this next objective, which will be the Dragon here in 45. Whoever grabs that,
Ja mislim da je ovo prvi first turret za Furiju u čitavoj seriji. I ne znam da li su oni jednom imali feat of strength u ovih 4 partije što su odigrali do sad.
He also has level 2 on the ulti. It's strange how this Cassidy that felt like such a force.
Moguće.
Scale up, but feels somehow more manageable as Artemis continues to get stronger and this gangplank is getting so terrifying. I mean, Levi again, 1k gold lead. He just finished the
Može se namesti. I meni je zbunjujuće jer pola ljudi je promenilo ime na YouTubeu sad zbog tog update-a i sad više ne znam ni ko je ko. Mislim, znam ko je ko, ali ono.
Even with that local tower gold going to them, but they're going to look for a dive on AORUS. He clears out the wave. Can he survive here? Tatu's tanking up. The shockwave comes through. Great Bard ulti to buy some time. The GP ulti as well. Coming through is Jojo. It's just going to go down. It's a 1-for-1 for now, and now Gigo does take up that tower. It's just Elio up on the top side by himself, but it does mean that Dragon is going to go to GAM. They get a 1-for-1 on the top side. They claim feats and the Dragon on the bot side, and no one's there to answer the GP just yet. Because Gigo has no TP. Cassidy TP'd mid. This is definitely problematic here for Furia.
Stravično loš makro od Furije.
Easy access towards this bot tower. It's likely going to be a trade, but as you already identified, the Dragon being secured for GAM means that they will get the feats of warfare. Gigo a little bit slower to secure the objective, but AORUS doing his best in the 3 versus 1, 4 versus 1. The Gangplank ultimate doing massive work. The Seraph shield also
To je to, sad si gubo.
Interrupt your pack, he's giving you the thumbs up. I love it. Alright, so GAM in a great position. 2 dragons to their name. Levi gonna clear out this ward. And now this is where the big objectives really start to spawn. A lot of the outer towers become unavailable. GAM should set their sights on that top tier 1. Furia will ideally want to knock down this mid tier 1, which means that Vision needs to start getting deeper into the enemy jungle, controlling those spaces in order to set up for these objectives. Elio just providing the necessary cover. AORUS doesn't have a tower to help him defend.
Ne znam koga ultuješ kao Trundle. Barda, on ima najviše resista, za ne?
He'll pretty soon in a minute here, he'll be 14 and a bit. So definitely going to be on the minds here of GAM. That time could be running out on that level 16 here for Tuts. Of course, it is not a guaranteed win by any means, but you can be incredibly effective. You do still have to be very careful that if you do go in and you get hit by any sort of CC, you know, Bard binding or something like that catches you, you can still get burst down. So there is that to worry about, but GAM moving around the map now. It is Gigo pushing.
Moram da blame u mraku, ljudi moji, takva je situacija.
Not any immediate response available for Furia.
Sam ja birao mrak je izabrao mene. Još hodam u mraku, to je još sumljivije od svega. On hita, svaki Kasadin dobije ovaj row na 14. To sam izvalio. Evo ga. Dobio level up.
While the poke is something that you will have a decent amount of, the Mana also about to come through soon.
Dobro, 14,5.
I think that GAM are doing a really good job.
Mislim stić.
Aliko strašno.
Nije, generalno sa Kasadin, mislim sad, već 5 godina nazad Kasadin nije level 16 heroj, Kasadin je level 11 heroj. Kasadin je level 16 je super, ali i na 11 već imaš dovoljno mobility-a. Samo 6 nije dovoljan za neke duže fightove, ali on i sad ima cooldown, da više ako sad skače, kod je 16, a nije.
Will take a chunk and is going to pop both the barrier and heal that he had from the spellbook there to keep his health high. Will not be in danger of dying, but just going to continue cycling through that summoner spellbook. We'll see if he can find a big moment later on into the game to really make something happen with that.
Brat nastavak over od Reeds.
Going with the Hound's Pursuit, looking for Tatu. The shockwave doesn't connect his Tatu. Flashed out to safety. Jojo now looking for the tether.
Malo nezgodno kad igraš karmu u ovom delu partije, jer je malo... Mimo laning faze karma je blago useless.
Respectful, use the flash, but now they're actually going to pull Otacon.
Ooh, yeah, I was going to say, I think that it's nice to make a play like that when there's not really a big objective on the map, but of course with Otacon there, that is something that Furia can force, knowing that the shockwave combo is unavailable. Two big ultimates used by GAM.
Mislim, Ade carry čami na midu. Blade tamo kod drugog tureta ne stoji u mestu, kliknuo s čovjek. Tatu primio milion damage od Atakana bespotrebno.
Marine, što hodam? Pa zdravo je, vrate, ne valja sediti po ceo dan za kompom. Pa onda hodam po ceo dan za kompom. Poenta priče budi za kompom ceo dan.
Ovo će sad pobediti fight.
They cannot. Kiaya cannot connect on that one. Kigo down to half HP, but he almost has the Magnar already. The Otacon getting incredibly low, and it's going to be taken by Levi. Not to be outdone. Steals it away.
Iskreno, Levi... Ajoj, ajoj. Ajoj. Sad su dumt. Sad su dumt. Ajoj. GG. Prelepo. Ju, prelepo. Ne znam, ne mogu završiti, ali prelepo.
Ma nije flash od Levi-a, jeste vi normalni, gledajte.
Nije flash.
Ultovo tucu svoj tim. Sa shockwaveom na Firi.
Zbunio se malo kasno, ali vidim, Mare, nisu oni dobri kao mi, znaš, oni ne vide sve to.
Da, istina.
Ne možda očekuješ sad njihov nivo, mislim, oni su samo mali MSI kasteri. Ali lep kombo, boga mi.
To su odradili, baš to lepo.
Da. Sad će skapira da nije flashovo. Sad je rekao, he doesn't even have to flash jer je provalio da nije bio flash. Pa se ispravio. Na tiču se ispravio. GAM set their sights on the best of 5 victory.
Oh, they're locked in.
Oh.
Oh.
Ide. To je to, ja vam kažem. Mislim, rešio je Titane, šta je za njega mala furija.
They spent everything in a lost fight. Over on the other side, all 5 flashes available. Not a single flash available there for Furia as GAM now move to Soul Point here. As he called out, 6,000 gold lead. And AORUS really able to find the follow-up. Good timing on the shockwave. Great combo there with Levi. That's why they drafted it.
Oni ne smiju da priđu uopšte. To se ne smije da ultuju na njih. To što ti pričao, on ako ne može da one-shotuje nekog, on je apsolutno useless. Držio ga 3 puta sa basicom i skinom mu 30% health.
They did it on their road here. They're continuing to do it here in Game 5. Levi with a 5-1-5 scoreline. Elio's Bard, I was skeptical in the draft, but he is having an amazing performance. Those ultimates have been huge. And while the Kassadin is on the precipice of level 16, the timer that so many fear, it feels like GAM is not afraid at all. Baron now on the Rift.
Absolutely, it is going to be difficult. You do still have the potential.
Uzeo je Conqueror, on stakuje. On stakuje Conqueror, blago meni. Ko ne volim haos, ne volim Conqueror na Kassadinu. Ali dobro, mislim, ne znam. I sad je ta nezgodna situacija gdje pokupio 2 scaling itema i nema dovoljno damage-a. Nije dovoljno jak da nosi. Nezgodno. T1 sljedeće nedelje. To jest, sad ne znam tačno koji dan, ali kao od sljedeće nedelje.
Tuts isolated, and there's the level 16 secured for Kassadin. The timer has been reached, but is he alone enough?
Super je što je on level 16, šta će tu uradi? Uleti na nekoga i Stalno.
As he tried to step forward, AORUS looks for the big play. But they do have to be careful as Gigo has the ulti available here. They want that Mega Knight to expire.
Znam, možda ima dovoljno damage.
Midwave is the point of contention. That bot wave has been completely abandoned. GAM.
Ne, sad je BLG G2. A napisao si T2 pa sam mislio da si mislio T1, a u stvari si mislio G2. Tako da BLG G2 igra posle ove serije. Nego sam vidio T i onda sam mislio da si mislio T1.
Stajna u mraku pa ne vidi najbolje.
Istina, je. To je istina. Nema se para za svetlo, ljudi moji, skupe sijalice postale.
Nudio ti neku u chatu, one stedljive da ti...
Light je nudio maline već 5 godina, pa nikako maline da vidim. Tako da ne verujem ja ništa njemu. Ja prvo maline mi donese, pa onda sve ostalo.
From this far behind, does he feel he can go towards a Zonia's? Does he feel he needs more damage, like a death cap or a Lich?
Jel ima damage-a? Kassadin, da.
It's always really risky.
Da, ima. Malignance je dosta dobar.
At the same time, when your team is this far behind, building defensively sometimes is just...
Samo je pitanje da ima dovoljno damage da one-shotuje nekoga.
Ja bio u žicu, nisam vidio maline, ne razumem. Scam. Ja tamo bio u centru, tamo kod opštine bio. Nigde maline. Strašno, ja čekam maline, da. Kaos. Kad? Čovjek dođe na stream jednom svake prestupne godine i kao kad? Aj mislim, stvarno strašno šta priča.
They're just going to push in this wave and make their way towards the Baron.
Yeah, I think they're just going to try to force the issue here without those cooldowns up and available.
Mislim, bio sam na Zlatiboru većinom, ali to nije izgovor. Hotel isto prima maline. Pitao sam ih. Moje vreme je posle svetlo, pa samo sveće.
Najsmešnije, ja mislim da Levi dobija taj 1 na 1.
Pa, dobro. Verovatno ko igra dobro. Zelda dogovoreno, držite za reč.
The execution just doesn't quite come through, which means that he doesn't get that kill. But if he had Baron, the game, everything would have swung on a single play. You understand why he makes it, and you can sense the pressure that's being felt. It doesn't connect. We'll see how much losing that flash will impact him as the game continues.
Ala će da boli kad udari bure. Neće biti dobro.
Pazi, kad uzmi Infinity, tu je kraj.
Da, tu je, ako neko pogodi bure, samo bukvalno izađeš par. Samo zatvoriš igru, jesi ti izgubili. Ugasiti igricu.
Mislim, tu si iznenađujuće malo radi, ići obzir da je bio 3-0-3 na Kassadinu pre 10 minuta, sad je 3-1-3.
Evo ga, ovdje se game završava, evo startujemo random barona, tako bespotrebno.
GP radi Drake-a, Oriana u bazi s TP-om. Da ga flipaju, šta? Flipaju ga. Pa ništa.
Znači, skočiš preko zida i ultuješ. Levi je da ovim mogu...
Ništa, flip, ma flip 50-50, ma je 50-50. Ma MSI sudbina na flipu, ma da. Flip, slažem se, ovo je, to je okej, to je okej.
Evo ga, Gigo dovede Levija tamo u svoj tim svak slučaj. Ništa, pusti ga da umre samo. Pusti ga da umre samo. Nema veze, vi ostali bezite. Aj jao rade, aj jao, šta radimo, šta radimo, trolujemo jako.
Preferiraju Udeku prošlo. Ovo je mogli gore se završi da je Kja uspio da veže neko bure. Kao doći da dajvuju ovo. Su takvi pingovi.
Ko će da kliruje?
Furia, they just don't have the wave clear.
Yeah, they just need to delay. You have to give up the inhib, wait for your members to respawn. You have the Baron buff, they do not, so you can slowly clear out these waves here. We can see Ayu doing his best possible job to do that. And now for Furia, I feel like your only chance is waiting for the Elder, hoping you can get an opportunity
ne znam da li Hydra radi dalje na Ezrealu. Kupimo Hydru za neki wave clear, je.
Hydra static shield.
A bukvalno. A nemaju kako. Pa mislim, koliko loše može da bude. Sad je drugu, možeš kupiti šta god hoće na Ezrealu.
Šta to radim u mraku? Hodam.
Ne, reira se.
Nije, ne. Nemam, ja nisam emotivno vezan za nijedno od ove dve ekipe. Simpatični su, ali kao... Hajpuvan se za sljedeću seriju. Ovo mi je onako chill.
Mene samo zanima, ja mislim da je Tuc ubio Giga, vrat. Ja mislim da ga je pogodilo bure i da je on ultovao na svoj tim i da je prokovao Infernal Soul i da je to ubilo Gnara.
Moguće. G2 T1 fanboy. T1 fanboy jesam. T1 fanboy, ajoj. Čekaj, stani. Sad Tuc, komit Tuc. Sad ga komituj ga još u njih, hajde. Savio si.
That was a very dangerous fight on either side, but at the end of the day, no kills do happen.
I love the idea there from Furia. They knew that Kiaya would try and punish Gigo, and so they're right there to support him. But the barrel damage was just crazy. Gigo and Tatu were almost killed.
Skupa struje se.
But he was forced to flash away. Kiaya just barely gets away with his life.
Vi mislite da Fortuna dovoljno plaća da Sajna može platiti račun za struju?
Dobro ljudi, šta je sljedeće? Mislite da i vodu imam da priuštim? Budite srećni što imam internet. Ove lampice napaja Lui, inače. Napravi sam onaj točak za hrčke, onda on trči u krug i stvara struju da mi napaja ovo pozadi kao malo osvetli. Ali za sjelicu ne može toliko trči, znaš, treba da bude onaj Greyhound. To, i ja. Ja malo stvaram kako hodam na ovoj traci. Ne, ako upali svetlo gotovo, to je kraj, ne.
Tuts can completely change the dynamic of the game.
Da, evo ga, menja ga upravo sad. Sad će da im pokaže on ko je glavni. Sa Seeker Soundguard će da uleti u njih i da im uradi 300 damage-a. Šta ne nastekovanim ultom.
Go golden and try to buy the time for the next one. But it doesn't feel like GAM are really willing to push in.
Ne ironično, ja mislim da je najbolje bilo da ide samo Rabandon. Da nije išao na zonju, na ono, kao, idi samo Rabandon i probao da ih one-shotuješ, mislim, šta drugo možeš da uradiš.
I mean, you can't see anything if you're on the Furia side. You know, if you toggle vision to Furia, they've got no vision on that entire section of the map. It is really, really tough for them to be able to actually walk out and even get close to the Elder, but they do still have over a minute to try to get that done.
Tuts looking for a pick on the top side of the map. You can see Furia getting quite creative with their ideas of trying to punish, but this has just given GAM even more space. 60 seconds now until the Elder.
Worth noting, Elio has swapped over to Spellbook Smite, so they are going to have double Smite here for the Elder to try to guarantee that they can secure this. It's going to be up to Tatu and the rest of his team to even try to get him in a position where he can try to steal it.
I will also say Artemis, like with the Bloodthirster shield and the magic resistant shield, it's going to
sad ga pode na šta sterak zadnji item I to je samo game. Luka sad ne ode na 6, a čak I na 6, ne znam da li je dovoljno. Jer nešto će mu faliti. Da, ali ovo je...
Nema ulti više.
Da, I 20 sekundi pred Eldera, tako da nema ulti za Elder fight I ovi imaju full prije oko Eldera. Tako da Furia mora da face čeka u ovo, a ne vidim kako to radi. Možda Kasadi neki put oko sveta, ali čak I tu... Ne znam.
Kaže mali kućići, Aju mora da flashuje, pa to je to.
Da, oni ne kontestaju, gle. Vidjet će da je down, ali mislim... I šta sad? Nisi forsirao fight, pustio si Eldera. Mislim da je game. Da, ovo je gotovo, ovo je gotovo. Ovo je gotovo. Ovo je gotovo. GG's! GG in the chat. Idemo na BLG tu. Ma kraj, pa nema šta, mislim.
Da, ima jedna stvar, mislim, ljudi pikuju Kasadina za scalovanje.
Šta?
Dobro, pa I pauziramo.
Jao, ako...
Šta ćemo da pauziramo?
Znači, ako roknete chrono break, ako roknete chrono break.
Pikujemo Kasadina za scalovanje, ali ima drugi čempiona koji rade sličan posao kao Kasadin. I koji čak I bolje rade. Mislim, Veigar je jedan od čempova koji može sasvim normalno da radi u Orijanu. A scalovat će. Infinite scale.
Ja sam samo u šoku da su pao. Znaš da je sad, ovo je bukvalno, ja garantujem da je Furia bacila pauzu kad su izgubili fight.
Da, 100%. Mislim, šta će GAM baciti pauzu za to?
GAM on the verge of an incredible victory. Both teams have fought so valiantly, but with the Elder Dragon, this game
ne znam, ramišljam mi šta je moglo da bude, zašto je mogla bude pauza, ali mi stvarno ništa ne pada na pamet da je relevantno.
Rage quitova, nek.
Da.
Opa, Sajna nam flashovao izraz lica na moment.
Morao sam. Pokušavam da kupim informacije.
The Infernal Soul, and now you have effectively more than 20% less HP because there's the XQ plus the trade.
Okay, znači dobili smo informaciju.
It will be very, very difficult. So the players have got to try to stay locked in, to try to stay calm, think through how can we problem solve.
Da je, pa ništa, confirm da je Furia pauzirala, potencijalni bug. Znači, to je jedino što znam.
Bug je, protivnički tim me executuje na 20% health-a, ne znam što se dešava. Riot, investigate, please.
They've come at the very verge of coming so close, but now it's GAM knocking on the Nexus doors.
So the update I have been given is that there was a bug report made by Furia, so they have reported that something went wrong in the game that will be investigated, of course.
Šta je bilo, strani kasteri, mi smo brži.
Looking into that, investigating was it a bug? If it was a bug, was it gameplay impacting? And we will give you the updates as soon as we have any more information, but for now, it is GAM. Well and truly in the driver's seat, looking like they're moments away from closing out this series. That man on your screen has certainly played his part in it. Levi with a lot of heroics, but Tatu on the other side has been very impressive as well. Furia really have shown up and shown their class on the international stage.
They've showcased some
Sad se
really
pauza
impressive stuff
istražuje.
But for me, like, Kiaya has really had a phenomenal series. While he couldn't always translate his leads into game wins, it feels like in every single game he was getting the better of Gigo in the 1v1. I feel like that in the games where he had his impact, you could really feel it. And in game 5 on the Gangplank, My goodness, the GP ult, like, if you could just isolate how much damage that did, like, it has to be insanely high. It's such, like, we don't see Gang playing that much. We get to look back at this replay. So the Elder gets secured by the duo.
Ajde, idemo što možda bude pauza, okej.
Then the engage comes through, and I love the use of the Gang playing ultimate early. Look at how much damage he's able to do onto Ayu. They turn their attention onto whatever
Tuc nije uradio damage Leviju.
forcing Jojo and Tux out of the fight.
Ali ne vidim stvarno šta može da bude pauza, mislim.
Take out the AD carry and it just becomes clean up.
Bug, protivnički tim uzeo Eldera.
Da, baš gledam. Ništa se u fajtu nije dogodilo da je sumnjivo.
So if they can just get back to base, defend, wave clear, maybe they can stall things out. The Elder doesn't last as long as the Baron does, so maybe there's a way, but losing 2 members, I mean, it's going to be a very difficult defense.
Gledamo i G2, da.
I mean, it's two of your only range characters who can actually help you clear out these waves. You can't fight into Elder, so you need the Ezreal, you need the Narn.
Naš Shine na strani Shine, bukvalno, znači, strani Shine ne može da mi prismrdi, ono. Caster diff. Samo da nešto istražim ovdje na brzaka. Ok, ne mogu baš da... O, možda mogu, ne mogu. Ne mogu baš da kažem još šta je. Znam sad šta je. Zašto je kod Mareta dan? Ukro mi sjelicu. Ne znam kako da vam kažem, ali mi u stvari imamo samo jednu sjelicu i sad u subotu je Maretov red da koristi sjelicu, tako da sutra će mi vratiti Mare sjelicu pa ću onda ja imati svetlo, ali nažalost danas je sjelica kod Mareta i onda pošto je naš on iz Novog Sada, dok on meni pošalje sjelicu dok mi stigne, naš nezgodno je stvarno. To je fora. To je fora. Ali ili kako kad. Trebaš napraviti food plan. To nije uvek turbo jednostavno. Ali sam jeo 1800 kalorija, pa sad... Misliš kako ti odgovara? Dobro, da, lično za sjelicu je okej trade, da. Misliš da knapa se gleda BLG? Ja sam spavao 3 sata sinoć, ne znam kud bijem, bukvalno. Bukvalno ne znam kud bijem, ali nema veze. Moram da se išetam, tako da valja i to malo. Piker, vidjet ćemo.
Raz, what's up? You're here now. Thank you for joining us. What has your take been on the series thus far and the game 5 so far? We haven't gotten to hear as much from you today.
Dalje čekamo.
Canon was able to open up with like 2 kills really early on, able to get to his road. I thought this was going to be a pretty smooth game for the team. What sucked was the Otacon start. Because I know Furia as a team is always the one that wants to start the fight, get a skirmish going. So starting Otacon when you are level 15 on Cassidy and really haven't been able to like send him on sides and keep him on sides, that was frustrating to me. So that was rough. So now you're in a state where, yes, you just lost a massive fight.
Ne znam što rade s chronobreakovima, ne znam ljudi, mislim, nemam informaciju, ja imam otvoreno ovo, gledam, čitam šta mi pišu. Ali ali da, i dalje čekam da mi napišu nešto.
After a potential game, series, tournament losing team fight, stewing in that moment. So even if we come back to game and they manage to hold on, the mental recovery, the pressure on Furia, this has to be one of the hardest situations to endure imaginable.
The nerves have to be crazy. Like,
if
you're the captain, you have to the lead.
Ali ne razumijem, mislim koji bi bug mogao da bude da su oni sad moraju da...
Dobio sam informaciju, ne sam da je kažem naglas, ali možeš po mojoj reakciji da skapiraš šta je informacija.
Oni actually chronobreakuju.
Nisam to rekao. Ja nisam to rekao.
He's just. This is a Raz classic, you know. He's gotten too emotional on behalf of Furia. He has to balance it out by roasting
koji je bug u pitanju?
We're close friends.
Da. Samo ni to ne smiješ da kažeš. Ne sam. Što nije safe for air.
Nisam znao da ne smijem.
Da, ja kad dobijem informaciju i onda mi kažu da li smijem da pričam u programu ili ne o tome. I trenutno sam dobio informaciju i ne sam pričao u programu i sad sam sam tužan, a sad kad svima kažem svi ćemo zajedno biti tužni.
Dobro. Ja nisam onda čuo da se to ne smije reći.
Ne, ja ništa nisam rekao. Ne, taman posle, ja ništa nisam rekao, a ti si... Ti ne znaš.
Ja sam
ti si pogodio.
Ja sam pogodio što se prilike dešava, da.
Ok, u suštini Chrono Break, bug gde je igrač Furije rekao da Kasadin nije mogao da se teleporta na kulu. Znači, nakon fajta, kad su izgubili Eldera, nije mogao da se porta nazad u bazu. I zato su tražili Chrono Break i dobit će Chrono Break. Chrono Break ide na 35.52. Sad ako nekog ne mrzi, nek samo premota stream nazad kad je 35.52 i da nam kažete šta se ta dogodilo. Šta je 35.52? To je posle što je Elder pao, ali tako?
Su izgubili fight i pushuju mid.
Da, znači bukvalno je samo...
Da, on stoji i pokušava da se teleportuje, ali nije mogo da se teleportuje, mora da se teleportuje. Nisam vidio ni gde se teleportovao.
Probaj da se porta nazad u bazu.
Probaj da se, znači, stoji, teleportovao se negde na sredinu wave-a negde, ne znam. Ne znam da li imaju taj turret, nisam siguran, to je jedino. Sve ću vidjeti. Ne, oni... on se teleportovao na mid wave kod ulaza na mid u bazu, jer oni tu nemaju turret. On se teleportovao na wave, bukvalno u njih.
Kapiram.
Tako da ne znam gde je možda.
Evo opet njihovi kasteri kasne za nama. Gde ste pošli? Gde ste pošli? Noob kasteri.
I'm pulling up YouTube myself. I gotta figure out what that part of the game was.
It's good. Good initiative, Res.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
A mislim, on čak i da se teleportovao.
Mislim, ne znam.
Gledajte, ako ja baš svetim, mogu gasiti svetlo, a onda smo obojica pomalo u mraku.
To je istina, mislim, kako hoćeš? Ja sam večeras kaster u mraku.
Osim ako ne mislite da sam jako beo i da zato svetlim kao vampir. Mislim...
Ajde, vampir.
Gledaj, imali smo vampir Laza, vampir Mare, vampir Rale, koja je to trio, pa to su najjači vampiri u srpskoj mitologiji.
Still incredibly comfortable position for the side of GAM. This is after the fight is already broken out, and you can see that this is the cast and retreat, maybe trying to pull that mid wave. So it seems unlikely that this will have a massive negative effect, although we have been clear to say the bug did prevent a teleport to a tower. So that may result in a base defense that allows Furia to play this game out. So excellent call from the players. That is something you don't want to ignore it, even if the game does seem like it's in a dire state.
Dracos, brat
it seems like we are dropping back into a game.
Koji base defense? Imaju 3 na 5, protivnički tim ima Eldera.
A little bit better for Furia now that the bug will no longer be in effect.
Let's list it. 40-second death timers on Ezreal and Gnar. Infernal Soul and Elder for GAM.
Ne sam da pročitam, ali smešno je.
Ništa mi nije jasno. Imaće mene, ne, ja bukvalno ja ranujem na 3 sata, znači trenutno hodam, ugasit ću traku, nastavit ću hodam, proći ću kroz kompjuter, trenutno tako se osjećam, tako da. Kažem kao, ako ništa završio sam obaveze, sve super, sreća, radost, ali vidi, kritično je trenutno, neću lagati.
Gledaj, sutra imamo od 2, ne?
To, od 2 imam best of 5, ne, okej, zašto? Večeras kad legnem spam, sutra nemam ujutru obaveze, naspavaću se kako treba i onda ću biti okej. Sutra samo teretana i to je to, nemam nešto obaveza. Sim nedelja, malo odmariti.
Zato što nije jutro, mogu bi da se izmerim da neki live update neki lažu. Udario sam se prvo lako u stolicu.
To boli. Sid nije daleko. A imam ovu zvučnu oblogu na zidu, znaš, pa ako padnem, udarim u zid, mekano će biti. To je super. Prvo trebam legnem, to je true.
Are you providing the sliver, Emily?
No, I was actually gonna provide.
Dajte, ljudi, izgubit ćete svejedno. Možda i neće, ajde.
Pa možda uspije da izdefaju 3 na 5 sa Elderom protiv.
Ne, ja mislim da, ne znam, možda neće.
The game state is not in their favor at all, right? We have a situation where it's going to be
pa da smo znali da će olika pauza trajati, mogli smo opičiti jedan rematch dok.
Realno.
A ja ovako sad moram da palim svoju gače igricu da radim daily dok traje pauza.
Šta si rekao da igraš sad? Bude remake, šta igraš?
Ne, igram Zenless, igram Genshin, te dve igre sam.
Ja igram Seven Deadly Sins Grand Cross i stigo je solo leveling collab. Tako da sam već sam pullovo sva 3 unite iz collaba. I sad ih buđim i spremam ih za PvP i avanture. A pre toga, bro, na šaka igrica najjača, pre 2-3 mjeseca bio je Evanescence in Shadow collab, sad solo leveling collab, znači GG bukvalno. Igrica, i faktički ne igram Seven Deadly Sins više, igram šta god je collab. I Escanora, naravno.
Escanora, da, to mora.
O, Chrono Break complete!
Ludnica.
Ide lagan.
Baš smo bestni. A meni kaže igra, unlockovala se neka regija, a ja nikad čuo za regiju nisam.
A čekaj, jel Genshin ima auto battle? Nema.
Nema, nažalost. Jesam clearao novi endgame u Genshinu? Ne, nisam. Nemam karaktere. Mogu clearovati možda 4 ako se baš izmučim, ali ne mogu posljednji, ne mogu difficulty. Ne mogu posljednji nikako. Znaš kako ti je, došao novi endgame i tipa imaš kao prva 3 difficulty je ništa posebno, 4. je fazon, moraš da imaš baš izbuildovane timove, a 5. ti je moraš da budeš veil. Bukvalno kao moraš si da baciš pare.
To je malo, da, kapiram.
Znači, kao... ja ne mogu da isklirujem to, ja nisam dao para na tu igru, bukvalno nisam dao ništa.
Razumljivo.
Mislim malo glupovo jako.
Sutra grudi i stomak, vidi najjači dan ikada. Sutra je dan za teretanu. Još je nedelja, mir u teretani, nema gužve, nema nikog. 6 je veil. Vidi, ja sam totalno okej da recimo kad igram neku igru koja je besplatna da dam tipa ili nekoliko puta po 10 evra za Battle Pass ili tipa 50-100 evra, zavisi koliko dugo igram igricu. One time ja sam okej da platim, nije problem. Ali ako, znaš, te gače igre, problem s gače igrama je što ti sa 10, 20, 30, 50 evra ništa nisi uradio.
Da, ja za Genshin nisam nikad ništa dao, zato što kad ću početi da igram nisam imao, pa sad mi je kao glupo jer mogu da uzmem manje više svakog karaktera ako baš želim, ali ne moram.
Pa super da smo čekali 20 minuta, zamalo se comebackuju, Wow, ekstra, super, dobro smo čekali Chrono Break. Ste vidjeli ovo, ljudi, za malo se vrati.
The combination of the Neferi on the Oriana was instrumental in their success.
Kako su oni zamalo comeback napravili, ljudi, jeste vi to vidjeli? Pa to nema nigdje.
Su ga comeback Izrael bio.
Ne, strašno, ja moram da ugasim ovu traku, siđem s trake jer ću pasti.
U komu?
Da. Sad ide G2 i BLG, sad ide prava serija. Daj samo da uklonim ovo glasanje.
Da, za Genshin nisam dao novac, a za ovaj drugi jesam. Mislim, dao sam ono kao novac u smislu uzeo sam Battle Pass i tako to uzimam kao svaki patch.
Dobro, to je okej, to je okej. Mislim, treba. Pauza 16 minuta. 16 minuta do drafta.
Ima nešto što traje 16 minuta.
Ne znam, ja ću da raslupim ovu traku, tako da skinut ću sluške na sekund. Mislim, mogu da pričam, ja sam nečem ništa.
Pa kako ćemo onda da pričamo ako ne čuješ ništa?
Pa, mislim, čujete malo ko slušalica.
That I am excited to see on the international stage in the future. This was their debut for many, and I imagine that we only have an exciting future for many of these players moving forward.
Absolutely, the youngest team in the tournament, I believe, 5 young Brazilian players here playing their heart out.
Opa.
They went 10 out of 10 possible games, but unfortunately for them fell just short in both of those series.
Ništa toga.
Heartbreaking losses to be sure, but I do think that they surprised a lot of people with how competitive they were.
Kad ima neki dobar, onako, kad je baš neki hype-ovan meč, ali inače, whatever.
Pre-tournament.
And I mean, for the analysts coming into today, Furia was expected to be the favorites, and that's something that I think is massive for the region. People taking them seriously, people respecting what they can bring to international competition, and it's going to be devastating how close they were. Getting a win over G2, getting a win, and I mean, you better than anyone having that many years of competitive experience know how it feels to come so close. To
ja nemam ove najnovije karaktere iz Natlana uopšte level up, one. Imam za sve, kao što mi treba, manje više da ih level upam, ne mrzi da grinda, one kao mala, ona, nešto. O, šta god to je, tako da. Imam lude sve stvari, ali jednostavno mrzi me kao da potrošim više od 15 minuta na dan u igri. I plus nemam mavu iku. Nisam više ovo za nju, zato što mrzim, zašto mi se ne sviđa gameplay uopšte, ali morat ću izgleda sad kad dođe. I nemam dovoljno prinog game-ova za Skirk i za mavu iku. A jedna i druga ti trebaju za ovaj event, tako da ono kao bio sam fazona, tako. Uradio sam 3 uzu primog game-ova i bio sam fazona, neću dalje se ne truditi nešto pretjeran. Da imam mavu iku, clear-ovo bih sigurno. Zato što bih mogao da clearujem tulpu, onaj hidro, onaj prvog bossa. Jer mi treba ti kao neki fire, a ja sam radio sa navijom svojom ludom, ali nemam jednostavno dovoljno damage, ono kao. Ostavio sam je tipa na 10% i to je bilo baš. GAM dobije G2 sutra. Relativno male, ali iskreno da ti kažem, ja mislim da postoji ono, postoji šansa, da. Zavisi kako se G2, mislim, Furija je namučila i GAM i namučili su G2, tako da nije nemoguće da ih dobije GAM sutra. Znaš, ne bi se iznenadio.
It was the 5th game and it was the elimination match. But Levi told me that this is the 5th game, this is the elimination game. But this is actually when we are at our strongest.
Yeah, man, has it?
At the last moment, of course. And also, Fearless Draft, Game 5, Gangplank? That's a champion that we haven't seen in years. What was the
champion?
Gangplank là một con tướng mà chị đó chưa thấy em dùng nhiều năm rồi. Tại sao em lại có lựa chọn đó?
Yeah, that's it.
Ở lựa chọn đó thì ở cái cuối thì em cũng đã suy nghĩ rất là kỹ và em cũng đã có phân vân là không biết đánh là Gangplank không, nhưng mà
ako BLG G2 prođu, G2 dobije Genji. Šta bre? Kako je ovo skripta?
Znaš šta, moguće da je to tako, zato što i postoji ono kao pravilo da ne mogu da se sastanu iz istih regija. I onda ja mislim da postoji tačno, zavisi koji timovi prođu, da se tačno zna ko će koga dobiti, proti koga će da igraju.
Gangplank is a champion that I have not practiced in weeks.
Ja mislim da mora bude draw.
Da, ali mislim da postoji ono kao pravila kao ne može da bude T1 ne može da igra protiv Gen G-a i ne mogu da budu na istoj strani, a ne mogu da se sastanu u valjda drugom. Tek u play-offu mogu valjda, kao navodno. Znaš ono, ne u play-offu, nego ne znam kako se to sad zove taj drugi deo.
U winners bracketu, kapiram, da.
Da, kao ne mogu da se sastanu tu i onda, valjda ne, znaš kao, onda ne mogu biti na istoj strani. Tako da ti ako izvučeš T1 i Gen G jedan za drugim, Gen G ide na jednu stranu, a T1 na drugu. I isto tako, pošto imaš dva kineska, ako prođu BLG i G2, onda ni BLG ni Anyone's Legend ne mogu da budu na istoj strani. I isto ne mogu na istoj strani da budu G2 i Koi.
Da.
Znači ono kao bude... Valjda tako neka je. Možda ja grešim.
And then have faith in your teammates. Don't ever doubt your teammates.
All too many more victories, of course. I had a last question, but I think we're running out of time. What time is it?
It's GAM time!
It is GAM time, indeed, in Vancouver. Thank you so much for the interview, Koa. Thank you so much for the translation. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll be right back for the second series right after this.
Da, kod mene je baš mrak, ali chillam. Znate kako. Evo, donosi mi puding. Proteinski puding, čokolada, banana, vidi. Mislim, videli bi da nije... A vidi se malo, ja. Se zasladim, zaslužili smo nakon ove naporne serije.
Istina, jesmo.
Nije lako. Ali sad dobijemo nagradu u vidu G2-a i BLG-a.
Da dobijemo nagradu sledećih sat i po vremena.
Ne. Znam, možda G2 dođe raspoložen i pruže borbu. Niko ne zna.
Da, možda veliki brat Claps dođe da igra.
Ni prvi ni posljednji put da se tako nešto dogodilo. Realno.
Pocrneo na moru, čovjek. Predobar komentar. Pa gledaj, niko nije rekao da to nije zabranjeno, da vežu ruke Knightu i Binu. A Knight luduje u solo queue u Americi. Si video to? Misli da jesmo. Čak smo svi pričali juče. Kaže, imao je 3 partije, neko postavio, 3 za redom partije, 39-3, 24-3, 29-4. Rezultati u solo queue Masteru u NA.
A vidi, mislim, njemu je Master u NA-u ko da mi igramo protiv ono vrtića, ono obližnjeg vrtića, razumeš?
39-3, pa ja mislim da solo queue nisam u životu imao preko 30 kg. Znaš, kao imao sam puno, dešavalo se, znaš, ono preko 20-25, ali preko 35 ne baš. Jedini problem sa BLG-em jeste to što su malo slabiji ove sezone nego prošle. Nisu bili toliko dominantni, dropovali su gameova protiv Anyone's Legend, čak su, ja mislim, igrali relativno blizu seriju s WE-em. WE bio? Nisam siguran.
Dobro, ali oni kao ekipa imaju dosta internacionalnih iskustva. Tako da mislim svako su dosta jači na MSI i na Worldsu nego u Kini. Kao Tivan u Koreji, ista priča.
Mislim Nike je Joker, tako da. Sve je super dok ne dođe do play-offa, internacionalno neću samo da nešto.
To je true, to je true.
Najtužnije mi je samo što je dao Pro View prošle godine pobjedu na MSI-u. Ali je mnogo lepša mapa, obična, nego šta god da se sada radi. Nedostaje mi onaj zeleni Summoner's Rift do sad.
Will BLG punch an early ticket to the bracket stage, or will G2 finally exercise their LPL demons?
Kad će Doinby da dođe na Worlds ponovo?
Ja znam da nije ga sad.
Mislim da je Ninja in Pyjamas. Ja mislim da je to, a možda grešim, možda neki drugi tim. Ali mislim da je to.
Realno Navije mogu da uveze.
Bez problema. Pa u stvari ne moraju, mogu da uvezu evropskog Doinbya, niski je.
Nemoj to naglas, Sakrin će se probuditi. Pa Ivane, legendo, nemate 300 godina, vrate moj, desi.
What did it come down to, though?
For me, specifically, it felt like at the very top side of the
map, we expected
Broken Blade to come in hot with his picks. Actually, he was getting dominated throughout the series. It started with a solo kill, and then as the series continued, he was getting targeted by Tatu. So, like, for me, I need to see a lot more consistency coming from him. And then it was Scuba that was actually kind of tilting it back into G2's
Champion Ocean, tako me zovu.
Yeah, and for me, I think
Mr.
G2,
Ocean.
we saw when they were able to slow down the game, kind of not be surprised. It was a lot more methodical, right? Especially in Game 2 and then again in Game 5.
Volio bi da im neko kako nosi ovaj dres, Pokeshi.
Just like more control, especially around objectives.
Actually, I had a chance to catch up with Caps
yesterday
after...
Da, samo
mislim... A ne znam, sad će ona sa 140 da nosi.
Pa, to je fora, ja mislim da ti dresovi su i dalje, mislim, nisam niko vidio kako nosi taj dres, a da nema na ramenice.
First things first. Quick reaction on the matchup against Furia. Going to game 5, not something that we expected.
A na kapsu i najobičniji dres izgleda kao onaj oversize.
To je true.
Yeah, I'm definitely happy with the win, but it was a lot closer than we had hoped for. I think Furia came in very strong, and I think we often have this problem where when we don't play stage for a while, we look very rusty. And I'm happy we got to get a bit more comfortable throughout the series. But we definitely want to step it up.
Champion select je za 3,5 minuta. To je info koju ja imam.
Any piece of advice that you gave Lebrov or Skewmount ahead of MSI, especially going into LPL today?
I mean, I think a lot of it was, of course, a lot of like jet lag. Dealing with jet lag was at the start of coming here to Canada. But I think aside from that, of course, we don't want to like overhype playing against LPLGA. They are very strong and they've beaten us many times. But they're not invincible and they make mistakes, right?
Ne po izgledu, nego po načinu na koji se nosi i priča.
I feel like something you haven't been used to in your career, especially internationally, was to be playing as the underdogs, being underrated. Is that something that you enjoy, though, being in this position?
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely if people underrate us, they can get surprised. So
pozitivan je, chill je, tako da to je okej.
Looking forward to that surprise then. Caps, thank you so much for the interview. Underrated is the key here for G2, but is that going to be enough? Because Hansama also had some strong words after this series.
Evo, na kraju sam zakazao oko doktora, da idem da vidim šta mi je ovo sa kašljem. Taman me je prošlo, onda me ponovo počelo i prođe me, počne me, ne znam da li je neka alergija ili šta.
Pa dobro, bolje proveriti nego...
I feel like that's exactly what happened. You cannot allow these mistakes today, especially against BLG.
Exactly. I think a lot of people are focusing about individual lanes and solo kills and all these things.
Kad igra T1 igra tek sledeće nedelje. Sad je i dalje plane.
G2's fight selection and general like understanding of where to be during those fights were chaotic.
2 dana nakon ovoga?
Fury was not playing that well during those games. Specifically, I remember Tatu's Nocturne ultis being pretty haphazard, but they didn't know how to respond to it. They saw a very confident team and took a step back oftentimes.
Još sutra i onda je drugog počinje.
Da, bravo, da.
in the past. They faced
Time što ja
BLG a lot
nisam
in the
još...
past 2 years.
Meni je Rale rekao da sam ja tu drugog, ali onda je jučer na streamu rekao da se on vidi za vama drugog.
Da, ja nisam siguran što ste vi dogovorili, ali...
Samo je pitanje da... Vidjet ću ja to sa njim. Pa ćemo ti javiti svako.
Sve lagano.
That we saw in World Swiss, like it was like, okay, it went to a game 3. Those situations happen, but this time the hope is a little lower.
Yeah, I still remember Elk just popping off on Ezreal as we saw kind of leading into
Neka prehlada uhvatila da živi već 2 nedelje, same, bukvalno same. Prehlađen sam od početka MA Masters i nikako da, mislim, nešto me uhvatilo, nikako da mi prođe.
U BG-u trenutno bio je baš haos, sad se smirilo koliko vidim.
Player of the series for yesterday because of how he got back online.
Da, sad se smirilo.
Consistently throughout this entire series was phenomenal.
He just saw amazing angles. There was one time where AORUS was in a position where GAM had great positioning around Dragon, but then the moment he saw him, he stepped instantly and found the engage.
Ja?
And especially if we're going into LeBron, who I thought had a very off night just yesterday. We need to see a better version of LeBron. We need to see a better version of G2.
Ti kažeš kao da, sve je mirno, i onako meni slika u glavi da ti kao gledaš bukvalno kroz prozor i kao da, kao sve je mirno, kao nema problema sa jedno, bukvalno znaš, onako uživo i sa lica mesta prenosi MSI, znaš.
What do you mean? Evo ti pogledaj Discord. Evo gledam kameru ovu. Kako misliš na drugom monitoru ne gledam uživo da li je sve mirno?
Ja sam mislio, dobro.
Vidi. Znam ja, ali vidi ovo, viš ovo ovdje, ovaj sajt ovdje. Ko Neo iz Matrixa, razumeš, sve znam.
I just think it has the potential to be really, really back and forth.
Sve znam. Ivana Legenda, pa jesam, ali sam bacio ten i sad sam nevidljiv, ali to je okej. Ode mikrofon. Ignoriš ovo što sam napisao, to je mikrofon pao na tasturu pa ti otkucu.
Ja sam već gledam, ne znam što se dešava. Sajna mi napisao još jednom, reci nešto i vidjet ćeš ti kad se vratimo u studio i kao sad mikrofon pao.
Drž si Ivane, ne daj se. Ja 0 spavanja i što je najjače, sad pošto s Patreonima gledam Squid Game sezonu 3 i tamo rekao odspavaću i sjetim se da od 8 gledam Squid Game drugu epizodu i nisam spavao i u fazonu sam, ali vrt je, jer je druga sezona Squid Game-a, druga epizoda sezone 3 u stvari giga dobra. Baš je dobra epizoda. Tako da mi stvari vrlo što nisam spavao tih sat vremena bar.
If we're trying to find confidence going into the major stage, but they need to be able to get past G2 first. And G2 is a team that anytime we count them out, it was the same narrative just last year at MSI.
Od filmova i ovih baš novih serija
ja sam slab sa filmovima, ali sad ću početi da gledam. A završim Squid Game i to je to. Onda idemo na filmove, lagani boc. Jeste Ivane, da, sad rokamo daily streamove, Patreon, gruvamo, ludnica, sad je baš ono, lepo smo se vratili na grind. Sutra ću streamati pre MSI-a. Pa onda samo pređemo na MSI kada krene.
Sutra je relativno lako, samo jedan best 5.
For me, I want to see classic BLG. I want to see something like I saw in Game 3 with those bot lane plays, using this bot lane that can be so strong. I'd like to see that, a return to form.
All right, I want to have an exciting series. It is LEC versus LPL. After all the stages set, we are ready. Casters, over to you.
Thank you so much, Lore, Emily, and Raz. I'm Dracos here alongside Kobe. Thrilled to be bringing you this best of 5 fearless series between G2 and BLG. And look, I can't fault the analyst desk for their predictions of BLG across the board. It was a little bit shaky from G2 yesterday.
You could say that. You could say that. I was gonna start by asking, how nervous are you?
Incredibly.
Coming into this one? Yeah, I mean, there is a quote from a very wise man that said,
Kasni draft 3 minuta.
if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning, Daniel.
Ali mi se sad dolazimo u draft.
That is something that really matters for G2 after what we saw yesterday, and especially from Broken Blade.
Yeah.
If he comes into this series playing like that, it is going to be very, very bad for G2. So, you know, they have to lock in. But one of their coaches did address this on Twitter. G2 Memento did tweet out talking about, yeah, I'm sure all of you have no faith in us to do well, and that is okay, because the boys have faith in each other, and so do we. You might be surprised at how things can change from day to day, so see you tonight, okay? You know, things can change.
I believe in Memento. I like his perspective. We'll see if I like his drafts as we get
Hoće li početi še? Ajmo, momci.
Konačno.
I like that. The one time we've seen it, it looked pretty good. I don't think we need to see
Čuli
it
su me da se
again,
već
as you're gonna
nerviram.
follow as well.
I love whenever we come to international tournaments when we have, you know, patches changing to like spy on all the players' solo queues. And almost every single mid laner, I'll look at them, have been spamming, you know, Twisted Fate. Obviously, you know, ever since Chovy played it, a lot of people, you know, practicing that. So, yeah. Twisted Fate, though, as you say, off the table with the Azir. And so you get that trifecta, the Azir, the Talia as well, once you start to see those mid-lane bans coming through.
And the jungle pool wide open, so we'll see if that's a priority for either side here, right? Beige want a pretty solid start to the
Sad ćemo
tournament.
Ovo će biti dobra serija, da. Ovo će biti dobra serija. Gde sam ja, imam u mraku. G2 fight, ne, to je T1 fighting. Pogrešan tim.
The Wukong ban here, I guess that drops the Annie priority a little bit as it's one of the good pairings, but Pantheon is also a very good pairing. There's so many AD junglers that you could play with it, and already they hover a couple.
Debating what they want to go for. Annie, the utilities in, can be that early aggressive playmaker.
Knight kopira
BLG
poziciju
taking their
fakera
time
kao
on blue side. The
tišina.
luxury of first pick that they've set up for themselves, and it is the Annie. Pretty dang high Annie prio. Not something I necessarily expected. Knight obviously does look pretty great on it.
I bet my rent, please. Hashtag G2 win. Ostade beskućnik neko.
Maybe he can go for some sort of Ahri combo here, although hard to say what G2 want to prioritize and what lessons they've taken from that first day of game.
Yep, Knight yesterday on the Annie, the Aurora, the Talia, a lot of those things that can make those plays, and here we go.
Što da vam kažem, ljudi, prva serija ode u 5 gema, pao mi mrak na oči, pa rekao da vidite kako se ošćem i gasio sam svetlo. Šta da radim? Če bacim story na Instagram da ide G2 BLG.
After every game, yes, please. The second we're off air, I need you to console me.
It's also not an elimination series here. This is a promotion series. But there it is, that Aurora. Again, you know, a lot of these playmaking mids that pair so well with these AD jungles. Really quick to snap up here, and it looks very even so far. You know, some people have their favorites as far as these two champs do go. I am a pretty big fan of the Annie. But I'm actually a bigger fan of the Pantheon than the Xin Zhao, so they're kind of splitting them there. And then the Rumble does come in from mid, and they pick it a lot, but he literally said himself he doesn't like it.
Yeah.
So,
it's weird because when you look at the expectations for these top laners coming into the tournament, Broken Blade did admittedly have a rough day one. You expect them both to be pretty solid in their respective roles, great at their best, but neither of them are Rumble players, which is unique for top laners in this tournament.
So you could see, what's his answer going to be? Is it going to, well, immediately we don't even have time to go over like the Galio possibilities, because the answer is indeed Ornn for the top side. And I think a lot of fans after the performance yesterday from Broken Blade will actually be happy to see him start out on kind of like tank duty top side, because yesterday was very rough, you know, with some of the matchups that he did go into. So this one is pick for team, play for team, and very clearly they're just all in, engage. Both sides here are going to have so much heavy engage.
Yeah, and I like ease of execution for the side of G2 after that rough day one, but I am still nervous, even if Ben isn't the most self-proclaimed, most comfortable Rumble player.
Bili su oni što su Francuzi što su palili baklje u areni, pa smo čekali 45 minuta pauza bila.
But now we head into the second ban phase. Brom Callisto already on the board.
Jer je bio roadshow. Bila pauza zato što su palili onaj protivpožarni aparat, to je alarm, i onda je nestalo struje u tom delu Pariza. Znači, strašno. Sajna ja serimo 45 minuta.
To se dogodilo pre i na Wild Rift turniru. Prvi i jedini Wild Rift turnir koji smo Rale i ja kastovali. Produkcija se setila da budu cool i kad igrači izađu da upale dim mašinu i kao da izađu iz dima, ali nisu znali da je ventilacija u prostoru nepostojeća i kako su pustili dim, tako dim nije izašao iz sobe, iz prostorije. I onda smo čekali bukvalno sat i po vremena da oni raštite sav dim da bi igrači mogli da igraju. To je zadnji Wild Rift turnir koji smo ikad kastovali.
Da je bilo, mislim, publike, je bilo ljudi koji su gledali to, ili...
Pa onako, ali tad je tek izašao Wild Rift, tako da ono...
Mislim, ja se pitam koliko ljudi ima u Srbiji koji igraju Wild Rift uopšte. Baš me interesuje, igra neko u chatu Wild Rift.
Ima. Sad sve više i više ljudi, ja bih rekao, igra Wild Rift.
Ovo mi ova Ari se nakidala. Ja iskreno ne znam nikoga da igra Wild Rift, bukvalno. Ja nikad nisam igrao također.
Most certainly. And normally, you heard me
ja ne volim igrice na mobilnom telefonu.
I'm not a big fan of compositions that rely too heavily on just an Alistair for engage, but when the nameplate says on, I don't really care what he's playing. He's gonna find the angles, and when you have that layered, that shotgun-style composition, he is someone that can make it work. The Leona now, though, both compositions, I think similar goals overall, but BLG have committed much more into this Wombo combo. The second G2 opted for that Ezreal, it feels like it's a little bit less about those high-impact ults.
Yeah, the Ezreal
Mobile Legends, bang, bang, dobre igrica.
Range in Ornn Ultimate, obviously the Ezreal himself, but also Ornn Ultimate engage is really long.
Mobile Legends, Honor of Kings je, znam, relativno popularno, ne znam da li je kod nas uopšte ili samo, znam da je u jugoistočnoj Aziji ogromno. I Kini, naravno.
Wombo comboing, so G2, they have some more outs with a little bit of extra global help here for them to put more threats on side lanes later on and try and push more decisions towards BLG, which I think is going to be a good strategy. BLG are notorious for taking a lot of fights that they don't necessarily need to in a lot of positions.
Sad ćemo da ima prvi game će odlučiti cijelu seriju, ja bih rekao ovdje. Ako BLG uspe da stompa prvi game, mislim da je to to.
Da, definitivno. When they can get some early leads, when they can snowball, boy do they. Early skirmishes here, watch out.
Something we'll keep track of as we get ready for this game. Again, not an elimination match, but still pressure on for both of these teams.
We hear the gyos going up.
And this is something I love about the LPL fan base. I feel like no matter where we go in the world, they're always there to greet us. Gyos fuel for this BLG team. Favored in this matchup, most certainly. But I think for both these teams, it's not enough to win this scrape by. You want to look dominant in this matchup.
Yeah. And the death set up really nicely. There's going to be a lot of eyes on junglers for both of these teams. You know, international experience here, not there for either of the junglers. Both BLG and G2 have kind of had rocky roads this year, and the junglers here showing
da li ovdje ili generalno za Ezreal je samo safe pick. Samo je ok pick koga možda blindaš kad hoćeš i da znaš da ćeš uvijek biti ok. Ne nužno da ćeš nositi, ne nužno da si optimalan pick, ali kao bit ćeš ok u najgorom slučaju. Save si radiš damage.
Style when they had Shen on the team. Last year MSI going for lots of bot lane dives.
Hans koji obožava little tempo da igra. Na Ezu također. Desi Rago, lagano. Sve je lagano.
Alistair, obviously, notoriously a champion who is super weak, level 1. No aftershock for the Alistair. Also going to make some of those early trades a little bit rougher, even if that damage reduction from the Glacial will feel pretty good as we go.
Verujem ja u tebe. Imaš ga.
400 grama.
Ma, imaš ga.
Kupio ono veliku čašu.
A, dobro, pa ako BLG ne stompa 3 puta 20 minuta, imaš ga.
Da, istina.
100 grama po gemu, 4 gema da bude, GG.
Who is going to make the early visits towards mid lane? Because these two mid laners both have huge potential in this game and in this series, especially on these two champions. If you get an Annie ahead, you can roam around so much, make so many plays. Exactly same for Aurora. Whichever one does get the lead, kind of like can take that lead to the rest of the team elsewhere.
It's such a good value proposition for either jungler. If you go mid, you know you're winning more than just that mid lane.
Yeah.
But it's something we'll need to track. Important to note earlier, Skewmon was
Dežite, ko 70 da, deska bitri da. Dobro.
On base one. I imagine they can guess it's a top to bot side clear, but I think BLG playing with a little bit higher level of confidence.
Yeah. And G2, good brush control from them. Sweep out the ward, continue to poke away here. But it is options too for level 3. Don't get much of it. Nice little interruption there from On. Junglers not going to skip any camps too quickly. Looks like full clear completed for each of them. With the bottom side push, that Scuttle Crab is Skewmon's, but we get the recall pretty early on from Caps as well.
Ne znam, možeš više od SK, ali svako nije ni bitno. YouTube ti downscale-uje, tako da nebitno je. DSK ti je skroz i više nego dovoljno.
YouTube ima odvratan video encoder.
Da.
And the Dark Seal picked up here instantly from Caps with the boots.
Mirrored. Perfectly mirrored.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about. Both these champs have the possibility to snowball. They both have the possibility to roam. They bought those items, Dracos, both of them, the exact same money, the exact same buys, and those are built for roaming and snowballing. You got the stacking Dark Seal, and you got the boots.
Ti si treći način na Steamu trenutno.
Mirrored so perfectly. Obviously, Caps gets a few more levels under his belt.
Sajna lično da dalje.
He hits 6, is now Broken Blade kicking things off. Brittle proc there. Been not too concerned.
All right, start acting. Can you look juicy? Oh, no mana. Oh, beta min. That's going to be too hard.
Šta će Leona i mana Lesorno, ove samo swap i to je to.
Alongside the Leona moving top. Of course, Elk on the MF will have a bit more movement speeds thanks to the strut, but G2 ahead on tempo at least for now, and now the TP bot side.
Ne znam zašto je ovaj na sredini, tu da vidimo killove i tako to, zašto je tako zgužovan? Trebao malo da ga rašire, jer ove nule mi izgledaju kao osmice.
Čudno je malo, mislim, ja ne mogu se naviknem i dalje ni na šta što se tiče overlaya.
Da, same, gledamo levo svaki put.
Isto. Čekam, ono, u sred fajta kad je neka žurba i kao trebam da gledam da li ima neko flash, da li ima neko tipa ulti, odmah gledam gore, levo, gore, desno, da samo shvatim da ne vidim ništa. Amnezija 10-80.
And we have seen a lot of Ornn Pantheon combinations for ganks as a top side.
On Sama.
Han samo obožava produžene fajtove zašto igra little tempo.
Good movement from Elk. See the shield of Daybreak come out, but Labrov just can't get in range.
Yeah, it looks like they will be able to sustain over there, but it is on the Xin Zhao to try and predict and try and cover those possible areas for the Pantheon, because you mentioned level 6s, once Ornn has level 6 and Pantheon has level 6, that range of engage and follow-up is very, very massive. So you see Beishwan there, hovering and covering on that timer. Make sure that he is safe. And retaining, look at all this vision control. He's first into the river by Dragon, and since Knight's got mid-pressure,
Skewmon finding some additional damage onto Beishwan, trying to disincentivize any kind of dive, any aggressive play here. Does win out for now in the 1v1. Hits him with a thumbs up, Alpaca. We'll love to see it. But Knight, of course, does just drop a bear on Caps' head to make sure that he can keep this lane prio.
Ništa mu to ne znači što je to bio. Ja, kad će Caps je...
O? Caps se levelovo. Da.
Caps nije bacio ult kad je ušao u... Inviza, Skewmod je flashovo van Rumblovog ulta u Rumblovog ulta.
A to
Neverovatno.
Never let him know your next move.
Bio u fazonu kao, a Bin je flashovo, ne može me ubiti i ja ću sada flashujem njegov ulti da mu dam kill. Glavo, izašao i flashuje u Rumblovog. Ja mislim da je primio jedan harpun.
Mrtav je sve novije, mislim... Bar se Caps drži, to je... To je nešto za G2. Sam živ, da, chillamo. U mraku, ali da.
Towards him next time the Ornn ult is ready. Would be a little bit dangerous, but Bin now can play around his flash timer, try and be a little bit safer in the long lane.
Yep, and that was the explosion of action that we were expecting. Maybe not in the form we were expecting it in.
Sanin je rekao, kad krenu donacije, onda pali svet. Po jednu lampicu. Pali svaku donaciju.
Ne, kažem, Fortuna ima jednu sjelicu i trenutno je kod tebe, nisam ja kriv.
Istina.
Novi vikend je Novi Sad sjelica. Ja imam ponedeljak, sreda, petak i utorak, četvrtak je kod Raleta, šta da radimo? Au, labrove, polako.
That Elk can bring to bear. A single piece of CC hitting very likely means a BLG win in the fight, so they'll concede the single grub. The second that initial ulti misses is Knight off of cooldown, keeps just dropping a bear on the rabbit. Yep.
Lepo od Knighta. Mislim, dobije Tiber se samo bije za lane shove. Ga stvori, onda puša lane i to je to.
But the gold advantage still, of course, in the favor of especially Bin. Since they had all this action up by the grubs, Bin was actually able to continue to play aggressively into the Ornn down on the bottom side, but now that they've reset, he has to respect Pantheon ult. So he has nicely done here, as they're able to track and play around the global. Because again,
okay, super Ornn kao skill je.
Skewmod, extra movement speed coming in from the Aegis is all Knight locked up, locked down. Tipper's on the way in, but not doing a hell of a lot. Knight! Taken out by the Weirding, and that's what we talked about with the Pantheon, that long-range semi-global threat.
Yeah, exactly, and he has multiple options because the tower attempted dive that we saw earlier on, so Knight also didn't have his flash. So
potentially a counter-punch coming bot lane, though. You can see pings down around
Tu za koga navijamo? Pa malo je to sad nezgodno, znaš. G2 je iz Evrope, ali s druge strane...
Mi samo želimo da vidimo dobar game.
Da, to je istina. Mislim, BLG ima šanse da osvoji cijel MSI, tako da nemam pojma.
Looks like they should be able to do, but the resets are coming in now, so will be the lane swaps as well. As you see the allocations, they're sending Knight up to the top side of the map right now, and Broken Blade matching. And of course, since both solo laners are AP solo laners on the side of BLG, Broken Blade investing so heavily into that magic resistance here on the Ornn to be able to deal with either one. Just sustain, sustain.
And I will say that Annie lacks in sustained damage, so that Kanik Rookerin, that's what he chooses to go for here, I imagine will be, is going to be pretty solid. He's going to engage on the bottom side. LeBron stepping a bit too far, but he does manage to find the lockup. Quick cleanse and a sidestep from Elk means he's A-OK on body blocking the Mystic shots. There's no follow-up. LeBron caught out and knocked down.
Oof, yeah, definitely a rough one here for Lebrov going down. Another kill into their hands. Bin, with that money, he will complete his Landries.
Pobednik nastavlja u main event, gubitnik igra protiv, šta smo rekli, Furije, mozak mi je zao protiv Gama, ne protiv Furije. Ne mogu, premalo spavanja, mozak ne funkcioniše.
Zato je Sajno u mraku, spava pa. Ovako kada ne priča onda...
Ne vidite da su mi oči zatvorene.
Taking stock of the game, only a 600 gold lead for the side of BLG. Neither side too close to getting the feats overall. Warfare right around the corner for BLG at the very least. So still very close, still very even. Top lane really the
Svi smo zaspali u ovoj seriji. Ova Furija još krono breakovala danas. Kaže, ima da gledate nas i to je to. G2 BLG who?
available here. Again, the Alistar and the Annie can just hold people in place for not only Bin ultimate, but also Elk's ultimate.
Squid Game gledamo sa Patreonima. Šefe Grec, gz.
Need to see. And I think the other thing I have to call out is that Aurora, a powerful champion, certainly you see some of the best games of it in the LCK and the LPL, hasn't been the strongest domestically for us in LEC. We've seen good games, we've even seen good games from Caps, but we need to see that peak performance from him in this game today, especially when he's the one who got those early kills, and especially as Broken Blade might be in trouble.
Ooh, Broken Blade.
Pin on the way in. He's blown
Neće da flipi ispod skule, da.
But Broken Blade is in dire straits.
Sad mora da ga, sad mora komitu, ovo je flip, ovo je baš flip.
Pa da li je naš Broken Blade samo najjači top laner na svijetu? Ili šta?
Fight continuing on the bottom side though, quick bit of lockup, but no follow-up. Base one, good use of the ultimate to stay standing on it, using the unbreakable well. Now the retreat going in, but it's counted.
Dobar me ulti.
It's a beautiful combo, Knight and Elk. Dealing a death blow.
Oh, Dracos, that is the juicy combo that you're looking for.
In the headbutt, Pove, Knight gets another. And it might just be a seal now, but the pages of the book might be coming soon.
Wow, right in that tri-brush, what a combo
Ova serija GG kad su završili G2 protiv BLG-a, tako da ono...
That's actually going to be the Malignance completed as well. So here's another look at it. Beishwan and On kind of kiting back in here. He drops the controller, turns around for the big combo.
Jeste, Zelda odlično, ne znam ko je to. Hvala puno.
This is so massive for BLG because not only the kills, but getting those flashes as well.
And this is a situation where they get two, but if they had another 300 gold, another half of an item, it would have been three.
Sme se moj Broken Blade. A njega bije Bin.
Their play is happening. There's not
enough
time back to the previous play. Broken Blade. Oh, the footwork is good at the very least.
Ooh, that is one scary barbecue. Right there, he's gonna run away.
Istopio ga Bin samo tako.
It's an important distinction.
Da.
As Elk now also with the BT makes Hansama
3-1 u 14 minuta, boga mi, 120 farma.
So much harder.
Ako ništa sreće za G2 što imaju dovoljno mobility da mogu da beže iz Rumble ulta, ali
buff like that thing is insane.
Bin će da ih topi.
You see him going into it with the second mask here, and you can just shred through people, shredding magic resist for him and Knight. Plus Malignance leaving those patches on the ground that also shred flat magic resistance.
Yeah.
It's when double AP solo laners can really build and help each other here. So BLG's damage really does not stop.
It certainly doesn't. And the thing that we talked about was Hansama. This is what stopped the composition from being all about all-ins on the side of G2, but he can't afford to get caught like that. He has to play perfectly on this champion if he wants G2 to come out on top, because there's no question in either of our minds, I think.
Pa, kako je tužno što je prošlo vreme kada sam verovao da G2 može da dobije neki jači timove sa istoka.
Dobro, pri svi mogli što je najjači.
Da, mislim. Ono kao, verovao sam, nebitno je za druge timove sa zapada, ali ono kao G2, oni imaju dobre šanse da dobiju neki tim sa zapada, pogotovo iz Kine timove. Bio sam u fazonu kao, ako nije first seed kineski, ja mislim da ih dobijaju bez problema.
Keep things going. In pretty comfortable control of the game. G2 doing a solid job of
toga
trying
nema
to cross
ništa
map as best
više.
they can. It looks like it will be one tower for one unless the Herald comes down. And of course the Herald for the Drake. Soul coming through will be Ocean, which honestly isn't bad for either team.
Yeah, not too bad for either. I also envision a lot of team fights where people just get bursted down and don't have a lot of time to heal.
Yeah, that's not, you know, it's not the dream. I think in this, like maybe Mountain would feel pretty good.
Mountain would
or Infernal. Mountain feels great, actually.
Looks real nice.
Yeah.
Dobro, Ocean Soul je fajn. Ne slažem se baš s tim što pričaju. Weze, Ocean Soul, Broken protiv Ramba je dosta decent.
Will be a big factor later, you know, the range of Ornn ultimate, you know, maybe there's some angles where, you know, Caps gets to push on side and start to flank or something like that. Maybe G2 can kind of craft something once the lanes start to open up to fight their way back into this one.
And I think that is one of the strengths of Aurora over the Annie, right, is her presence on a side lane. She's much harder to lock down. She's much more mobile overall. And alongside that Pantheon, as you highlighted, room to try to leverage that advantage. G2 Laying some vision down on the top side, but will be spotted unbeknownst to them by that control ward. Caps now moves to catch the wave, and G2 might try to catch Elk. They see an angle, but Elk's movement clean thus far. Lockup from Lebrov is there. Pantheon now coming in as well. Elk is already cleansed, but he's still been stunned. Pantheon is going to force the flash.
Sad je mrtav.
Horn
Okay.
called, and this is the combo. Broken Blade.
Bacio je Aju jednog.
But it's Knight looking for the follow-up. Waiting out the egg.
Šta je sad i Kerry imaju overek stanjima na midu? Či 2 dana već gledamo istu stvar. Ade Kerry koji jedan dan je mid bez razloga.
Quick retreat from the side of BLG as G2 are keeping the pressure up.
Oh man, Elk, that was very cocky. He really wanted to use that move speed.
But under tower,
actually, Broken Blade starts to take a couple tower shots, does flash.
Equalizer, decent amount of ticks here. Broken Blade might be in trouble. Where is he going? Herald on the way in, so he didn't want to walk into River. Broken Blade slowly being burnt down. Beishwan going in mid lane into 3 members.
Beishwan je samo lud, šta?
Herald will not finish the tower.
We watched the Ornn get chased down. Well, we got a little drive-by side story here.
No vadi Kerry 16.
Beishwan goes into the turret. It's super low. It actually didn't quite fall. But we have Caps still focusing on the side lane turrets, gets immediately back out to the side. He actually does finish it off. Of course, Elk will be able to return and finish this one, but again, out in mid lane, he gets teleported on 2.
Teleport. This time around, it's Caps coming to the party. Elk is fast though. G2 not going to be able to find the angle. Beishwan doesn't have ulti, but I got to respect a man who just goes in every time, no matter what.
Yeah, he sees him going after his AD carry, and he's like, get away from Elk. He chases him off. Make sure they're not going to go for that play. Teleport goes down. Of course, the original one where Elk is just trying to, play with Lebrov and be like, all right, Juke's check right now. They're trying to hands check at the moment. G2 did have a bit of an opening, but again, BLG extended their lead. It was around 2K, now up to 2.9 here, and taking down that mid tower.
And G2 are doing what they can to stay even in terms of CS and towers, right? They've got a lot of these side lane plays. They're trying to cross map where they can, but it just has not been enough to balance things out. A lot of that is just the kills that continue to go to bin. 4-1 overall. Whether or not he likes the Rumble, he's doing pretty damn
Sam
good.
već hvata ozbiljan umor, fuck my life.
He is a roasting them.
Nisam znao da i to smiješ da kažeš.
Naravno, engleski je.
2K passive gold.
Engleski je fine.
Tako je.
So this man is just racking up money.
All right, let's see what can they do on the side. Caps out here on the Aurora.
Caps i Aurora.
Initial knockup. Caps
Da, Aurora.
forced to use the ulti out.
Može da pobegnu lagano.
But that is kind of the escape power that Aurora brings, right? Maybe not as always reliably powerful as the Tibbers, but does give you the flexibility to be used.
Ne volim da igram SMF uopšte. Lendaš pokon, basic left, ali nema, failali su cijel kombo. BLG izintovo ovdje i to jako.
Humont Cups kao uništili kroz ulti. Mislim, bili su mu svakako u lane.
There it is, G2, the global coming in big.
Da, izrifovali su, ovdje su dropali i fight. Dobro, Drake-a mogu na sponu da ga rade.
Beishwan just ganked on top side, then goes towards mid lane. They get the punish with the Pantheon ultimate, so G2 cut that lead down.
Credit to G2 for finding those opportunities, for leveraging the powers of their composition, but it is some of the weaknesses highlighted on the desk, right? Some of the reasons that we saw games given to the side of G2, even when BLG feel like the heavy favorites, is because of that tendency to overfight.
Yeah, BLG definitely inconsistent this year, especially. So Dragon comes up, G2, they get their reset off, Caps is recalling at the moment.
Nisu baš bili toliko dobri tokom čitave sezone sada. Vidjet ćemo koliko će spustiti skillom. Jedno je igrati protiv Gama koji je ono relativno slab. Drugo je igrati protiv malo jačeg protivnika.
On with the initial knockup. Again, BLG don't really have to be concerned about counter engage here because they know the major cooldowns are not available. But Solar Flare around the corner will at least be something alongside Caps' ultimate.
Da, nije bila dobra sinergija na midu.
We know what happens if On can find that multi-man pulverize. Easy L follow for Elk.
Ni dalje bilo
right now playing confidently on the Ezreal. He does have his cleanse, he has his flash, so he's going for poke, trying to use his range here towards mid lane, trying to soften them up before the fight, before the commitment.
Yep. Good use of the buffer on the arcane shift as well. knows that he can play forward and doesn't have to be too concerned as long as he has that crucial cooldown.
Ne brini kad startuju ovako random objektive. Caps je možda mrtav, mora ult da baci. Dodžovao je. Dodžovao je.
0.7, quick Drake picked up by the side of G2. BLG turning back to the mid wave. G2 have position on Otacon.
Yep, they do.
Oni ne znaju, G2 ne zna da ovi nemaju vision tamo. Ovo je mogo free atakan da bude. Bukvalno free atakan, Bejčan ne može uopšte da kontestuje, nema health. Šteta, jao. Onaj stari G2 bi to flipovao od tog atakana. 100%. Bili bi u fazonu, mi znamo da nas ne možete dobiti u fight, da smo bolji od vas.
On an objective. Yeah, you like the Bloodletter's curse. Have you heard about the Otacon curse?
Yeah, I think, ne znam, mislim da je ovaj game i dalje mnogo bolji za BLG u konceptu. I dalje nisu na svojim najjačim pikovima, niko nije na svom najjačim piku. Mislim da G2 ima mnogo mali champ pool u džungli. Stvari na kojima Caps igra relativno dobro i stvari na kojima Labrov u stvari igra relativno dobro. Tako da mislim da ovako produženo ovo je u stvari bolje za BLG. Jer tipa Bean dalje nije pokupio Ambesu, Jaxa, ima toliko dobrih pikova sa kojima je lakše i direktno nositi gameove nego sa Rumblom koji je malo traljav heroj.
Not having to worry about that flash from Annie greatly reduces their ability to get the dream combo. I mean, Alistar already is on Hex Flash, doesn't have the real one, so G2, very significant. Problem is, BLG runs through this thing very, very quickly. It looks like Otacon here going down.
BLG know that if they give G2 the chance to reset, that they won't have that crucial cooldown, so they're demanding that G2 come to them. They're demanding for the fight, but they don't have the angle. From the bush, he finds the knock, but he only locks a few. G2 now trying to retreat. LeBron on the way out, standing next to the wall, looking to find the lockdown. Hansama trying to lay down a little bit more focused fire, but BLG get the objective. They get the kill, and they walk away.
The commit from BLG is so good. They went over there instantly. They burn it down on hiding in the tri-brush, able to get over, get the engage. They pick off Lebrov.
And credit to BLG, because if they wait for the full reset, both teams push mid-wave, they take their time. G2 have better vision, and he doesn't get to do anything in that fight, but they have on the flank, they have a good angle, and they just go for the throat, knowing that if they force the fight then, they'd still have the edge.
Yeah. Feel a bit bad for Lebrov. Of course, a lot of eyes on him, you know, on this international stage as well, with the changes that G2 made this year. So nice pickup there from BLG. I mean, getting the Otacon. They have 24 empowered flowers here, with giving the extra experience as well as adaptive force. Gonna be so nice. Any extra adaptive force when you have this much burst damage?
Yeah, if their setup is good, it does just feel like a DPS check, and they are certainly passing the check now, as our observer's beautifully highlighting Baron. Just a few seconds away. BLG on specifically has moved in to lay down just enough vision while the rest of his team resets. Although G2 are a bit ahead of the play for now, laying down vision of their own.
Okay, vision a good first step here. G2 are looking at, can we
Pametno od Capsa što je otišao na Merks, ali mislim da i dalje mogu da ga shotaju ako odigraju kako treba. S Qmon 3 soma healtha na Pantheonu.
Or they could just set up vision and then be the ones looking for it proactively and try and send that way. But it doesn't look like BLG are going to give them an opportunity to do that, because they're literally just grouping here. Even Bin walked all the way upriver on that mid-wave to make sure that BLG would get mid-priority, so they can actually move over to the objective.
Malo Warden's mail, malo Giants belt, malo Negatron.
We saw that play in mid lane go awry because they did
Jedino Negatron I Giants belt tu idu nešto zajedno.
They're just walking into a 5v5 at the end of the day. Moses, LeBron, once again caught out good lockup on the night. CC there, trying to take the Annie up.
Čekaj, ovo je super, dobro. Ne, oni ne.
Lep kombo. Koliko lepo fajtaju, čovječ.
Yep, that's going to be Baron for sure. Caps pops the blast cone. I don't know what shenanigans he could pull out here.
Oh, the Caps down.
Wind becomes lightning. They were already pretty much guaranteed to get the objective. They're happy to have Caps as well.
Yeah, they'll take the extra round for free right there. Beishwan with the W flash hunts him down. They're going to get the Baron as well. BLG taking over.
And again, it felt like G2 were starting to find a way back into the game, even when the gold still favored BLG, but the bot side fight, the force on the Otacon into that mid lane play. BLG making it count now, massive lead for themselves, nearly 5,000 in their favor, and Elk hasn't even reset yet to spend his money.
Yeah, they even waited for Knight to respawn to grab the Baron to all get the
Šteta, dobro, nije bila loša ideja da ubiju Knight i onda možda mogu da fajtaju, ali oni Bejčvan samo bolji.
And there you go, another huge wombo.
On je pokidao.
All-star combo, Elk gets a channel on the backside, even at 33% health, doesn't matter.
And we've heard the AD sing the praises of On, but I think it has to be called out again. It is his combo that stops Caps from going to the other side of the ultimate and finishing off Elk. The only reason that ulti channel completes is because of the CC that On brought to the table.
Instantly there with the knock-up. Beautiful stuff.
And he doesn't do any damage. Rumble doesn't do any damage. Those are the people that are the most fed, Kobe. Those are the people we talk about the entire game. BLG didn't even need them.
It's kind of crazy, too, because Misfortune is a controversial champion. Because you're like, oh, it's oftentimes hard to get your full-channeled ult off, especially if you're playing against, a Leona or an Ornn.
Or an Ornn.
These champions are exactly what she doesn't like playing against. But those ultis from Ornn and Leona were used to kill off Knight and lock down him. So that meant those things weren't available to stop it, you know, when Elk did get to start channeling. And as you said, On as well.
Kapsi 2 levela manje od
With
Knighta.
that CC, able to lock up Cap. So good stuff there from BLG. Of course, they take down the bottom side pretty effortlessly. And then they don't want to overextend at all. So play it very cautiously here, very nicely. Nothing left here to risk. Take your giant gold lead, go back and spend.
Definitely. And we look at the side of G2, right? Ornn getting more and more experience, more item upgrades coming. So for G2, to take another fight, to lose that fight probably means the end of the game.
Ja ne znam ko nosi ovdje ekipu G2, mislim da je samo ovo...
Hansama still not finishing that third item.
I Hansama završi treći item, ne može da nosi igra Ezreala, već je opo deo partije da on sam može da nosi game.
Ja mislim da oni, ne mora neki ogroman engage, mora Caps nekako da one-shotuje, možda Elk, ali onda je pitanje šta će Bin koji ima zonju, samo preživjeti to. Treba da im krene fight, da nahvataju Knighta ili Rumbla.
Ali kako će?
I Caps
ima zonju.
onda ne, da, ali to je jedino što mi pada na pamet. To mogu nekako da dobiju fight. Mislim, Caps staravan, konstantno, on to dijeli CS-a svima, on dalje od 14, nekako da hituje, mislim. Trebamo level 16, još malo damage na ultu, ali...
G2 don't have that edge anymore. Every single brush could be a death sentence, could be the end of game 1 for G2. Playing under so much pressure here as On gets the fight started. Perhaps over eagerly though, he's too low on health already before the fight breaks out. Unbreakable well, keeping him standing, but he's been sniped.
Dobar, ovako treba.
Down by the bot lane duo, and it's Base1 who's running.
Samo ne smije da odu predale.
Skewmon taking a bit more time, waits on the Aegis assault, the minions in the base, so demand a bit more attention.
Ove se rezuju, tako da je fine.
G2 can't afford to push any further.
Really good punish from G2. On ulted so late there. He went for his combo and then gets chunked down so low by the time he ults. It doesn't matter. They snipe him out. They send the ulti there. G2 defend.
And again, because the turret is actually finished, they wait a few minutes. If they hold, they can get the inhibitor back, they can get the turret back.
They kill off On, they kill off Base1 here. Ornn is handing out upgrades, Dracos. You know, there definitely are possibilities here for G2.
Look, a Muramana, you need a super Muramana. It's not, you gotta go up. You need a higher caliber.
Treba da Skewmon do? Update? Upgrade?
Muramana. Okay. Just double. I don't know what the actual name is.
We had Fur Jojo earlier, which I'm not sure it happened to be a double tag.
Labrov je takav coin flip, to je strašno.
The Ornn upgrade names are...
They got rid of,
they're pretty,
They got rid, I was sad, but as a play-by-play also relieved. Because every time they reworked items, I was like, oh, this is another hour of homework.
Yeah, I was like, they're so obscure.
But I don't think anyone except for Ornn mains knows what they are, so Kobe, they can be whatever you want them to be.
Yeah.
You can just make the name up.
And like TFT players too.
Oh, TFT players too.
All right, well, BLG here with their lead still. Can they maneuver this game into the enemy base? Topside tower is still very low after that last siege, and so they once again go into their split push. They push up mid lane, They go up to rotate through the jungle exactly as before. Elk is walking up that top line of minions. So they're going to go for the tower once again. Caps is recalling here, and this tower is so low, you don't want to die at this tower. These secondary ones are usually bait for the defending team to die at when they're that low, because your position for fights there is just so much more risky, so definitely advised to give that one up.
And TP from Caps, close to the mid lane. G2, I think recognizing the push has already come out from BLG, knows that they have to reset, trying to use this brief window of opportunity to reclaim some control over the map, so they don't just have to immediately concede the Baron.
Skewmond has his Guardian Angel as well, so Pantheon can full send. You know, when you have Ornn ultimate, if you see someone in a bad positioning, then you can go for one of those picks. But we just got full 5-on-5 in mid lane Dracos.
Broken Blade checking the position, ready to catch someone. The BLG again, the flash is there for Knight. G2 have to be so careful. Everyone's fingers is on their flash key, ready to go out or in a moment's notice. Caps hasn't been spotted. Basewan posturing down.
What is the over/under on Elk channeling another ultimate?
Može da front line
Based on what we've seen so far, all signs indicate probably he will.
O, možda.
Možda on
troluje malo. Šta radi Caps, to je pitanje.
Ne sve da priđe, zato što ga vidi samo ime kontrolor.
Ulti now. They're going to try to force the fight. Lock up onto base one. Ulti connects onto the 80 carry, and instantly they're into the backline.
Ne, Caps, Knight ga je zeznuo, ja.
Shouldn't be alive, but he holds on just a little bit longer. There's no space for him to ulti though, and that is all that matters. G2 on the edge of death.
Lepo, boga mi.
Jako dobro. Holy moly, ja sam mislio da će ovo biti jako loše G2. Ovo je Baron za ne?
Pesel ubogovna kula.
We can't see the health part, but the turret is going back. And G2 continuing the push forward, and this is crucial. BLG, one more good fight probably wins them the game. G2 held on, they're getting things closer, they're getting things back on, even it's only a 2K gold difference.
A možda i play, danas.
Maybe. Možda mislim da ne mogu da dobiju onakav fight ponovo, pa kao ajde da probamo, ali ja mislim da ne mogu završiti.
He can't even get to that wave. There's a wave unanswered in bot
So
lane. If G2 lose this fight, it's an instant TP and the game is over in favor of BLG. On, locked up. Alistair trying to clear. One tower down, but G2's are set on the prize. The next
možda imaju. Ček, možda imaju. Han samo mora da preživi. Han samo mora da preživi, ne, on je...
Nemaju end. Znaš da nemaju end? Nemaju damage-a. Ne.
Čekaj, Skewmond.
Ne, nema šanse. Ne, nema šanse. Caps nema TP, ovo je Baron za BLG sad. Ne, oni endaju sad. BLG enda, jao, BLG će da enda. Ali ne, ali gdje je wave, a wave.
Nemaju wave. Caps ima Seekers. Nema Knight ult, ali ima stun.
Caps je mrtav. Caps je mrtav. Ovo je game, GG. No, ovo je game. BLG ladno dobio partiju. Ja ne mogu da verujem. Ko završila prva partija. Wow. Okej, wow.
Baci Seekers, šta ti služi Seekers?
A bin u fazonu ono klasična subota večer, ljudi, lagana priča.
Seekers, šta ti služi? Zašto si ga kupio ako ga neš baciti?
I mean, BLG, the fights when it matters, they always seem to find a way. Not without mistakes, not without weaknesses. G2 did their best to exploit them.
Dude, Nexus to Nexus on game number 1.
Incredible options. Then, of course, headed back.
Ne, pošteno za G2, mislim, ako su mislili da imaju end.
We've said enough. We need to get their take on that game 1.
Ali predugo je uzimanje tureta trajalo.
Jao, nije valjda opet intervju mid-serija, ljudi. Dobre, nije. Znaš sam si iscimo da rekao radi intervju opet između partija.
some beautiful League of Legends, guys.
Just thinking back at the final end, like it looked like it was so close, but then Beishon is able to assassinate Hansama. That's what they needed.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it was just one play and it's just a Nexus to Nexus, the LPL Classic.
I feel like BLG can't keep getting away with it.
It's happening.
If I'm a BLG fan, I'm looking at this and I'm like, oh no, right? Because like initially, it started off
vidi se znaci stresa, znaci nervoze. Ja mislim da G2 mora da iskoristi sada.
This, right? Because they get the on Alistar out super early.
Yeah.
They're able to get in and kill off. Like BB is on Elk the entire time.
Pa bilo je, zavisi zavisi čijih basica tekova, ali...
It looks amazing, honestly, for G2. The fact that they
on je tankovao za tureta. Ne, da išao sa njima, samo ne bi mogao da tankuje. Sad ću vidjeti ovdje. On tankuje oba tureta. Ne bi ni stigli ništa da urade, da je Orn.
Morali bi šta klenza. Ne, ovo je 6 Ornovih basica tekova, da se razumemo. On healuje ovaj Nexus, on ne radi damage ništa.
Ali Caps ima Seekers u inventory. Ne znam zašto nije bacio, možda se bojao da ako baci da će samo završiti.
Ali mislim da ne bi napravio razliku, ne? Mislim da je ovdje ušao Seekers. Ne znam, mislim bi rekao
sve. A ja mislim da bi preživeo Bina, ne znam.
You know, Elk is even able to get there. You see him kind of pushing out mid just in case. I mean, Caps is just like, what can you do?
Caps se smeje, a Bin ladan kao led. Ali ja mu vidim u očima da se trese. Vidim da je ušla malo voda u uši, ja mislim da ovo znaju za G2 da trebaju da iskoristi.
Ne znam, boga me, vidit ćemo.
Najti kao ovu, imat ću još jednu priliku da čokam u play-offu, dobro je.
I've been a staunch MF defender, kind of, against the likes of Isaac Azale Cummings Bentley, specifically. But this is kind of the platonic ideal of what you want for MF, right? That the Alistar sets it up beautifully. They're able to clean up here, and here's where I was thinking, okay, they're going to have a pretty good window into setting up around the map in a lot of these fights, just because on an Elk we're working so well together.
Yeah, even in that last fight, you mentioned the Alistar, of course, even like Knight not being seen coming through. So like not only the Annie ulti coming off, it was
ovo češkanje, to je najjasniji znak nervoze. Kad krenu da se češkaju po glavi, to su fazonu, to bi Rale treba sve da zna, on je psiholog za ne.
Istina.
Because coming into the game, we expected to be mostly a BLG heavy favorite, but, and this is the fight that I was talking about specifically. Great two-man knock-up into the MF combo. So it's like, when you see those things specifically, Emily is verified as being the MF defender in the right hands.
I am. I feel like I am. In addition to team fights, again, how you move MF around the map and how she takes down turrets, I think, is a super important part as well.
Yeah, and taking a step back once again is how competitive G2 was. Feeling like just looking at all of the moments, and I feel like the highlight member for me.
Ne znam, ja dalje mislim da BLG kada Bin dobije nešto što ima malo konkretniji playmaking potencijal, mislim da će samo biti mnogo lakše za njega da sam iznese game, bukvalno.
I felt like Caps was having a pretty rough early laning phase, and he was being set up for a dive, but he countered that dive. So there are elements to look at this game and say G2 have a real chance.
Novim pikovima da uzmu bar jedan game.
They didn't look tilted. You saw Caps laughing, kind of like, what can you do, right? But I agree. I thought this Pantheon pick was great for Skewmon. I really loved how they, I mean, globals are so important, as we talk about anyway, but I loved how he used it to overload, not just sides, but again, in the mid lane, trying to set Caps up for success on this Aurora.
I mean, that's the thing. G2, yesterday, not on the same page. As Hansama said, everything got really chaotic. Today, they were on the same page. Maybe not on the right page, though, because a lot of focus on Knights. When we looked at the damage at the end, this was maybe not the opponent that you wanted to focus here. G2 is going to be playing on blue side for the next game. So who's the player that you want to focus? Of course, it's going to be depending on the composition that BLG goes with.
minuta, da već se sumijem, doperem zube.
What do we want to look at here? Who do we want to lock on the side of G2?
For me, it's about Caps. It always has been about Caps. Putting him on a pick like an Ares and Zhao something to allow him to A, be playmaking through his mid lane. I think the combination of him and Skuman has been strong, so give him the option to like not only be able to get push in win lane or find a pick in lane, but also get him out to roam more frequently.
Yeah, and where we're looking at potential draft picks, I am very interested to see if/when the TF comes through. We have seen that even as a blue side ban, right? Which tells me that certain teams don't necessarily want to lock it in as a first pick, but we did see, even in a loss, the power of that pick, and that's something that I think in Caps' hands, especially with a playmaker from Skuman, could be very, very dangerous in their hands.
I mean, that's the thing. Skuman, we know, if you watch the ADC, you know how strong he is on Pantheon. That champion is gone. It is fearless draft here. So what do we want to see for as a champion for Skuman here? We saw that Maokai was a
I'm thinking the Maokai. We're in the same wavelength. What about you, Emily? Are you a Maokai lover?
I love Maokai. You already know this. I love how Maokai sets up team fights.
True.
All right. Easy setups. G2, bring it on. BLG, keep on doing what you do. We can have an amazing series here at MSI. BLG takes the first game, so let's see if G2 can fight back right after this.
Da li može da nam se G2 vrati? Ili će BLG da pobedi? A mene ubi zvuk iz nečega. Spirit Blossom Beyond. Lele. A? Došao neko pomogne Zinža. I naravno novi AD carry. A će da bude broken, a? Šta mislite? Će da bude broken? Naravno da hoće. Pa svaki champion novi je broken.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Biće broken, a? Biće broken. Pa biće broken. Pa svaki champ je broken. Svaki novi champ. Ajde, molim te, daj, molim te da radite. Izbacite nekog championa koji nije broken. A to nema nigde.
Okay, okay. I get it now.
A ja se pitam što je meni preglasno sve, a ono meni slušalice otpaljene na maks, ja sve ostalo onako polako snižavam. Pa ništa ne čujem. Ko dobija? BLG 3-1, ja mislim da G2 može da uzme jednu partiju. Ali neka bude 3-0 zato što... da ne moramo baš da budemo ono do rana, do najranijih mogućih sati onako ujutru.
Sam mutovano levo mene.
Baš te da pitam, već Sajna vratio, već sam onako krenuo da gledam da li si tu. U mraku ili ne.
Da. Treba me spotovati. Treba me spotovati u mraku, nije lak zadatak. Kažu Game Transition 1.20. Kako to? Dobro, dobro.
Kako bi bilo ja kad bi stavio mrak, čekaj. A ja ću...
Gasi svetlo šta. A ti se manje
ja se vidim zato što sam u belom.
To je istina, ja nosim sivo. Vajbamo uz muziku, opet dobra muzika. Let me throw it down to the ground, make him turn.
CC there, trying to take the area before he can open. Nice, manages to get it down. Skewmon in the fight as well. Caps, beautiful ulti across the team. Lock him on Elk, but he's still able to full chain on the ulti. But Elk is still standing. He shouldn't be alive, but he holds on just a little bit longer. There's no space for him to ulti though, and that is all that matters. G2 on the edge of death. It might just be a single fight. It might be a single moment. Skewmon, Broken Blade, they're trying to finish the GA. He doesn't have it, there's no way. The flash, it's not enough. Lebrov back up, 10 seconds on Hans, 15 on Broken Blade. Bin wants to finish the objective. He's not waiting any longer. Locked down there. Minion's not going to do enough. Knight and Bin back to finish. 4 more, please. That's all I have to say as we get ready for
nemoj 4, molim te.
between BLG and
Imaj milosti prema nama.
Strašno, ovi kasteri neozbiljni jako.
Miracle team fight from G2, but it was still for the vast majority of the
game.
BLG in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and after a game like that, it is so hard not to be like, hey, why didn't we just go Baron? Or why didn't we do this? Or why didn't we do that? But you have to focus on the next game, okay? They have to clear their minds. Game number 1 almost has to be deleted from G2's minds right now, okay? Focus on the next game. Don't worry about.
Naravno, nisu nešto izgledali zabrinuto za prvu partiju, mislim, Kap se zabavljao.
Ne mogu samo s ovim svetlom, jako mi je čudno. A kako sam upalio ovo veliko svetlo, tako sijalica počela da trepće, no? Bukvalno što kažu u chatu, polako odlazi ta jedna sijalica. Nemamo. Ako bude još 4 gejma, neće biti ni nje više. Ali nam možda neće ni trebati.
For now, though, as we head into game 2, G2 on blue side, already the Jace, and interestingly, the Maokai banned away. They saw the games yesterday. When G2 got pushed back in the first game, they kept it simple. Varus, Maokai, plain and simple, straightforward, honest League of Legends.
Yeah, good, honest Maokai gameplay. And honestly, that is kind of where my suggestion was going to go. So, yeah, it's a very good ban there.
BLG also liked your suggestion and hence have banned.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, kind of like you're saying, they saw yesterday, you know, yeah, this split, it was up there tied with Skewmon's most played. So nobody is surprised, but they're really attacking the jungle position here, following it up with the Wukong. And of course, the Poppy is a very big ban against BLG for both base 1 and on. And it opens up some more of these dash champion possibilities that definitely they would like to snag. So let's see how whittled down this jungle pool actually gets. Vi is still available. So, and Ahri is still up, of course. So if you want to go with another one of those big, like, mid-jungle combos, kind of similar to the ones that we already saw, Ahri plus Vi,
and it stands out. I think nicely into the wheelhouse of both mid laners, both in terms of recent performances we've seen often trending towards those playmakers, those kind of utility mid laners, not the big control mages, not the big assassins.
Knight has played Ahri a couple times.
Maybe. Some would say he's pretty good at it. Yeah. You know? But just pretty good. So Gwen taken away. Don't want to deal with that pick. So now the first pick choice. They banned Poppy, which I don't think has been a mandatory perma, so maybe they're looking at something like an early Callista.
Ajmo da vidimo.
But I don't think you have to be worried about it.
Yeah, I'm on the side that early Callista.
Ovo su NA fanovi, inače 100% koji prozivaju G2, se razumemo.
Especially this early and Fearless.
Vaj mi se ne sviđa nikako.
Is available, you know. So they go with the Vi side of it that we were talking about, and then you have to split Talia or Ahri. And it looks like
sad BLG uzima svoje pikove polako.
Really value the Talia side of it. I like that. Whoa! Here we go. Basewan.
Ne verujem ja.
Of course, was a great look for Knight yesterday. Even in game 1 against GAM, where they started to fall behind a little bit, Knight really came online, was able to get a lot of work done. Ari, a champion who...
Ja sam Big V.
Just take me back, you know?
Pošto sam veliki, uzimam V, tako da ja sam Big V, razumete? Zato se zovem Big V. A realno, iskreno, Mare liči malo na Dylan Falka. Onako, izgledaš kao da znaš, da si rođen negdje drugdje, zvao bi se Dylan Falko.
Zapravo nije loše ime to.
Iskreno je baš cool, baš je cool. Imate malo lika.
Kakvu kosu ima. Čekaj, mogu li ja da budem Dylan Falk? Pogledaj kakvu frizuru ima čovjek. Čovjek ima kose za poželeti. Može nama dvojici da udeli i imao bi i dalje dovoljno za sebe.
To je istina, to je istina. A pazi, možda je tu P. To palo na pamet. Aha, možda je perikica lagana, ko zna.
Hasn't looked phenomenal. Domestically for a while, he was a powerhouse on it, but obviously it's unfair to call back.
Iskreno, G2 Jax na topu take-ove je baš flip.
Because yesterday was yesterday. It's kind of recent in my mind. It feels pretty relevant right now. So, Bin taking a more conservative matchup, but what I'll say is we have a nice front line here. We have good setup on BLG. We need more damage.
Call that a giga front line.
G2 ima teško za izvesti protiv Talije, Skarners i on. Pa ništa, 2-0, ajde, dobro idemo. Treći game.
Mega health stacking.
Size front line.
It is worse. Yo, shout out, nice.
Dobar. Odličan znak, super znak. Kaže čovjek.
Yeah, as we said, yesterday was also with those buffs though, so didn't work.
It was true. And I think the good news is for Skimon, right? Vi already brings a lot of her own setup to the table, but you do have pretty solid CC in both of the lanes they've selected so far. My concern is I think BLG have an excellent angle here to go something front to back. Vi is good at killing a lot of champions, but we've seen historically when she's really good, oftentimes things like the Zeri that can get away from her easy. There's certain picks that you can bring out that Xayah also something that I think G2 probably need to consider banning.
And I will say this is a trap that some people fall into with Vi a lot, is always tunneling so hard on my, I have to assassinate somebody, you know, I have to ult somebody, I've got Ari on my team, so we have to go kill backline. But Vi does
kad uzme Hunt sama Dravena i izgube partiju na miru.
Very often, like, you can kind of, you know, queue into the front line, you know, updenting blows, try and help your team that way, and save for really perfect timing on your ultimate, because if you go into the front line, you shred them a little bit, and then you use your ultimate when they try and CC you to immune it and kind of buffer there, then you can create a lot of value without full sending yourself into...
It's easy to just think of the ulti and the vault breaker, but you're right that the denting blows.
You can definitely...
If you can just start autoing that jungle, that top laner, you will do a lot of damage. You'll shred that armor. But now we see double 80 carry bans. Don't want to give these ranged follow-up options to a composition that is already so pick-focused to the side of G2. So that's the Kai'Sa gone, that's the Jhin gone. But support focus is the name of the game for G2. They've taken away 2 of On's picks here. The Renata with a comp that wants to go in, it makes sense. And the Rel, still just a premier engage option, is now you've set up Elk to play one of the best champions in the meta, no doubt in my mind, and a champion that with this kind of front line can do a lot of work.
I mean, Elk was already, you know, showing his ego last game. He's gonna do it again. He's like, you have Vi Ari, I don't care. I'll pick a low ability carry. I don't need dashes.
Yeah,
I
saw that nameplate and I saw that champion and I kind of
forgot. Ma da ga havera non stop, verovatno postoje šanse I da svapa,
which is going to make this difficult. You're right.
Da se malkice ucavi.
Sivir here. Okay, and this is nerfed Nico on this match. It was actually pretty big. 20 damage early off of Q. Now it is buffed later for scaling. But support does not get a lot of levels.
Yeah, it's to balance out the mid lane role. The scaling is there for champions who get money. This champion doesn't get money.
So very clearly here, you know, they're looking to farm with the Sivir and play for that big farm condition. Double poke gets locked in alongside the Varus though, so they are going to have strong laning from BLG, and we did see already from this squad, you know, with Baishuan going for bottom side tower dives. They did it a couple games versus IG in playoffs as well.
Yeah.
So definitely a possibility here. I mean, Elkanon definitely can get a lot of chunk damage down. We'll see about this though, because I haven't seen a lot of footage on Nico with the 20 damage nerf on the Q.
Yeah.
So we'll see how potent it still is.
I mean, against Karma level 1, it's always going to be tough. But you're right, in those first few levels, maybe it's something that G2 can navigate. Expect them to be on the back foot early on. Of course, if you haven't watched esports for a million years like Kobe and I have, you may forget about the Sivir 500 CS bloppity blah condition. But G2 do have certainly a scaling angle. I do think it's tough though. BLG have completely shifted the playbook from what we saw in Game 1. Game 1, all about going all in. This game
Biće neki counter turnir.
Ability to just absorb that engage. Shields on that Scion with all those resistances are going to be so effective. The same is true for the Skarner, and G2 I think might struggle if they fall behind to get through that beefy front line.
Yep. Huge
nema
front line here for
nema nikakve šanse da bude
BLG.
World u Srbiji.
G2. Brav doing a lot of talking here.
Možda jednog dana, ko zna.
See what the game plan is. Time to lock in.
I onda i dalje ne bi nas pozvali. Da.
Verovatno.
Sweeper super early here does find that one.
Ne bi 3 najjača kastera pozvali.
You know Karma is OP level 1.
Yes, you do. Has an extra ability. Why is that fair?
To jest 2 najjača kastera i jednog plovna.
LeBron already getting poked. Probably a quick reset here. And overall,
ja sam ti takav čovjek.
Looking at G2, BLG really has
Ja
been
sam
the
jako
boogeyman for them.
negativna
It
osoba.
starts off with a strong level 1. You have to hope that the doubt doesn't set in, but they're taking so much
They're calling Broken Blade too. They're calling Broken Blade now. Ooh.
On samo podao.
Yeah,
I respect that you were ready.
Yeah, they call it off. They call it. BLG are like, all right, fine.
And to be fair, if there was any teams to just fall
Nemaju damage-a kod u Hyper Late, ali mislim da oni planiraju to, mislim da oni planiraju završu 25-6 minuta.
I vrlo je moguće da to uradi.
Pa da. Knight igra baš dobro Taliju.
So has again another way to get right back.
And see, and I think the nice thing about having this much poke on the side of BLG is it will eventually force a fight from G2. It feels like G2 are going to have to be the ones to engage. As we see, lane phase kicks off here. Nothing much to report yet.
Yeah, I want to see how heavy this bottom lane pushes, because with teleport and having the free base available for Elk, and the double comments, that one going wide there, every little bit of poke does matter. So G2 then move up afterwards.
Yeah, not a lot of sustain in this lane. You can see both supports packing heal. But I think important to remember how much this game means in the context of G2's history against the LPL especially. It has not been pretty, Kobe.
Yeah.
We were very grateful when Team Liquid took out IG for us in 2019. And I think that when you rebuild this roster, this G2 roster, they told us explicitly is 4 international results. Proof of that would be taking down an LPL team, doubly so when it's a team like BLG that has eliminated you so many times before.
Yeah, BLG eliminating G2 the last 3 times they met up in best of series. Each of those series, though, G2 took 1 game.
That's not enough to win, though, Kobe. I think they want more.
Da, grafika je fora, da.
Maybe there's already one that's in the bag for you.
We haven't won 2 or 3 yet either, which I think is the break point that's really important.
So, as expected here, the onslaught of a Varus Karma poke whittling down on Lebrov. Junglers have about finished up with their full clears here on the bottom side, though.
And no surprise to see Skumon pathing down bottom side. We've all seen Beishwan on red side make that dive happen so many times at early levels. Caps, though, gets caught by the flick. A good charm to follow. Knight relatively out of mana, but he might need one more auto in the 1v1.
Kažem, igra bolesno.
Talia with the solo bolo on Caps. That is going to be very, very painful. The Talia gets ahead. Wait a second.
Ghost flashing out, still rooted up. Decent damage with the spell shield there to keep on Sama safe.
Oh, man, that is so big for Knight. I mean, that is a dream purchase here, too. Even gets an extra control ward for safety off the back half, and he's got flash advantage. The Talia has the flash advantage versus Ahri here. This is massive stuff. Really early tier from him. Gets to start stacking that one. Skumon is already here to try and punish. But Caps can't, like, set him up with a charm flash or
Unraveled Earth is there. They force the flash from Knight. Knight a little bit over-aggressive on that Unraveled Earth cooldown, or he might have been able to stop a Vault Breaker at the very least, but at least evens up the flashes.
Yeah, and Knight hadn't gotten time to go place his control ward yet either, so He does instantly have to blow the flash and back up. After the gank, then he goes to put his control ward.
A mislim, piko si Jack se ubina, vidim.
And it's big for G2 that they get value out of this Vi-Ahri combo because this Vi first pick is what they prioed. Taliyah was on the table, something that was banned in game 1. They knew what they were risking, they knew what they were giving up. So for Knight to get that solo kill is bad, and the flash at least makes things feel a little bit better, gives you better options as we get closer to that level 6.
Just getting some support roams going on too. As you can see in the river there, On was moving up to try and get vision from the other side for Knight as well, but Skewmond camping out. Mid lane camp, Vi-Ahri.
Skewmond and Lebrov, because that one's fake! Knight, the Q flash,
nice,
perfect for
lep combo, mislim da
He
će
spent his
preživjeti.
time in practice tool, Knight taken down, Base
Tako
one
je,
knocked
bre,
back to the
sedi
wall.
dole, bre,
It's just too late.
vitezu.
Is he gonna give his life as well?
Oni idu.
Good follow-up damage, one more onto it.
Wow.
To grab another.
Dobro je, bravo.
Skewmond and Lebrov, the additions on G2 that come help make the difference. After Caps got solo killed by Knight, these two come and correct the situation. Plus getting that extra one onto base one is huge.
Ooh, Elkin on. Playing forward, knowing that they need to keep this wave away from their tower. They don't spot Skewmond, but luckily they have that control ward in inventory so they can regain control over Triburush. Broken Blade still feeling comfortable here. 4 members on the way down. Weaver's Wall available for Knight. The clone dancing, continuing. Obnoxious.
Beži, bro. Beži,
cool,
Bibi.
but it works. On. A little bit of damage down. Lebrov in trouble. Flick back hits, but it doesn't knock him. Keep your eyes on that arrow coming in from Elk. It only manages to connect on the clone, and G2 are able to walk away.
G2. Support jungle doing some work this game. Let's see, that allows the push on mid too. I mean, look at Caps. He's already another wave right up at turret. Knight gonna have to get back pretty quickly here. Skewmond comes over to contest though.
Sniper Base one secures it, but Knight has to spend a little bit more time supporting with a threaded volley, threatening a little bit more as Elk will TP to move back down to the bottom side. Will mean that they have more pressure in bot lane, likely to be first to start the objective as Broken Blade is just going to be forced to catch that wave and does not have a TP of his own.
Yeah, working in on it here. His tier picked up as well for Elk, so the onslaught of poke continues.
G2's decision to split up these lanes. Just give Hansama an easier time against the Scion, but the struggle early is that Bin, there's no CC on the Sivir. You can't just stop him from forcing those waves in. The TP as well from the Vars means that G2 are just incredibly far behind on tempo.
Yeah, and it's just painful for both side lanes in CS. Broken Blade down, Hansama also down, struggling in it. And on these rotations, you see minion waves dying to towers on the side lanes.
Mislim, ne smiju Hansama da...
Very powerful combo from BLG, working wonders here. So gold advantages for both him, Elk there, as well as Bin.
And while G2 have gotten some advantage out of having that Nico, the plays in mid lane, we need to see what it looks like as we get closer to level 6, where you can really start to outvalue that Karma. Beishwan hovering mid, but this is the struggle of a pick like this, Garner. It is comfort for Beishwan, but it doesn't have that same point-and-click reliability against a champion like Garner. You really need Knight to be there as well. The flash comes in from Bin, instant ulti, wall laid down too, flip back to the other side of the wall as he takes it down and knocks Skewmond out.
I like that. Bin making the sound look like an assassin here. Flashes in,
Kako dobar flash od Bina. Jako dobar flash.
Grabbing the kill. Caps comes over to mess with the grubs.
Play bottom lane. Hansama ulting. LeBron likely to fall. Kill finish. Feet of Warfare as Elk grabs that one. That lethality Vars really starting to hurt. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, you saw Beishwan, I think, over-eager, starting the grubs after that play had already gone in their favor. Knight and Bin really couldn't support. So G2 will at least get these two back, even without a jungler in the area, as Beishwan's just a bit over-eager.
Yep, they bring two back for themselves. Fortunately for G2, the bottom lane, more and more of the poke does hit, and Elk, he flashes in. Even though he does, even though the ult gets juked, it doesn't matter because the damage they have there, as On also flashing, fully committing to these plays.
Yeah, and it looked to me like the mantra Q really is the difference there, as it manages to connect despite the spell shield from Hansama. He's only able to protect himself.
Yeah, that is all the summoner spells used though. They both flashed and they healed for that, so full commitment to be able to get that kill onto the nerf to Nico.
See if they can continue to press this advantage. As you highlighted, down sums does mean some of this objective contests might be a bit harder. We're still quite far away from the Drake, and Broken Blade, with that time he spent on the bottom side of the map, at least has a Phage under his belt, which may make this lane a little bit easier.
Yeah, in G2 right now, when you've got Vi ultimate and there's no sums for BLG bottom lane, like this Varus should be a target. Varus and Karma down here, though, have done such a good job constantly hitting their poke, constantly having that pressure. So let's see where this Vi Ahri does go, because both ultimates being available, gonna be looking for that proactive.
Jedino što ovdje imaš balkanski community da komentarišeš u chatu zajedno gameove.
How effective and annoying Bin has been already in this series. This is a guy who's come under a lot of criticism. BLG as a team as a whole, beginning of the year.
Strani stream, zato što je već koliko je sati.
Ma što je pola 4 nego što sam ja spavao 2 sata. Ja sam normalno spavao, ja bi bio lagan sad. Ali nespavanje plus ovako kasno je loš kombo. Zato sam ja i htio, zato sam i htio da radim ovako MSI, pogotovo ove dane kad ima ono 10 gameova potencijalno, jer kao da nije riknuli bi. Tumen da radimo 10 gameova, samo bi riknuli. Ako chillamo, gledamo, se ne treba ti energija toliko.
Dogod ne zaspimo, dobri smo.
To je istina, to je istina. Ljudi, a znaš šta je najjače? Ja nisam u toliko mraku koliko se vama čini da sam u mraku. Samo tako kamera hvata.
Samo na videu, verovatno, da. To je isto kao kad igraš igrice, pa kad imaš kao mali brightness. Ne mali brightness, nego onako mračno u igrici, pa još mračnije u videu. Ili na streamu, šta god.
Skewmon going to be a lot tankier, a lot harder to deal with if they go for a full-on fight, but neither side has gone for a 5v5. It's just been picks, little skirmishes.
Those Nikos are hard to hit with Elk, with the Varus ultimate, but
Šangaj ti spava sad.
No foul, nobody dead.
Aj, čo je on uživa, njemu je bleja sad skroz.
So once again, jungle support moving up to try and get that mid lane vision.
Ulti there, locked down onto Elk, and this is the problem with the Varus, as good as he looks for the game up until now, can't get away.
There you go, Dracos, that's the play we're looking for. The Vi ultimate should mean a dead Varus. They get Elk, he completed his Thunder Sky, he went for the play on bottom side. Nicely done from G2. Still is a long way ahead of the Dragon, so it's just that gold right now.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens now with the Dragon spawning, because those cooldowns are going to be quite meaningful.
Yeah, and Caps doesn't have Malignance completed, as we see the lockup is there. Looks like easy pickings on
flash,
Skewmon.
možda može preživjeti. Može preživjeti, nice.
Može.
Thunder Sky is the difference.
Thunder Sky, evo kilo Knight.
Dobar.
Sedi dole, bre. Gdje si pošao na stenu? Glavom, evo da labro.
A zato Bin hard stompa top. Na Sionu.
Zato Bin 1000 golda ahead u odnosu na Jax.
Okay, so they did in the end chase down Labrov as we cut away, looking at the other side. Teleport goes back out on top side too, for him to push right back out, but
Edge of Knight blokira ulti od 2, ali veliki je problem što Vi te smajtuje. Ona te ulta i dok leti smajtuje te smite skin Edge of Knight i da te samo ulta.
Da.
When you're the team that can approach Soul Point, you can guarantee the enemy team has to come to you, and we know how good this BLG team composition is when you get that setup on those objectives.
Yeah, and well, let's see here. They're going to be a little bit late coming over.
Kakav klon.
But I have to point out
Ovo
once
niko
again, you
je
already did earlier with the bin
champion
graphic.
sva vremena.
He is over 1,000 gold ahead in the top lane matchup. The top lane matchup was going to be big, even though it's not on our screen at the moment. The Scion will be massive. So
a Thunder Sky, kako ga je nakilo, to je strašno.
Skewmon afterwards, after the previous play. He barely does get out, does not tick down to the Scorpion passive.
It was 3 Sundered Sky procs, and we come back, and Hatsama is dead. Elkin on, despite us leaving the lane phase, are still finding those same advantages.
Yeah, and this time On flashes in, and they're like, yep, we're going to get him again. They keep this Sivir down. Another kill. So in addition to Bin with his lead, it is still Elk here on the poke Varus. Gaining that mid lane priority once again, but on the side lanes...
Da li ideš Juntal Lord Dominic ovaj game? Da si sivir.
Vjerovatno da, moraš skarer si onda.
Kako su lepo odigrali.
Clean.
He's like, you are going nowhere, Knight. They shut him down, they get their kill. Can they get the objective afterwards here? Pushing in once again, constantly here to after the play, Skumon hovering.
And you can see on your mini map, Broken Blade leaving top lane. Will move back as the way.
Ne, Bibi je prestopovan ovdje. On ne igra.
Maybe Ben is afraid. One more demolish proc and this tower.
No, on demoliša kulu I bijega.
Broken Blade feeling better about the fight. You highlighted earlier, Jack's a little bit more attack speed, more damage in these sustained exchanges. But not enough damage to threaten this Scion, unfortunately.
Što ne vredi kad mi istekne
He's got his plated steel caps, finished Sunfire, which scales nicely with all the extra HP on his Soul Furnace, so Ben is a big boy.
Yeah, the 15-minute 700 bonus HP is not a feels good.
Yeah, and he just takes out.
Ne, Bin baš bolesni igra ovog Sijena. 164 farma I solo cool uzeo 15 minuta, nevjerovatno.
Being a bit behind here, but does have his training force at least.
Skumon finding Knight, 1-2, waiting as long as he can for the ulti. Of course, doesn't have the cooldown this time around, but Caps does have an ulti of his, fishing for the charm.
Oj, Caps deo taj charm, mislim će spati.
Ajo.
And it's not enough, Caps!
Ovo je dumt.
Yeah, that's... You want that one back, Draco?
Say it, Kobe. Say it, Kobe. Say the thing.
That tower dive sucked. Is that what you wanted?
That's not what I wanted, but I think it's what the people needed to hear.
Kobe nema.
That's ruthless. And again, Skumon, if he has all here, it's easy. If the charm connects, there's so many ifs in this play.
To je treba charm flash.
The ultimate truth is, Knight's footwork just better.
Baš loš charm, baš loš charm.
Well, they did not do the math correctly. Yep. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, another person dies. The game does not stop.
And it's Hansama.
Hansama taken down, and again, the scaling angle for G2 is getting further and further away. Broken Blade cannot stay in lane against Bin, cannot stop him from taking towers. Hansama cannot sit comfortably in the mid wave.
Ja mislim da to greška, mislim da treba da Lord on. Mislim da on ne bi ništa, neće ništa uraditi tako.
They've got the beefy front line for the mid part of the game. And so, wait a second, they're going to go up top side here. Look at the roam. Talia's already there. Karma's on the way. They've got their eyes on Broken Blade.
On, the Mantra Q comes out. Uses the tether now, knowing the Broken Blade will have no way out. Immediate response is the flick back. Counter-strike blocks some of the damage, but not nearly enough. Broken Blade taken down. Skumon just in time to watch his top laner fall.
Pa dobro, bilo je zabavno gledati neki 4 minuta.
Lažna nada je bila super dok je trajala, slažem se. Odlično, odlično.
Up to the play as well. Bottom side, Bin still has his teleport, but he's close enough here. Just walk on over. Destroy the minion wave, collect yet another.
And I will say I really like this adaptation coming in from BLG. You know you have generally stronger lanes when you pick something like the Karma of AORUS. You add another TP to the picture just to make sure that G2 never get to be comfortable. You can always be ahead on tempo because you have that extra TP. And it's just meant that the avenues for G2 have been just few and far between.
Caps skinemo 20% health, Bin baš shield dobije toliko healtha.
We have to see when G2 are really going to fully throw down here. Number 3 looks very dark here, so this might not be the time. Checking in to try and retake vision at the moment, though. Nico is very good at that. The clone's such a useful tool.
And Hansama doesn't have a second item yet. And again, once you get...
Caps has no ult.
Caps has no ult now.
Neither Bin does.
Yeah, but I think for G2 right now, even trades are a little bit tough coming into these fights because you know the BLG have the stat advantage.
Oh, yeah. That's got to be Dragon number 3. You don't want to fight number 3. It's just sole point. Wait until the next one. Wait until you have better setup. Wait until you have a possibility here because there are multiple 2-item power spikes. Both BLG solo laners.
Kakav si ide? Lich Bane drugi?
Double-item power spikes.
Ne, sigurno ne znam, ne?
Ne, okej, Lich Bane buffovan, sad je u stvari play.
You cannot fight that one. That plus the vision advantage way out of reach.
Knight moving bottom lane. This time the charm connects. Knight doesn't have to quite have time to use anything else, and will immediately ult out as On flashes. Okay.
On flashao preko...
Broken Blade, they're gonna stun him. What the heck is this sequence of play? Base 1 is gonna die!
Te malo? Ne da je trunku duže ostao u životu, možda ima play, da.
I'm sorry! What?
Are you not entertained?
Thank you.
Kakva fiesta. Naš BLG je bolji od G2-a, ali iskreno meni oni ne deluju ništa posebno. Deluje mi samo individualno bolji, kao umeju lepo da prenesu prednost sa lane-a na posle, ali...
As is the decimating smash. So in the end, if we take all that play together, it's a 2-for-1.
Yeah. Plus a tower on the top side. Okay, a little bit something back. This one, of course, a secondary tower worth so much more than the first one. So BLG will get the better of it.
And you can see that Hansama just doesn't, again, needs to finish the Navori Flicker Blades because he wants that auto wave clear. Even then, though, a third item probably necessary before he can do much to this front line.
Ne, Navori, ne, njemu treba Lord Oms, nema njemu pomoći se Navori, Quick Blades neće ništa raditi. Šta? Čemu mi pričamo ovdje?
Ne znam, mislim što god radi ovaj game samo su donci. Bukvalno što god radi ovaj game samo su donci. Atakan Sion sa Ocean Soulom, 1000 bonus health u 21. minuti, ovo je samo 3000 golda presa na top. Čini mi su uzeli Jacksa samo da se ne brinu o tome da li će Bean pikati Jacksa u nekom trenutku, ali mislim da je to kit top div, da bukvalno nije bitno.
Znači G2 koliko bi para dao za Canon? Casey-u, kao u fazonu...
A neće, ne, oni su htjeli. Znam da je G2 nudio fazon Jajka, Mikija i neke bolesne pare za Kalista i Casey je rekao ne, tako da Casey nije do para.
Ok, možda se možemo nafidovati na Beach.
Dobro, vidi, pazi, ne znam koliko su para Vešonu dali, ali... Ali nije loše, radi očigledno.
Evo ga Bin. Vešte.
Trying once again on the bottom side. Labrov, rocket belt away. And they will be able to back off. Not forced to flash over a wall this time, which is good because he doesn't have flash, so would end very differently, I imagine.
Okay, I guess it just ends at that single kill, and since we're still a minute and a half away from the dragon, not going to have too big of a lasting effect. I mean, nobody used their flashes. That's the critical thing. When teams are fishing for a lot of these plays, usually
po meni diskutabilniji ili upitnih poteza što je G2 napravi. Kao, razumem, kao zameniš coin flip Mikija za coin flip Labrova i u fazonu si ok, ako coin flipujem sa Labrovom na dobro, onda bude bolji od Mikija, ali Miki je samo bolji igrač.
If they can get decent vision, this is it's a pretty solid opportunity to fight because there's not a third completed item on the side of BLG. I don't think you're going to get a better timing than that unless BLG fumble and give more space for G2 to come back in this game. Hans has opted for the IE, wants more immediate upfront damage, not as worried about that infinite wave clear cooldown reduction. So maybe G2 try and go for this. I think conceding soul really would start to make this game feel possible.
Bajo moj, on ni sa Infinity-a ne može proći kroz Siona. On im je jedini damage, ono... nice try, Labrov. Štet, bio je dobar pokušaj.
Chain se spreduje na Hansa. Što Pim prokuje, demoliš kula mrtva.
And BLG will take
Trećina
that
health,
as
da,
the key
jače.
to the base of G2. They open up the front door, but now they turn back around for the
Sad
Dragon
nazad na
Soul.
Drake-a, nema šta vaje mrtva.
Still 20 seconds left on Skumon, so they should be able to go pick that one without a contest.
A tier 3-2, a tower, and the soul is more than you could have hoped for the side of BLG. The soul alone would have been plenty, and the gold lead only continues to grow in their favor. Now the value of that soul with so many poke champions, with so many beefy frontliners. It's looking hard at this point for G2.
It certainly is.
Nemoj
The
reći.
extra sustain here when you have such a strong front line. And the pokes coming through. Let's take a look at that in our
A najstraje, ne mogu da ga krivim za to. Lep pokušaj, ako uspe da pogodi Elka.
Beautiful stuff from Elk there. Evading plus hitting his own ult, set up the seismic shove, set up these counter kills for BLG.
Really overall, just confidence to re-engage there, not caught off guard. If LeBron was able to sidestep that ult, maybe they can walk away. Just happy to get a flash, but not only is he flashing away, he's finding an engage in the meantime too.
Dracos, it's a clap back for the first game. You know, when he was on MF and he was like, all right, I'm trying to dodge LeBron, you know, I'm feeling him out.
Yeah.
This time around, Elk's like, all right, I calibrated. I've got you downloaded, buddy.
That's not what I want to hear, Kobe. I don't want to, he doesn't need to calibrate anymore. He already calibrated really good in game one. Space one. Open to find caps here. BLG overall much, much stronger. It's getting harder and harder for G2 to find an optimal fight and to find the time for their carries to farm up. Rocket Belt available for Lebrov, but no flash. As Skewmond waits on the flank.
Skewmond ne zna da je sve vardovano.
Vision from Nico, such a boom.
That is quite a flank, by the way.
Yeah.
Skewmond flankuje iz prvog game ove serije.
I like this slow pan. And as you'll see, up into the top right corner here.
That is a Vi.
He does have a control.
That is also a Vi. There's also a Vi top side. There are many Vi's. Which of them are real? That's the level of deception G2 need to bring to bear if they want to find that engage.
Što se dešava sa casterima? Naše kolege prolupale casteruju 2 game.
Da, oni su prst, koliko su... Ne, oni samo nemaju taj hustler mindset ko mi što imamo. Oni nakon druge partije već mental boomuju i nama treba minimum 8 sati da prsnemo.
Ma mi smo se čeličili, mi smo gledali Zvezdu i Partizana.
To je istina.
Šta radi Skewmond?
He's too young to have played Splinter Cell, Kobe. He wasn't ready. The Metal Gear Solid blip appeared above his head, and now he's just got to get the hell out.
Let's go deeper.
Čovjek je moj drug kad igra Jorika. Vijaju ga po bazi, Knight baca teleport kao...
Skewmond running, tries to sidestep, knocks
totalni
back into the
ludak.
wall. The rest of G2 posturing around Baron. He lives a little bit longer. Decent damage onto Knight, but not enough to make the difference. Knight now on a rampage. The long flank denied.
Se durne Barona bez...
What do we call that play?
Baju na mapi, šta?
Committed. As a committed play is what I would call that.
A Knight u fazonu trolo je, znaš ono kao baci ulti da ga vija, baci teleport da ga vija. I ono mislim.
Ima međe, to jest ima stakove, mora da...
I mean, honestly though, when you are in the position like that, you're like, your risk tolerance goes way up.
Well, and the important thing
Oni dropaju Baron od 27, majko božja.
G2 do have a scaling angle. They just don't have the time to do it. So that's why you see the flank. Maybe it's for a Baron steal, maybe it's for the hope of a team fight. But after the early game went the way it did, G2 solo lane's unable to find farm. Hansam only now getting a half an item completed despite how much time they've spent on the map. You can tell why they would feel pressure to make a play like that, to leverage the most of a little angle that they have in the enemy jungle.
Si super ono kao Sivir doći će nešto koliko itema treba
Sivir. This guy is so freaking monstrous in this game.
Treba da dođe do 50 minuta, 23 minuta još treba da defaju, a defovat će maksimalno još 5.
And for G2, right, it's not a best of 3. It's not like last year, you're not done here. You have more time to rally. Fearless new champions have to be brought to bear.
Aj bait one, zaleti si daj nam još jedan kill. Ajmo, brat moj. Aj, Skewmond,
Skewmond getting the fight started, the TP there, but there's no one to follow up. Decimating smash, Rogueblade able to bash in time. Looking for a two-man knockup, flick back on Lebrov, trying to turn. He managed to get the
Lebrov, čekaj.
On the side, the Simmer is contested. They managed to take him down, it's 1-for-1. Elk throws the arrow back. Rogueblade going back in for another stun, but the team is not there beside it. G2 being zoned away from their own base. Hansam managing to block a bit of damage. It's on. Who's going to be taken out? W buys an extra second. Flash out from Hansama. G2 on the retreat, but it's a 3v3.
Ovo je još insane dobar fight za G2. Mislim,
da ovo još actually, mislim, okej, sad više nije, ali...
Waiting to channel out.
Ne možeš preživjeti. Dobro dođi možda.
Nema kuo je nazad unutra.
Nema. A Gapsi, Hansama tu kubina, izgubio 300 health ukupno mid-wave.
Taking tower shots for fun down here. Undeniable, unstoppable. Does get charmed up.
A little bit more true damage. TP now coming in, Barnes returning to the fray, but Bin recalling, has a TP of his own. They want to go for the throat. They want to end it here. Ulti goes wide. Charm still connecting. Eyes on Knight. The flick back could be big. Isn't going to hit. Caps 2 charges left. Bin standing in the midst of the towers, threatening to end the base. Counter-strike ready to go. Broken Blade going to leap back. Caps going to go in. Health bars are getting lower.
Kan samo
G2
umre.
need to pull the
A
trigger because
dobro.
who's been caught out. Elk manages to grab the kill. 2 low health towers.
Ja mislim oni završavaju game, vidio po jedan basic.
On the cusp of match point.
Bin samo čeka da udari, nešto se nahila do kraja i to je to. Ma šta holdingo, nemoj zašto se drže. Nema Gelendera. Ma nema, ma kakvi. Ne, Elk ne, pa moj Elk ne umire.
Hansan, ne smije da ga pogodi to. Taj seismic shot.
Strašno. Pogledaj Bina, vidi ga.
Super solid follow up here from
Ovo je zapravo dobar representation of Bin trenutno. Bukvalno ista paca.
Farming into a monstrosity.
And G2, they tried to swap to get away from the rough laning phases. They ended up with 2 rough laning phases anyway. The picks that they brought, you could see some of the logic, but it just did not work out. The extra TP for the Varus, so many small adaptations for BLG to make that game look even cleaner than the game 1. And now we need to see this G2 lineup dig deep, find the picks, the confidence, and the level of execution because the odds are stacked against them.
I think that word is key, the confidence there. Confidence, to make plays, to look for aggressive angles. Gonna have to take this game, it's not gonna be given to you.
100%. BLG a team, when they don't have that lead, they can crumble. G2 haven't been able to find it yet. We're going to head over to the analyst desk to talk more about that game too before we get ready for match point.
And I cannot wait, Dracos. Thank you so much.
Can't.
No, I can't. I'm so excited. No, but honestly, what a steamroll here from BLG. Started very early in the game as well. What do you guys want to talk first? Because for me, it started from a solo kill, but not only that, because solo kill was just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, I mean, Knight on this Talia is an absolute demon.
Yes.
We've kind of seen it before previously. This was when Skewmon, who I actually did think did a good job, you know,
I sad Vin u stvari dobija Ambesu i...
overextended, Knight comes up and kills him.
I klepuje Brokena u lane samo još jednom i to je to.
We've talked about how strong this bot lane is, and it just kind of goes through into a little BLG highlight.
You can just see a string of misfortune. That really is what it comes down to. Because every play you were looking for, this was a great example of it. It's just a little depressing if you're looking at it from the G2 perspective, but you can see from the coaching staff from BLG, it all looks peachy. It's just, yes, you are right. The fact that it starts with a solo kill mid, I was like, oh, it's going to be that kind of game. But then Lebrov and Skewmon came in and saved it a little bit by getting 2 kills mid lane, so I was like, okay, maybe there's a chance. But it really felt like at all points, and it did start in the early points of that replay that you saw, when Dragon was taken, and then you have Skewmon looking to invade in the same time, and guess who comes in match him? Sion and then Talia. It felt like they were denying every play that G2 was looking for.
Ovdje Skewmon, ja mislim da uopšte nije trebao tamo da baci Q, da je bacio Q preko zida ka svom... ka svojoj bazi da bi preživeo i da bi možda mogli da izdefaju.
Ja znam, mislim da, slažem se, s tim da je vjerojatno samo odložilo neizbježno. Imaš Siona sa 7500 healtha i Ocean Solom, to ne ubijaš u 3 života.
Like it could potentially be an overextension, and I think that's really important to call out.
And the hardest thing to address after you come out of a game like this is like individual error, because you saw the dive onto Knight and the death. You saw the Lebrov get, you know, 2v2 killed bot lane, and then Hans goes mid during a replay, of course, and then dies to Varus and Karma. And like all of this happened, and there was the TP top lane that ended up getting the kill on towards Broken Blade. All of these things are happening. A lot of the times it feels like if it's happening in succession, there's no resetting. Of course, in like mentality, calling out who has TP, all of these things, knowing what you can and cannot do, it sucks. And so what is super important is just you're in the back room.
Ne znam šta mogu da urade, toliki je preveliki top gap,
Anything to dip your head into an ice bucket, something to reset yourself, because now you're in match point. You must try and survive here.
I don't think they need fruits, Raz. I think
Ja ne znam zašto moj chat želi da ja ne spavam večeras. Chat, niste okej, ali nema veze, oproštam vam. Ovaj put, sljedeći možda neću.
I don't feel like they were playing without fear here, but I'm also wondering, what do you want to do with a composition like this? Do you want to split the map? Do you want to fight? It doesn't look like they had a lot of options.
dobija ovde Dina 1 na 1.
I think you kind of want to make pick plays, right? And then set up this
potentially
really strong Jax and this really strong Ahri in the side lanes. And I think we
dobar je, stvarno, baš je dobar.
In terms of the thought process around what Skewmon was doing, and then it just didn't pay off because
razbudit ćemo ga pred nastavak. Ima da ojedi zapad.
Is BLG's Drake control, right? Because they are kind of Drake merchants, I would say, like in this game as we see, but then also across this tournament and even back in LPL, they had a very high Drake rate in LPL split playoffs. As you see, I believe that was like 3rd overall, was tied with a few other teams. But 90% in this MSI so far, and 100% first Drake percentage. And I think this really sets up situations where they can force the enemy team to have to come to them because they've been doing such a good job with early Drake stacking.
Yeah, if no early kills come through, you can just see it within the draft. The Varus and Karma just being able to combat like the attempt of pushing with like, you know, Sivir.
Imamo 7 minuta do drafta sljedećeg.
I feel like they do a great job. Elk and On have been spectacular so far. And so if you have bot push, if you have confidence in how mid lane's playing out, yes. And Lore, before this game, you asked me what G2 should do. I mentioned the Ahri. They picked it.
Ovo će trajati duže nego juče.
Postojiš, pa zavisi da li bude dobro stvari da.
Čak i da bude 3-0.
Pa zašto je prvi game trajao 40 minuta, imali smo chrono break.
Chrono break u 5. gameu,
I to je useless chrono break, da.
What do we see for the next game? How do you readjust your approach here? We've talked about the Maokai. I think BLG got that one as well. Get out of the way.
Misliš da nam je Rale živ?
Pa jest, kako nije.
Misliš da gleda?
Nema šanse da se spava.
Pa, dobro, nisam mislio bukvalno da li je živ. Mislim da li je budan. Da li gleda.
Spava, spava.
However, like G2 also need to get on the same page, right? If they're making these plays around the map, they need to communicate with each other in terms of what they're doing. And then in these 5v5 fights, they need to be able to go together because that is where BLG are absolutely owning them in team fights.
Hey, we said what we wanted to see coming into the next game. That fan had an idea.
He
already knows, all right?
Čite nam fan komentare.
Kažu, tako moram samo da mutujem stream, pošto ne mogu lepo čitam. Kaže da je Broken Blade, BB, vreme je za Warwicka da bude brzih 0-3, da možemo da imamo spamom iz Evrope. Dobar.
Komentar by Vampir Marek komentator.
Krivus lol. Ovo je neki naš. Kaže Sneg 27, Snow 27 kaže lagano draftujemo 3 losing lane-a i molimo se da BLG od svih timova će da nam dozvoli da scalujemo. Kaže to je bannable offense. Slažem se potpuno. Kaže neki lik odgovara na to komentar, pa iskreno to je i najbolje što mogu da urade jer ja mislim da u ovom trenutku Broken Blade neće dobiti lane čak i da igra Dariusa protiv Real.
Verovatno.
Ok, ovaj komentar baš ne mogu da čitam. Dobro, moj miš, razumeš, ubagovan mi scroll, vratio me na početak. Ne da mi ni da čitam. Kaže, BB-u će trebati terapeut posle ove serije. Okay.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain free, count me in.
Dobro. Ovo se još uvijek izgleda malaki komentari, mi moramo sačekamo kad se završi serija 0-3 onda tek.
Onda će da opletu.
Na.
Šta je 2.35 suportova, šta za BLG da GT ima šanse? Ne znam, meni je više problem top lane, iskreno.
Ide G2 nisu ništa uradili, ne mogu da dobijem nikakve dropove na LoL esports. Dajte, molim vas, daj bar nešto da uradimo. Dropujte mi koji neku kuticu, nešto, za neki ikonicu neku. Neki emote.
Sad ćemo da imamo.
Da, mislim, Jungle Guard nije strašan, Skumon je ono, okej. Ja sam radio svoje pikeme za plane. Stavio sam BLG G2 i onda GAM Furia. Tako da, Furiju sam pogodio i BLG sam verovatno pogodio, samo pitanje je da li sam pogodio GAM i G2. Bin 0 damage primio posljednjih 3 fajta.
And the way these first two teams have gone, I'm not sure if we're getting a game. Even if history has shown us that G2 always get one.
They always have before.
They always have before. It's technically not an elimination series, so maybe it's a little bit different, but I think for G2 fans, a game win would feel like the start of something.
Yeah.
You want to know that there is more here. For the first time in 2 years, you had to wait an extra split to be on the international stage, and you want to see them make the most of it. And thus far, it's been a struggle.
Yeah, it certainly has been a struggle for G2. Especially so, we got to refocus on the top lane again, because I feel like, again, there was a really big difference. So coming into draft here, we got to see something comfortable here for Broken Blade. I personally actually want to see Bin just drop a Camille game. You know, like they did in versus AL in upper bracket finals. He goes Camille plus Galio combination with Knight. I want to see some fun style, you know.
Yeah. And I mean, to be fair, we're running out of these utility mid-style champions. Galio might be next on the list for Knight, depending on what gets drafted here. I mean, most of his most plays at this point are Yone, banned away, and then things like the Silas and the Kali, these assassin picks.
Yeah, I mean, those would be sick. Those are fun to watch.
I would like those too.
Some action. Regardless, though, the Maokai will remain banned.
Jer Broken Blade ima naočare pre, ja mislim da jeste. Sad skinu naočare kao, sad će da level upuje. Sad će da nalupa Bina. Kao kantu.
Easier taken, the Maokai taken again. BLG recognized
Vidi
they
ga
don't want to
easy
give the simple, easy access, the simple compositions to the side of G2. Don't want to give them the chance to get the confidence back or regain their footing in the series. As now the Silas is also banned, so seems like a lot of focus on Knight in the ban department, potentially setting Caps up for something comfortable.
Let's see here. Okay, the Wukong does also get taken out, so whittling down on those junglers once again of the AD focus. Twisted Fate it's super fun. Okay, so that they banned the Silas already. That's a good answer. You could do like Annie or Rise are both. Annie's already fearlessly banned.
I can't remember if the Galio is good or terrible. I remember it's one of the two.
I feel like it can soak.
Yeah, it
should be okay.
I can't remember. Last time TF was meta, it was top. It's the meta before that that I'm trying to remember. But
the Rise though, the Rise, yeah.
Znači, coachujem ih. Kažem, ovdje piše.
Šta piše?
Broken Blade, nemoj intovati Bina.
Okej, to sviđa mi se, dobar plan.
To je nova taktika.
Da, to je najbitnija. Iskreno respekt za coach cosplay.
Nemam neki sako, nažalost, obučema i ne bi obukao, zašto je jako buduće.
Čekaj, ne, ali ti si...
Ali oni igruju Vega.
Oni su ti pročitali svesku, coache, provalili su te. Ti si tamo na drugo napisao, vidi da evo,
najgori,
evo, tu si
ja najviše mrzim na midu.
Tu si napisao, rekao si Vega radi kao Kasadin. Evo, to si napisao. I oni su videli, rekli sve proleće oni...
Kako ovi Kinezi to znaju? Kako oni znaju da čitaju? Ja napisao na jeziku na kuću. Pa niko od njih ne priča taj jezik. Lele, pa šta radi?
Spremili su se za ovaj MSI.
And you can scale really easily Twisted Fate against these non-melee champions. It can be kind of just a farm fest, which isn't going to hurt. 3 Rygar games all time for Knight. It's 2-1. Can't tell you off the top of my head what years those are from. Now also Trundle there, and again, Veigar very immobile champion. Trundle pillar behind him, easy to find that setup.
Može biti da je u LPL-u nekad igrao.
Great at denying siege though. Need to see what this counter pick really brings because the core of G2 right now, very powerful. The Trundle eliminating any potential tanky picks, great against the Poppy regardless of what she builds.
If my quick stats search is correct, in the top 4 leagues of pro play this split, this is the first Veigar.
I mean, we're digging deep into the Knight history to get another Veigar. As now the Renekton's locked in, so a bit of a mismatch. Top lane will get pinched even further. See what Broken Blade wants to bring, but the core of G2 here is pretty powerful. It's just Han Sama and Broken Blade that we're waiting to see what they're going to go for. Last game, the AD carry pool in second phase was heavily pinched by the side of BLG. This time around, it seems to be top lane options. They get J-Span, which is...
Bogdane, pitaj YouTube šta je s imenima. Ne znam šta su radili, nešto menjaju.
Probably wasn't on their short list of champions to pick up.
YouTube je nešto menjao, oni su luduju.
You're expecting to have both side lanes of G2 drafted as gank opportunities, you know, some sort of carry matchup there for Broken Blade. So that's what
ja mislim da možeš dalje to da promeniš, da ne? Taj kao
Da, možeš.
Have to whittle down on some of those more scary and snowballing options for you.
Interestingly, in high elo Korean solo queue, this is a terrible matchup for Veigar. Shout out to Analytics. Nice to just checking in, you know, seeing what people are building. So
get some stats in there.
All right. Might look to make the difference. So Renata banned again, and Mundo now banned as well. Mundo played both by Broken Blade and Skewmon. Really good into champions or team comps really that rely heavily on magic damage.
Let's see. see. 80 carries that can deal with Twisted Fate ganks. Zaya is still up. Ezreal was already taken. Sivir Spell Shield. Sivir was already taken.
I don't think Elk's gonna play Neela, but you know, you can block some autos.
There's the Zaya ban though. Yep, good one there.
So what
Samira iskreno može da bude pik, samo što je u Trundla Rel teško.
Can still put Poppy bot lane. You've seen the Rel.
Okay.
Oh.
I was like, Draven,
I don't know if I'm feeling the tension. Normally I yap a lot more in pick ban, but I think I'm a little anxious. I'm trying my best not to show it, but yeah, how do you?
He's thinking the same thing. He's like, how am I gonna stay safe? Twisted Fate is gonna come for me. Okay.
Pa su ga izrazmišljali.
Ja mislim da je ovo 3-0 zato što ne daješ kineskim made carryima da igraju Kai'Su nikada. To je bukvalno GG. Oni su toliko predobri na tom heroju da je to strašno.
And it does make this pick much harder for G2 because they're blinding multiple positions. They don't really know.
Sama Draven, okay though, with a Twisted Fate on your team into a Kai'Sa.
Ucavili se.
This would be a hard game to play Draven. That Vygar cage, that Poppy.
Ili Broken Blade na Olafa.
Šta Poppy za Dravena, liče... Trolaju kasteri njihovi. Da.
That is what you do. You get your Twisted Fate early and you go gank for it.
The word we talked about and the last game,
Poppy za Dravena, šta? Nisam čuo ovo, nisam skontao.
Pa ne, kukri kako nije mogo da igra Dravena ovdje zašto je Poppy s druge strane.
Ne, pa pre je da nije mogo da igra Dravena zato što imaju Vegara, a ne Poppy.
Da, čak i to... Jednako ranaš cleanse.
I believe it was 14 down to 10.
Yeah, they reverted it once people figured out that static was a good item and was pretty optimal.
They tapped it back down a bit, but okay, this is going to be all about this Olaf then. Twisted Fate ganking for the Olaf. Trundle here does have
ja mislim da to nije alkohol, čisto znate.
And so
da, 0.
Also,
0%.
Play towards top. Senna ultimate, play towards top.
Yeah. I mean, this composition for G2 obviously caps frees them up to get out to these side lanes, but this is a death ball. If they ever get rolling.
It is, and it has the opportunity to be God. You can be Thanos here because you get to run through Veigar cages. It is a dream for Olaf. Pop your ultimate.
Da nije Elk mnogo dobar na Kai'Si.
Elk je mnogo dobar.
Svi kineski AD carry su ti dobri na Kai'Si. To je kod njih moraš znati tog čempiona da igra.
I specifično Elk je predobar na Lucija, no. Samo još nije morao da ga pika.
This is actually perfect. This is a callback. It brings us full circle to the beginning of this series when we mentioned the tweet from G2 from their coaching staff.
Svečanim, to me tako iziritira kada vidim.
So Broken Blade has had a rough tournament, but they're putting all this faith into him on this Olaf. They are drafting for him Twisted Fate with the Senna here. So much possibility to buff up the Olaf, support him in his endeavors to carry this game.
It's so important. Important because it shows that sign, that confidence from G2 that we want to see.
And he can go for invades. Olaf Axis, really good for invades here.
Broken Blade walking forward. All of BLG moving down. Locked in the cage briefly. Not a stopple yet. Konsam still here.
Fleskavez, level 1. Uzmu kill.
See the angle.
Vidi, ako radi.
Yeah.
Strašno.
Znaju da Bibi nema... Pa nije, vidi, znaju da nema flash. Šta flash kavez, ovaj mora da go... Mislim, ne može ghostom da pobegne iz kaveza, ne?
Is the pressure on?
Spellbooks, we got triple spellbook, buddy. That's what a spellbook buff will do for you.
Look, all I'm saying is I don't think the odds can get more stacked against them at this point.
That is kind of crazy. You got a level 1 flash Veigar cage. So Knight, no flash, and started cage.
Yeah, I'm no longer laughing. I do believe he's evil. I believe it.
Yeah, he is very evil, but he trapped Broken Blade in that cage pretty nicely for the first blood. So
you can see though that he has slightly delayed his own stacking.
For more games,
level 1 cage not as good in the 1v1 matchup.
Yeah.
Želim ja da ti tu pobedi, ali...
Napeto, napeto. Ivane, nisam te pitao, stižeš da postaneš Patreon do kraja mjeseca? Sutra radim narudžbine za zadnji OG pa da pitam. To je za zadnji merch.
I like where your head is at. I don't know what to do. I'm emotional. I'm scared. As an LEC caster, I just have to make jokes. It's the only thing that feels safe. For G2, though.
Sometimes you gotta laugh through the pain, Dracos. I'm here with you. Wherever you want to go with it, I will go with you. Boots with the fur.
100%. You, Gobi. I appreciate you. You're a good friend.
Ne, prvog je druga majica.
Still the potential to roam. And while it is a
majica shorts ranac, ali drugi dizajn.
Olaf is still strong in isolation in this matchup. Yeah. 100%. And you can see Ben is forced back. So it feels like the first time this series, Broken Blade is able to press an advantage here topside, force this wave out, and will be the first to reset if he so chooses.
Yeah, and both junglers are pathing up there. Broken Blade has his tribe.
Mislim, da budemo fair, krenulo je prvog, samo prošlog prvog. To je bilo 30 dana da se pokupi originalni.
Just fine up there with his early alert system. You can just push in Bin, try and abuse him with that Olaf early on, and Skewmond will go up there to support. Skewmond, of course, will get guaranteed topside Scuttle Crab because of the Olaf up there getting so much priority and pushing in. But now on the bounce back, since Bin's got his full rage bar and the minions bouncing back, plus the jungle timers coming through here, it's going to give him a little bit of distance.
Ovi skin je malo pay to win, iskreno. Sad gledam ove kuve od dvije igra, čini mi se blago pay to win.
Da, malo je teško.
Kao da je uži i brži kup projektil.
Pa nije nemoguće, ni malo. Ne znam taj skin, nisam ga nikad vidio u gameu.
Yeah, Beishuan crossing over so he can get the bottom Scuttle Crab here, so he doesn't, fall behind at all. Yeah. And no summoner spell on that gank towards Bin. As you said, played quite nicely.
Yeah, patient. Didn't burn any cooldowns too quickly as the Brav taking his time to cancel this back, which Beishuan can see and knows was going to happen, but just wanted to see maybe Lebrov didn't want to cancel his back.
Delays right now mean that you're not going to re-channel your recall because your second camps are coming up. So now Beishuan's like, all right, fine, I'll do my second clear with no items. Yep. So his second clear is going to be slower, no items to help speed up that jungle clear. Maybe we'll see something happen and something come of that. Maybe Skewmond then is able to go back up to top side, maybe pressure it a little bit more. Maybe that then results,
sad kad sam vidio, da, delo je tako.
Čudno.
And we really need to see G2 push an advantage here, right? This is the first time in this series that they've had so many winning lanes, so many lanes that can get pushed early on over the opposition. You mentioned the Kai'Sa, right? This is not a champion that flourishes in the early game. As the wave starts to turn back, G2 may have to concede push here for a moment, but what are they going to do with these lane advantages? The question on my mind is bot lane just continues to trade back and forth.
Yeah, so far Elk doing real nice for himself. Of course, as we mentioned, Senna looking for the scaling. Even with the Soul's nerf, Skewmond is staying bottom side though for his pressure. That's kind of interesting because he had the option to go continue his second clear up to his second camps that are already available, and he was going to be quicker than Poppy, who had no items, no base. But since Beishuan is just going straight into his second clear, it's actually Beishuan that will be up towards the top side matchup before him.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Skewmond, lingers bot side, so there's a down.
Dobije šest,
we saw the pings there on the minimap.
Ne može da ga all-inuje.
That brief moment that the ward around red is up, that he's moving up to the top side. So now BLG feels super comfortable that they're playing these lane phases out without the threat of a jungler.
Go. Beishuan getting his back off now after the double clears for the pretty big purchase for himself. And stacking away in mid lane.
Već je počela boli, da. Dobro si Airboot DF.
Spellbook Vagar answer.
Slightly delayed on stacking because he didn't take Q level 1.
Slightly.
But obviously every 50 stacks you get some cooldown reduction on the W, and you can really start to spam.
And getting that kill, quite big.
And if the Olaf is low, it is very nice to have the Vigar with Ignite as Beishuan finds a quick knockback. Lebrov taking some poke. Skewmond locked in the cage and just forced to walk away as 3 members of BLG are here. Caps is close, he's nearby, he does have ulti. Now the all-in top side, ulti for ulti traded. Bin immediately backs away.
Bibi nema puno mane više.
Binova igra pametno.
Igramo na mana pool umjesto na health pool. Dole, dole, observer.
Now they know they can try and finish for this play. Elk locked up for a moment. Hans almost trying to support. They're doing
Opet ništa nije uradio.
Caps nema mane. Allows him to walk that little bit extra away as Broken Blade very intelligently are walking into the wave. Poppyall goes out. It's going to knock back to support. Now it's Broken Blade ghosting away. Knight on the way down. They know that he cannot go unstoppable. Bin flashing in. Broken Blade trying desperately to get back to the tower. The Senna shield.
Broken Blade, šta?
Too late as BLG finds
Iskreno
their
pojma nemam, ali...
Ok, Caps.
Dobro.
Finishes the job. Makes good on the mistakes from game 2. Oh, that was close.
Dolazi mu Knight.
Da
ga flash ultuje.
Teleport finishes.
Sad se dogega do njega. Neće, to je on sa spellbookom.
Ring around the Rosie.
Ring around the Rosie. We might see Gleaming Quill kill a man, which I never thought would be a thing, but Skewmond is there, ready to body block, and Caps makes it out.
Oh, nicely done from Caps under the tower, gets the better of Elk. That G2 definitely needed that, because remember the heart of their comp that we talk about, this Olaf at the end that they lock in, that has the opportunity to later on run through the entire team. It's just been focused down.
Labrov će sad samo da umre od... Dobre, uspio da pobegne.
But it's not enough to finish Beishwan. And I think more than that, just good to have the confidence. You go for an aggressive play like that tower dive last game, completely whiffed. This game, it's clean. You flash over the wall, you make it look good. The team is there to back you up. And again, that's the kind of confidence that can carry you through the rest of this game.
It was so close to. I think the
to nije isti dive. Šta?
Yeah, it's one more auto, but it's not enough there. Caps nicely done from him.
Lepo, lepo, Caps,
lepo. And then of course, you know the end of it. He gets escorted out by Skewmond. Wow.
Okay, Roma.
I don't know if that was in reaction to the top side one where Broken Blade got chased down, or the bottom side one too.
Sure, what it was a reaction to. A hell of a reaction, whatever it was too.
Could be to either, honestly. So, anyways, back to our stacking comparison.
MSI produkcija, to je istina, da. Što način da mogu da izdržim, da sam budan da dobijam OFC.
And Knight again keeps getting the last hits. Keeps getting the actual kills. So this Veigar, with the double stacking build, he's going into the Seraphs plus the Rod of Ages build here. With these early kills, like greatly accelerated.
Yeah, and I think right now, if you just drop a cage, you're feeling comfortable, but later in the game, he's going to be a massive threat.
Get the, well, actually, we'll see if he actually ends up even doing the whole Catalyst, because there is the tech where you sell the Catalyst off later too.
Kako čudno igraju ovog ti se Fate, nemaju šta da rade s njim.
A lot of players really like a lot of the utility buys. Of course, you have to fit a death cap in there somewhere in your build to magnify all of your extra AP.
And the thing about Veigar players is we know that they don't have to focus on a lot of niche mechanics, so they have a lot of time to think about builds.
Good cage placement, though.
Good cage placement.
It's very hard to do. It's very hard to do. Very, very...
Okay, boomer moment. But you remember when it was just instant and we all thought that was okay?
Remember when Gold Card was AoE stun 5 billion years ago?
Remember when the teleport was a basic ability?
Tog AOE stana na Twisted Fate-ovoj karti se samo Saina seća.
To nije postojalo, izmišljaju.
Things make a bit more sense, but it is the completed Roa.
Does the full rod.
Da ulti, to jest teleport jeste bio basic spell, ali
da, teleport jeste bio basic spell, ali ovo je stan jedino kad bih možda, mislim ja nisam igrao svakako te u prvoj sezoni, ja sam u drugoj počeo.
Ja sam počeo prve i nije bio.
Da, tako da...
Da, šta oni znaju, oni su krenuli igraju sezoni 5, ono, nema šta pričaju.
Kobe je igrao od početka, nemoj tako, Kobe je igrao profesionalno, igrao su BLG.
Jest.
Dracos već ne znam, za Dracosa ne znam kad je počeo da igra.
In the meantime, though, they do buy space for Hans.
Overload. Okay, they're going to sacrifice top side there for Bin and just overload bottom side, rush down tower. Honestly, it is good. Honestly, it is good here for G2. They can get this one, and even though they're behind on the kills.
But the thing is, they have 3 grubs and multiple people on the bottom side, right? So the disadvantage is you're also conceding a bit more tonight than maybe you would like.
Yeah,
but
this Veigar's getting, okay, turret plate money too. Kind of worried.
He's scary. Tiny Master of Evil.
Tiny Master of Evil.
With the most maniacal laugh as well.
I love Veigar voice lines. I hope they never change.
Jako čudan skin.
But, anyways, with the bonus on the with the extra gold here, let's see what they can do on reset, because we have the static shift, so every Senna player loves this and actually wait.
Ooh, accidentally hits the side of the cage though. Maybe not ideal. So backs out, but they get the ignite.
Yeah.
Knight's TP just about to come up, so we can reset and try to get active again on the map. We're still 2 minutes and 30 seconds away from that. Herald, 3 minutes from Drake, so there's not a lot to really play for, but they may just look to rinse.
Šteta mi je što su došli ovogodišnji Spirit Blossom skinovi. Vidio si ti pošto igraš TFT, vidio si onaj Spirit Blossom Oriana Chibi.
Jesam, da.
Jako bih volao da je to skin.
Jeste, jako je cool.
Baš mi je žao, pogotovo zato što neće da donesu onaj Gothic Orianu iz Wild Rifta u ligu.
Senna is squishy, so
ne znam
squishy champions have to be very worried around Veigar.
Neće neke stvari neće portaju.
Succinct analysis, Kobe. I think it's safe to say.
The ultimate is on cooldown right now, so you got some time. But if you ever get locked up, and Hansama does have barrier, but no cleanse, so have to be very careful. Senna can use move speed as well to avoid cages, but if you ever get locked up by Veigar like that is the exact champion that you want to blow up. That is the squishiest champion on G2.
100%. You can see, obviously, the cleanse coming in for on as well, so doesn't have the flash, but will be that much harder to lock down. You've seen Labrov has been able to catch him out many times. They just really cannot finish the kill just because of how slippery that champion is. And additional Mikhails on top of that. I think a good recognition from the side of BLG that the CC from G2, a lot of their most reliable.
Ne, Skjumund, slažem se, izgubljeni skroz.
And if that's gone, everything else is very reactable. It's really hard for G2 to immediately pick
Tim Beichuang out farmo I out pressure ga na mapi. Obično jedno ili drugo.
Really heavily. Map starting to open up a bit, of course, with that one tower that G2 took. And they're the team with Twisted Fate. Very obviously, they want the longer lanes, more room to work with, so you can use the Senna ult and Twisted Fate ult that we are highlighting.
Ko bolje scale-uje, Veigar ili Senna?
TF is printing extra money, but Knight is printing extra AP, so...
Pa oba heroja infinite scale-uju sad. Ako karikiramo Senna, jer u teoriji ima beskonačan range. Tako da možda ubije Veigara pre nego što ovaj priđe.
Ja sam igrao game Aurelion solo Veigara. Ja sam bio 600 stakova, Aurelion solo, on je bio 1500 AP-a Veigar.
Clean game.
Night. Skumon is coming over for the defense.
Uncontested. This is a bit scattered from the side of G2 though. Once Caps respawns, he'll be able to get on the map pretty quickly, but BLG much better positioning around this Herald. No real angle in.
Mislim da Caps nije smela da umre na midu. Nije smela da dozvoli da engage-uju na njega.
We did just see Beishwan and Elk both use ultis. BLG taking their time on this one. A lot of CS being deleted in the mid wave in the meantime, but it's really tough for Hansama to step up solo. Broken Blade gonna go all in again the second that axe connects. Bin level 11, but he's not too concerned. Caps on the way down. Gold card over. Beishwan finally coming in. Senna ulti over the top. Trying to hold on. Knockback for Beishwan is big.
GAM
Blade goes down.
Gde si pošao? Gde si ti Caps pošao? Aj, vrati se nazad.
Bin is still standing. Dominus doing so much as BLG
Beichuan dobija resurse životne permanentno.
G2 want this Olaf to be powerful later so badly, but BLG have put a stop to it.
2-0-3, 100% KP-a.
The third kill, they take down the Olaf.
Ne kao, sve super ideja da ti imaš Olafa koji će run downovati u njihov tim I nikomu ništa ne može, ali... A mehanički outplayovan, upravo tu bio.
Falling apart for G2. The TF was helping them hold on to that gold lead, but now it's BLG 2K in the lead.
Broken Blade je samo apsolutno useless.
Da, ne igra. Mislim, iz Quma niko ne radi ništa.
Oni su pikovali ti se Fate samo da uzmu da Knight ne igra ti se Fate, ja mislim.
Pa isto kod Jacksa prošli game.
Da. Ja mislim da Caps ne zna da ga igra. Oni su toliko su ga overchasovali na kraju.
For Beishwan to come over, just huge stuff there. So nicely played by Bin, and got enough time for BLG reinforcements to arrive. Then in the mid lane, it's just more brutality. There's nowhere you can go. I don't care where you're flashing. Don't know where you're going. That Veigar ultimate is in the air. Doesn't matter if he gets stunned up by the cage. Boom.
G2 falling further and further behind is BLG very confident now to start this objective. You highlighted it so well, but Broken Blade with the Ghost on Olaf, he can chase anyone down as long as they don't go over that wall.
Use the wall.
The ulti expires. Bin continues to just outplay even as early as that first gank or the first blood. Denying these power picks, whereas the unique pick that Knight brings to the table is still just continuing to do work. And the double stacking. You know, he's one spell away from Seraphs, 3 minutes away from getting the Roa finally up, and I feel like a death cap might be coming, Kobe. We're well ahead of schedule for this Veigar.
I hope so. I feel like all Veigar builds should include a death cap.
18 minuti 40 duša se nema.
Like Dead Man's Plate and stuff sometimes they get. But okay, G2 pushing in on the tower at least. They do get this tower, but look at the mini-map. That Veigar is getting solo tower gold with the Rift here. He's got solo secondary tower gold.
He's not
gonna get another charge off, but this is gonna be richer.
TPing on the way. G2
Dajte, tucite turet. Udarite ga još jednom. Dalje, već čekaj. Ne može, dobro.
But can't get in range. So G2 grabbing the tower.
Dobar.
Nice.
Finishing the kill onto On as well.
Snipe over the top, they get the kill. They needed that too, because that investment, like it actually took a lot. That costed a lot. Knight down there on the bottom side got 2. Beishwan was pushing the mid wave as well during that. Let's take another look at the start. So upon arrival, they do get the crash down initiation.
Bilo je bolje za G2, što dobro, Knight je uzeo 2, oni su uzeli na midu 1 i uzeli bot 2 i uzeli kill.
Da,
Knight flashovao.
On je imao flash, ali nije hteo. Bukvalno je bio u fazonu bolje da riknem nego bacim flash s Rakanom.
Da, što je mislim dobra odluka. Knight je morao Knight flashovao na početku, tako da on nema flasha, ako uspije njega da navataju, ali... Broken Blade će se zaletiti na njega i će ga samo one shotovati. Kao Beishwan je ono. Lepo inputovao stun, knock-up, GG. Umjesto da čekaš da 35 dođe do tebe, ti odeš do 35 i navataš ga samo.
Kud sad? Atakan, spawn. Kako volim Kinu i Koreju kad znači igraju toliko lepo oko objektiva. Naprave pik u 19.52, ono već pingaju Atakana koji nije ni na mapi još.
I don't see the way in which G2 do get enough money onto this Olaf for them to really function as they
Za G2 je najbolje bilo da su dobili onaj prvi gen. Da su uspjeli prvi gen da dobiju možda, ali sad mi već. Broken Blade, ja mislim da je ovo posljedna godina da igra za G2. Ja mislim da mora da bude. Ja mislim da je to to. On jednostavno nije dovoljno dobar. Koliko god ja to ne želim da kažem zato što igraju za TSM i...
Damage there. Broken Blade holding on. Doesn't want to immediately ulti, but does cost Caps his to try and support, as well as the Ghost.
Yeah, Caps coming over to defend his teammate here, and everybody up by Otacon now. Look at Beishwan is going through mid lane. He showed himself on the tower. He's behind.
Has he been caught out? Nice steadfast presence to block the immediate fall of Elk. Still here, on the way, and keep your eyes on Evercon as Beishwan gets lower and lower. Just a little bit of healing coming into the Gleaming Quill will keep him alive.
That flank was so deep it went and showed by the secondary tower. Now he's chunked out for Dragon. Dragon is available. Beishwan has to recall. He gets scouted out. They can try and poke stop this recall.
Dead Man's means a quick retreat.
A moraju brzo, a ne znam da će im dati BLG.
But with Beishwan out, there should be a Drake for G2, and this gives them a new lease on life. This buys them so much more time to get their items.
Yeah.
BLG still posturing. They love looking for these exit kills around objectives. But as long as G2 don't fumble, there's not a lot to
Ne
look for
fajtaš
here.
ovo, ne fajtaš, uzmeš zmaja i odeš.
TF previše radi posla. Samo Steam Gold kad pressureom radi ozbiljnu količinu posla.
Samo što je ovo atakant za ove.
To buy that 5 minutes, a precious 5 minutes here, take it away from BLG's, pressure that they were mounting is quite big. And that one was kind of given to them by Beishwan.
100%. Yeah, we can't beat around the bush. Beishwan was not expecting to be collapsed on so quickly. So credit to G2.
Beishwan
They earned that tempo, they killed Beishwan, they spent it all getting that dragon, and it does mean
Dve partije za redom ima neke jako čudne odluke.
For the Otacon.
They didn't quite kill him. They gave him a whooping.
Oh yeah, you're right.
They gave him a whooping and sent him back to base.
That's the one. Killing him might have meant that Otacon didn't go down, but unfortunately they didn't quite finish the job.
All right, well, Hansama on mid-wave.
Hansama.
I mean, they do have Caps' ult to protect right now.
Ne, gotovo.
Instantly, I don't think Hansama flashing, trying to run.
Nice slow, dobar.
Živ,
But that's the flash down for Hansama, big cooldown for the coming fights, because again, any piece of CC...
Ne znam zašto da navijam, želim da G2 pobedi, ali s druge strane, već smo obojica polako.
Da, gasimo se, da.
They can make little mistakes, because they're so far ahead and they're 2-0 up in the series.
I ja sam ostao ovih dana duže, ali budem do tipa, znaš, 5, pola 6, sad je pola 5, znaš, već polako kreće mene da hvata.
Mene isto baš slomilo, ali dobro, mislim. Vidjet ćemo, ajde. G2 s ovim Drakeom, kažem, jeste napravio prostor. Ali dalje BLG vodi 3000 gold od 23 minuta, što nije malo.
It's really bad news for G2 though, because Knight's going for not more damage, he doesn't need it. He's going for Shirelli.
Yeah, that's even cooler. That's even cooler than the Dead Man's option.
Sutra je samo jedan game, da. GAM protiv gubitnika ovog meča.
And again,
I still really like when Deathcaps get into the build at least some point. Maybe
I like when number big.
Yeah.
We're simple men. We want the number to be big. And it's pretty big right now. 236 extra AP, courtesy of that power, or passive. But I think the big thing here is you have the
Samo ubrza Rakana, igra oko Rakana, ubrza ga ovaj lik leti. Čarma i Senu, one-shotuju Senu, ti se fejta po mogućnosti i to je to.
Target feels nearly impossible, even if he was at a normal, even gold match metric.
Okay, this time it's BLG with the 4-1
pričamo nešto, 24. minut, top laneri imaju itemi.
Caps is kind of hovering there with Twisted Fate ultimate ready, so this jungle fight.
Ovo nije dobro. Ovo nije dobro. Priču, on ga je spasio.
On a killing spree and down goes Hansama.
Great angle from on there. Doesn't make it over the wall. Yeah, he was toast no matter. He was toast no matter what. On sees this Senna, and you're like, you have no flash, buddy. You are in the wrong jungle. Takes him down. They're going for Bin. They'll try and get a counter kill for G2.
Human blast code going back. Bin exhausted. The pillar trying to prevent the escape, but Knight is here. The cage goes down. Broken Blade using the ulti, wants to go face first to Knight, but Knight does a hell of a lot of damage. The Olaf. He's not powerful enough to survive.
Too far behind. He doesn't have his completed item here. The second item, the Death Stance, not available. He gets burned down before they could get their counter kill on the Bin, so that is going to be Baron. The teleport already out to the bottom side. G2 say, fine, that Baron is yours. Caps goes.
Imaju minut za Drake. Posle Barona.
Gotta get something. Just a bit of gold as Knight finds Skewmon. BLG uncontested. They will get the Baron. See how much they can make of this Red Bull Baron power play. It feels like the writing is on the wall. G2,
yeah,
they bet. I respect that they doubled down. Even when players were struggling, they brought out picks like the Olaf, but it has not paid off.
Možda šansa.
Has the
Cup flash.
There to creep block. Make it that much harder for BLG.
I spy a rod. That's half a death cap. That's part of a death cap right there. That is going to be some powerful magic.
He's already got one hat. He needs two.
A bigger one.
Yeah, more.
A more death-like one.
Yeah. And I think for BLG, you expect them to do well in the play-in stage of a tournament.
Yeah.
But they're on the cusp of being undefeated.
I mean, it's kind of crazy. We mentioned at the end of the first game, but this series in play-ins has 3 previous MSI champions in it.
Yeah.
Very star-studded lineup here with Knight, Bin, and Caps.
And I think for G2, it feels like for the second day in a row, the story is how will they rally for their next match. Tough spot to be. 2 spots there for plans. A series tomorrow. And hope still as they hold on in this game 3.
Ne znam što je Klenzo, znam šta je Klenzo.
Even to win this game or this next
fight.
Rapid fire cannon there for Caps.
Može mi se.
Can maybe fish for those picks,
bukvalno čovjek izbuzdovao Shureliju Medjay. Ima 4 steka na Medjay.
Mislim, rana spellbook hoće da rotira spellove, ali opet...
Lockdown there. Cage laid out.
Što je dosta kasno.
Ulti's onto Brokeblade. Brokeblade ulting back. A little bit more shielding as Knight flashes away from the Olaf. Just refuses to give them even an inch. Skewmont will fall as well.
Caps umro također.
BLG, the pushback.
Vidi Poppy Veigar combo.
No,
tako što je bilo 2016. kad je Albus Nox Luna igrao i Poppy Anivia kombo. Anivia stavi zid, Poppy se zaleti, stanuje ih u zid. Predobro. Obožavam takve komboje koji su kreativni onako.
On to base 1. Oh, the damage from Veigar. Veigar hitting hard.
Taj Veigar nema Rabadon.
The rest of the team pushing in. Seems like they don't want to risk. They are going to back away, but BLG with a 12,000 gold lead, it's just a matter of time.
I think BLG leaving no doubt this time around.
No, and it more than anything feels like they want to savor the moment.
Yeah. You go sit in your rubble of a base.
Stefane, sve je moguće. Da li zdravo? Nije.
Gameplay here in the upper bracket before we send you down.
Medjay, okay. Hey, Medjay's Soul Stealer upgrade for Knight. He loves building Medjay's. Let's get it. He's like, you know what?
Ima Medjay već 3 minuta.
Da, oni su gasili su njihovi gasteri.
See if LeBron will oblige him. Does manage to make it out. He's so fast. Elk's going in anyway. Good pillar to interrupt from Skewmont.
Elk je upravo izintovao. Znači čovjek je bacio int 1 i tu nema veze nikakve. Jer G2 ne može da konvertuje to. Ništa.
Looking to make their final push.
Tu 11,000 gold.
And it has just been such a difficult final game here for G2 from that first blood all the way through. BLG not giving up anything, really. Again, a good interrupt from Skewmont. Beishwan forced to flash out. Even as one hand goes to strike, the other appears on the top side. Holding onto the tower, getting a few more souls for Han Sama.
Sti koliko njemu treba duša da on iznese ovaj game. Full build i jedno 500 duša. Ima 83 u 30 minuta.
A ovdje bi trebalo imati pa 120-ak, tako nešto.
You're praying for a mistake in a misstep.
You are literally praying.
You are. And the thing is, BLG are a team that have made mistakes, but we saw them temper that aggression. Back, reset. They know they have to prove something
Veigar
on
ima
the tournament
Rabadon.
stage.
Death cap is completed.
Ovo sad kad nekako tresne sa duplim V slučajno.
BLG of the LPL and LCK representatives, I think universally the lowest rated.
Samo će da ih eksplodira.
A team that might even drop games to Western teams, or maybe drop a series. So many people were talking about. They're not happy with that level of expectation. They want to prove people
Bini ovdje mogo da se zaleti samo na Han Samu.
Definitely is big for BLG.
Flash.
Has been rocky.
Han Samu nema cleanse, stanuje ga.
A lot better when they made their jungle swap. Let's talk about the end of this game though. Shirelia's popped.
Knight zooming forward. Caps clearing the waves as best he can while BLG set their sights on the bottom side. It really is just for G2 about keeping those waves away from their towers. All this minions moving towards Hansama does mean that the rate at which he's stacking is accelerated by a decent amount. But again, 10,000 gold lead feels nigh insurmountable. 30 seconds to Baron. BLG looking to make it tutorial style.
They're just stacking and stacking and stacking. Okay, Knight with blue buff with full build on his Veigar.
Yeah, and if you're G2, I mean, the thing is, if you're red side, maybe you can steal a Baron, but I don't think you can get in the pit. I think you die. I think if you walk too far forward, your entire team just gets wiped.
Yeah, I mean, even if Olaf walks up. And he's got even the center behind him, and he pops his ult. He's like, "Rah!" He runs straight into the Veigar. Like,
even if we drop a
just
Braum
straight at his face.
You get a baby carrier, you put a Braum in it, and you run face first. There's too strong, Kobe. There's not enough.
Šta je Sol za 15 sekundi, G2 je previše behind da ga kontesta. Možda mogu probaju da uzmu Barona za Sol.
That's the mentality that you have to have in situations like this.
And it's probably what's going on in the comms. At least you hope so, because the alternative
Barona definitivno ne smije dopustiti da ćemo izvršiti game. Mislim, ne smije ni Sol jer je Infernal, Veigar će da ih udari sa Q, ne mora ni se zvijede. Ne, samo se... Ne, ovaj fight nije bio ni blizu.
Godlike and G2 about to be sent to the lower bracket.
They certainly are. They're going to chase down Caps first as well. Base one's on the way to set up Knight for another one.
Godlike wasn't enough for a player like Knight. He had to go legendary. Ben continues the push. Skewmon does what he can. It's a last desperate hold to clear the way, but it will not be enough.
Da, Bini, u fazonu ćeš fake da defaš, sad ću tebi da pokažem. A Skewmon 0, mislim, ima 2 kila ukupno, ali 0-1-0 je baš bolno. O!
Inhibitor se respawnova.
It's a cruel joke. It goes on longer.
Hansama not enough. BLG move on to the main stage.
GG's.
All right, that one was brutal.
That was brutal. That was a slaughter.
A mislim šta reći. Šta reći, a ne zaplakati i šta reći osim ne otići da se spava. To je moje viđenje ovog svega. Sutra u 2 ide G2 i GAM. I oni nisu igrali, tako da mislim će biti baš dobra serija. Mislim će biti 5 gameova, ali zabavnih 5 gameova. Bitna stvar, sutra ću paliti stream pre početka te serije, malo neki solo koje se odigra ili TFT, pa ćemo onda preći u 2 sata na MSI. Tako da to je to od mene. Mare, ne znam ali imaš neke odjevne i bukvalno ga kolamo, mora se komiram.
Da, nemam ništa. To je to. GG's, vidimo se sutra. Uživaj, laku noć svima i to je to od mene.
To je to, vidimo se Mare. Ljudi moji, odo, idem se komiram, evo je tabela, sutra u 2 nastavlja MSI, pre toga oko 11-12 ja palim stream, a negde tamo oko 8-9 gleda se Squid Game sezona 3 s Patreonima, tako da Patreon i Squid Game, nakon toga stream, nakon toga MSI. Hvala vam puno, vidimo se na sljedećem streamu sutra. Ćao!